All right, so I'm testing this. No intros, no starting soon. I'm testing this. I'm not sure like how this is gonna work. I'm not sure if anybody's streaming, if anybody will show up. Um, I might end up just watching shit. I want to see how this is gonna work with my computer. Hopefully, some people will come in and I can see how this is going to work with my computer, because if it's going to work with my computer, I think I need more options, right? So I'm going to spend more money than I'm spending for this. Like, but I just put in on like the cheapest plan so I can kind of play around with this. And then, yeah, if it's going to work well with my computer, then I'm probably going to up my plans. So, hola. This is new. I'm learning this. It's very similar to what I'm kind of used to from previous things that I've utilized. Three people watching. Hello, hello, hello. Let me know if the audio is okay, if you can hear me okay. If there's any lag that you're experiencing on your end, I do have a tab opened. We can probably turn this on. I do got the camera, everything. I never really adjusted that part of it. So yeah, hopefully it looks like my audio should be okay. I don't hear myself in my headphones like I was through my OBS, which is a good thing. I don't want to hear myself through my headphones. Doesn't appear too much lag. I'm not, as with OBS, like this cheap version is like 780p. I'm not happy with that, but that's something that I would probably get rid of eventually. Like, I'm not going to rush it. Well, I might rush into it. We'll see. Um, what's going on, KCA Randy, 420 Atheist? All right, let me copy the link here. Link copied. I've never used Restream before. So let's pin that. Which I don't understand. Like the last time I did this, it pinned it, but it pinned it to the bottom there. And it used to pin it to the top. And that's kind of new. So it seems like fairly familiar, kind of same similar layouts to, like I said, what I'm used to. And not just StreamYard, but other kind of platforms like this. Yeah, that's really weird that it stays pinned at the bottom there. No, that's kind of odd. I don't, like my OCD doesn't like change. It gets me really like it takes me a really long time to understand change. Like still the top chat part, like I'm God, and everybody says like that's super old. It's super new to me. So like now I just switch it to the live chat automatically. So Joe can't say I don't see his shite. Cone Club Colt up in the house, still with the knock hate memes going on. 2 years later, the knock hate memes are alive and well, and I guess that shows that I made some kind of impact, right? Impact sounds pretty good here. Let's test all this shit, right? Like, so I'm not usually used to being able to put your chats up on. So, KCA Randy, yo, and like in there, like different. Let's see. Oh no. I'm like, I think that there's different ways you can show it, but I got to figure all that stuff out. And I'll probably get more options when I pay more, I'm assuming. Big Zebra, what's up? Jesus is Lord, always in the house. Like, you should just change your name back to Jesus and Lord so everybody's not confused when people are talking shit about you, Jill. Because everybody gets so confused. Like, who is this Jill? Kent Hovind CPA. So, yeah, like, feel free to come in and tell me what I'm not understanding about the situation. Now, I think, like, sitting here thinking about it, I've decided, like, not going to work tonight. I'm probably going to have dinner here soon, and I'll turn off my camera so you guys won't have to watch me eat. Maybe I'm being too kind of one-sided. Like maybe I'm allowing my bias of Jay to not allow me to hear his point. So I've been kind of watching some Jay streams, trying to like stomach him. I've seen some things to where like there's a couple points he makes that I'm like, okay, I can kind of agree with that. Um, there was a really disturbing video that I watched, that I would never like. For one, so the content of the video is very disturbing. And the person portraying the video, Jay, on his channel, and the reasons he's portraying the video is very disturbing to me. And I'm sure like a lot of you that know like the situation probably know the video that I'm talking about. It was actually really disturbing to me because this person is a friend, and you never want to see a friend, like be that deep in the darkness, you know. And a lot of the things that she was saying, um, maybe you want to watch me eat. No, you don't want to watch me eat. Which I'm not even sure if I'm hungry. My appetite's a weird thing. Knock is a glutton for punishment. Oh, wrong one. We'll show that one. Yes, I am. But feel free to come in and tell me, like, what am I missing? Is Jay the guy who was talking shit about Brie? Yes. Um, so I have to say, like, if it turns out like, and I also could possibly like be mixing up secular rarity with secular haven when in regards to like, I think it was secular rarity that was coming in my side chats for a time, but I could not. There's two secular whatever, so I could be mixing that up. I often do that kind of shit. Know thy faults, grasshopper. But hopefully this is going to work well. There's going to be like no major lag. I'd like to be able to figure out how to use my OBS through this, and then maybe I wouldn't have to necessarily upgrade to be happy with it. But I use OBS Streamlabs, and I just actually deleted OBS Studio from my computer, and I'm not really seeing a way to make it work with my OBS Streamlabs. If I can figure that out, I might be able to move forward on this plan with it. But right now with this plan, I'm not really happy. I can't upload like introduction videos. There's so much more I want to be able to do if I'm just going to be streaming from my browser here like this. But I've always like the thing that you miss in that is the ability to like show the chats and really interact with the chats like that. It's not hate knock. We always thought you were hilarious. Yeah. It's good to see that the memes are still going. I'm not going to take offense anymore. So yeah, please, if I'm going to get shit wrong, come in. I figure until that point, I'll test just watching shit. So I'm not sure where I'm actually got this at a starting point. Probably not the right place. So when you're going into like a J stream, he seems to like to start with like a lot of music, and I it's like whatever. I don't want to spend like 20 minutes listening to music, and like this was like especially fake because at one point I could probably get away with, which I could probably get away with showing all of it. Like he's like sucking up. So this whole stream right here. Let me go ahead and share this shit. I think my food's about to come up here. I don't want to show like the side chat if I can get away with that. So let's. All right. I don't want to show that. So let's get rid of that. All right. This whole stream, secular humanism exposed. Um, Atheists prioritize hedonism, not humanism. Now, I was very ignorant about hedonism. I'm finding out. Hedonism is like a pursuit of pleasure, living for pleasure. I'm still like, this is something I'm trying to learn. And I don't think that's necessarily the point, or he's failing to miss like certain points when it comes to that in that regard. But like this whole stream is designed to like bash atheists, bash sexual freedom. Um, and it's kind of weird because like dude's supposed to be an atheist, I thought, and he's like appealing to Christians. And there's this part where he's like, it's not here. Where's the Christian rap song? His favorite Christian rap song. It's like just so disingenuous. Where's it at? I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, I'm like way. It would be near the beginning. Yes, it's like right here.
With some more music that inspires me. This is a rapper by the name of The Truth. This is a real old video called My Reward. When I was a Christian, this was like one of my favorite songs. He was my favorite Christian.
Now I'm not gonna play too much of Jay streams because I don't trust him as a human. He'll probably like try to strike me. So I probably shouldn't actually play any of this shit now that I'm thinking about it. Like, what am I doing? I'm being stupid. I should just like watch what I was watching before. I don't know. I don't think I trust him to show his streams. So let me get out of here. Stop. Yeah, let me get. I don't really trust him to show his streams. I don't know why I get that vibe. I'm not going to do that. Second thought. Let's pull up my history here. I guess I'll just kind of listen more to what the conversation between SJ and that was really upsetting me. So come in and tell me what I'm wrong, and I'm open to like hearing the other side, especially if you're like a non-Jay sycophant and you take a different like side that would especially be welcome. Like Jay himself is more than welcome to come in and talk to me. I don't know if he's streaming right now. Tell me where I'm wrong. He says we are white supremacists. Who says that? Man, I'm like way behind in you guys' chats. Welcome. Yeah, I'm not. So let me get to kind of what I can watch until people come in. Feel free to come in and join and tell me where I'm wrong. Hopefully, I notice. Hopefully, it's gonna let me notice you guys coming in. It says people. Yeah, I don't see anybody coming in. Feel free. Tell me where I'm wrong. I I tend at this point to still have the same position. Like I don't think that we should be, canceling NanoCon 2026. There does seem to be some like problematic behaviors by maybe some of the characters. So just 1 second. All right. Yeah, I'll start eating here in a moment. Y'all can't see my food. It's just below. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all tell me like with Jay, would he like strike me if I watch this shit? Yeah, that whole like actually a sex cult thing, I don't understand. So maybe we'll get some clarity if I actually do watch it. I'm just like super paranoid to like 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 usually with people like this to where I'm not sure of their character. I would like make edited videos about their content. Especially now with there's more safeguards uploading in regards to like community standards. So let's see, where's my history? That's what I was doing. Fucking weed, man. Just say no to drugs, kids. I kid. Weed is awesome. Fuck. So like I was kind of happy with the stream. At points my volume was off, but I think I had a weird angle with my microphone going on. So I don't think it was like an audio issue. I think it was a me issue. the side chat from the stream just started a showing for me, so it's going to be interesting to kind of go through that and watch that. I'm trying to find my history, what I was watching before. I've had a couple people reach out to me about this through DMs already. This is why I kind of like this, because I said I was going to do this tomorrow, but I think I'll probably be working tomorrow, and I decided not to work tonight, so I decided to do this tonight. Like, I really want to watch that J stream. It was fucking insane. What was I watching? I watched a lot of like tutorials on restream. And it's like, if you're making accusations, people should be able to like cover it like you would want that, right? I just don't trust it. I just don't trust him if you're covering it in a way that he doesn't like. Let's see. Man, I watched a lot of shit. Okay, so there's that. Let's pull that up. So like, we were into like the dynamics. Maybe I'll listen to Oz for a while. Like, he'll break down like his beef with the whole thing. And then if somebody wants to come in and talk about this again, like, it should be. I'm not really seeing where it's pinned on my fucking stream here. Let's see. Can I pin it on this side? No. What's up, KCA Randy? Yeah, good to see a lot of the old folks. Good to see a lot of the old folks. And yeah, I mean, I think I'm ready. So I am excited to be back and try to be more responsible with this thing. Is it a Bundy thing? We'll share that tab. So this is kind of right near the beginning. Like, Jay's take, or Oz's take on Jay, is interesting. And it'd be nice to hear Oz's take on the whole situation overall.
What the fuck you actually doing? It's hilarious. It's hilarious to me. So before I get into any of that, I want to make this again abundant.
So kind of reading the recent chat. So hedonism encompasses things like eating, socializing, leisure, sports, intimacy, art, and music. And yeah, it's like a special emphasis on the pleasure of it, I believe. I had a kind of warped vision of it from it's not worth going into. But kind of like the point that he's missing is the sexual freedom aspect of the atheist community. The sexual freedom that I kind of promote myself as a human being isn't like some deviancy or degeneracy. We kind of embrace that labeling because Christians label sexual freedom as such, right? But it's not necessarily about that. It's about escaping the sexual taboos of religion, of the religion that held you down, or might have made you feel shame for your sexual expression, or made you feel like you weren't able to express yourself sexually. And I think that that's an essential part of the atheist movement, and it's something that is worth focusing on, right? Because yeah, I mean, fuck these religious taboos from 2,000 years ago telling a woman what she should and should not be, right? Like, it's perfectly fine for men to express enjoying sex, and yet somehow for a woman to enjoy sex, she's a slut, she's a whore, she's a char, whatever John Bravo was calling women. It's like, it's like that mentality is like the baser humanity that we should hope and dream to ascend beyond.
Not Bundy, but abundant.
Right, I'm gonna start eating now, I think.
Clear. Fuck Elliot fuck a nano con job, fuck all that, right? I am not arguing for defending any of that. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, right? It's bullshit, and I am 100% always going to be for the victim. I'm always going to stand up in this very specific circumstance. Yes, I am Team Nancy. God damn it! But don't listen to Jay though, because if you don't do it the way Jay,
And I'm not going to knock or disagree with Oz for taking that stance. Like I said, even though for when I read the statement, there are very problematic things in the statement for me. Essentially, I wasn't there, and there's going to probably be problematic statements in any statement in any crime. I don't have enough information right now for me to think that this didn't happen, right? I don't have enough information for me to draw a conclusion that it did happen. Unless you were there, like, I guess maybe aware of the situation. Because apparently, like, quite a few people were aware of the situation as it was happening. Especially, like, if you're going to involve, like, alcohol. And I would strongly, like, recommend, like, yeah, we're all adults, blah, blah, blah. Like, take it from a former drunk. Probably alcohol, I don't know. I would stay away from it, bro. I would stay away from it. In these, especially in these situations where you're kind of like, I don't know, your adrenaline's pumping a little bit because you're meeting people that you've kind of fixated as, I don't know, celebrity to, or somewhat of a star sensation to. You're meeting a lot of other people that agree with the things that you believe, and you probably don't have a lot of that in your everyday life. Yeah, so I could like totally see how alcohol might not be the best thing for that situation, right? We're all adults. We should be able to handle our shit, but a lot of people can't. And especially like, I don't know, like like if it's apparent, like somebody's kind of intoxicated, or if it's apparent, like, a lot of like maybe overzealous flirtation is going on and there's a married person as a participant, people do take note of those things. Like I've seen that happen in real time. In fact, it happened with me way back in the day. One time I was drunk off my ass, wasn't realizing who I was flirting with. She was a married woman, she was flirting back, and all of a sudden we're the talk of everybody because she's a married woman and we're openly flirting with each other.
if you don't do it and say it the way Jay expects you to do it or say it, he actually moves, walks, talks.
I actually heard something. I thought maybe somebody came in.
He says
but no,
he's
I'm not
against.
Sure. Somebody
he moves like it.
No. Yeah, break.
And I've said all along, man, I'd be listening. I'd be watching, and they're.
Let me pause this. Yes. See, I'm learning this thing because I'm used to on my screen people popping in down there. That, and is there somebody down there? No, but it's this screen up here. Can I add? What am I doing? All right, so I don't know how to operate. No, I don't want to share multiple screens. It looks like somebody's there, but I don't know how to pull them in. Isn't that a bitch? Oh, there you are. All right, I had to hit that button.
It's me, but
what's up, Bree?
I don't know how to pull myself in here either, so don't ask me.
I figured it out. It's a little toggle switch. All right, no, you're like the perfect person to come in here. So tell me what I'm not getting.
Well, let me just start by saying that my life has been hell since December. I'm I don't know if you've heard this. This is the word. I'm part of this sex cult cabal thing. Now, my part in it is that is if somebody gets assaulted and escapes from the sex cult, My job is to seduce them with my feminine wiles and form a relationship with them to get them to change their story about the assault. That's my part in it, apparently. But that's just not true. Let me start from the beginning here. So things start with Jay Bundy. Let's start there. So in June, there was this thing going on with is irrelevant with Miss Vision and Gnostic Informant and Bob Price. This whole fucking thing with that. You missed it, Knock, but it really was just a big old shitstorm. But during that, this video resurfaced of Jay Bundy going on this rant about how apologist Rebecca Davis could be fixed with some BBC and blah blah blah. Is like, okay, we don't need this kind of rhetoric coming from our camp. So Jay was quietly removed from the community. Okay, uh, not a big deal. Not anything important, but the place where the conversations were had to remove Jay from the community, there were some apostate sisters involved in there. I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, that's just some garnish here that gets you started. Okay, then NanoCon was in the end of at the end of July. I did not go to NanoCon, just to clarify. I was not there. I did not witness anything. At the time of NanoCon, though, I was friends with Dr. Ben, who was one of the speakers. I was his roommate, and I was also one of the guests, or both the apostate sisters were guests there, and I had been since mid-June. I'd been engaged in like a discreet, secret dom sub sexual relationship with the younger sister Nancy. She was married. Said, give me the whole speech about her miserable marriage. I'm not trying to defend me.
So you were in a relationship with Nancy?
Yes, I was.
Wow.
Me and
See, I did not know that.
Yeah, me and Nancy were involved. It was all online though. We never met in person, and we did like video chats and stuff. I work as a cam girl too, so all this stuff is pretty like run of the mill for me. I'm also trained as a dominatrix. I've expanded my horizons quite a bit since last time we talked.
Oh yeah, I've been aware of kind of your progression. Now, I was aware of your depression from a Facebook standpoint. Like I just recently became aware of of course, because Jay Bundy put it out for fucking everybody to see. We'll get to that.
What
I'm guessing is probably the worst moments of that.
Yeah. What we'll get to that. I'll work my way down through this. Okay, so. So anyway, yeah, we've been involved with that, and there's other people that were involved with that too. I had a group that I'm no longer involved with, but we never did anything harmful. And I was the dominatrix, and I had like a group of stuff. It's fine. This is normal kink stuff, right? Like normal adult consensual kink stuff that we did. We did do BDSM and that kind of thing, choking and what the proper term for is asphyxiation, anyway. But Nancy wasn't involved with me with my kink group. Me and Nancy were involved one-on-one. I didn't include her in that part of my stuff because she needed one-on-one attention. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to be like gross about it, right? So we had a one-on-one relationship. It's all documented. I have screenshots of our conversations for assholes who want to force me to dox that part of my life because they don't believe me. Anyway, so then we were leading up to NanoCon. She was excited. She was planning on hooking up with somebody and stuff. It was I was happy for her because she had not been touched in a long time, right? At least the way she told it to me, she hadn't been touched in a long time. So I was like, yeah, go get your nut, girl. Whatever. So Ben's keeping me abreast of things happening at the conference because I didn't go. I don't generally go to atheist conferences because I don't consider myself an atheist really, but that's neither here nor there. I wasn't there, but Ben was like, yeah, this is what's going on, this is what's happening, this is what we're doing, this is what's happening at the conference. And then the night, Saturday night, I guess Nancy she was drunk, tipsy, whatever. She was propositioning a lot of people in the bar and stuff that night. She propositioned Ben, but Ben's asexual, so he's like, no, I'm not into it. I believe she propositioned Glinda. she also propositioned Elliot secular rarity. And from my understanding from the claims, I wasn't there again, said that he turned her down. And she's like, okay. But that after that, she kind of kept buying him drinks and stuff and trying to coerce him into it, which, whatever. If you reverse the roles, it's kind of cringy and gross, but it's not criminal, right?
Well, yeah, and I will say, like, real quick, I'll cut it. And that's like one of the red flags that I immediately got from the statement was like she had indicated that he clearly was drunk when they first
Yeah, he
started
was already
talking,
drunk.
and then she offered to buy him a drink, and I took that like, okay, that's a red flag to me. Why would you offer to buy him a drink if he's already clearly drunk?
Right, and that's been a big point about this from the people that are in Elliot's court. And I'll tell you right now, me and Elliot aren't friends. Me and Elliot don't get along. When I left Skeptic Haven in 2023, me and Elliot had a falling out. We haven't really mended anything. We've not been friends since. So I'm not an Elliot defender
Yeah,
like things are being framed. I
I'm
don't even
not
like it.
sure who this Elliot person is. Like, I understand, like he's somebody that's involved with NanoCon, and I think I've seen a picture, like older gentleman, like white goatee-ish. Am I thinking right?
No, young,
Okay, then yeah, I'm totally
young
off on that. Yeah,
gender
okay.
dude with long hair. And yeah, he's cute. He's a cute guy, but like I don't. I have I have an ick factor to debate bros that I can't break myself away from. Like someone being a debate bro is kind of a turn off to me, so I'm not into him. But and I don't really like being around him and listening to him. But that's regardless. That doesn't make him a bad person. Just like even if the differences I have with him, regardless, I'm not going to sit here and go on about my relationship with Elliot, other than to say my relationship with Elliot was yuck, and my relationship with Nancy was yum. So I'm not here defending him and throwing her breaking her over the coals or anything. But after that, I knew she was coming home on Tuesday morning. I didn't want to hassle her while she was still enjoying the conference. So Tuesday morning, when I knew she was home, I send her a message. It's basically saying, "Hey girl, heard you had a lot of fun Saturday night and hooked up. Blah blah blah. How was it? Fill a girl in, kind of that kind of message." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I did end up drinking too much, but things got really dark really soon. I'm gonna send you this email." She sent me the same email that she had sent to the Gleasons, and she had sent to AJ and multiple people. Actually, she didn't send it. Her older sister, who she runs the channel with, Patty, sent it. So I received that from Patty, and I was shocked. I've known Secular Rarity Elliot. I worked with him as one of your friendly neighborhood atheists uh, since 2020, maybe 2019. I think it was at least 2020. So like I've known the dude for a long time. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe that this whole time he's like this.
So with
I was
this
shocked.
with this email, were there any like photographs involved? Like by the incident that I read in the statement, it was a very physical incident. There should have been like visible markings on her. Was there any evidence of that?
I did not receive anything like that. I heard about bruising and stuff. I've heard messages from other people about bruising that had witnessed it, but bruising on both Nancy and Elliot, not just Elliot, or not just Nancy. I mean, so
So Elliot's secular rarity. So he's the all right. So yeah, I miss.
the accused. Yeah, Elliot's the
I'm
accused.
I'm getting him mixed up with somebody else. So I do know that like
Elliot
Elliot's a young dude,
Cantor.
long hair. All right, yeah, okay.
Elliot Cantor was the investigator. Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah, and that's who I'm thinking of in
yeah,
regards to the old dude with the white
right,
hair.
Elliot, yeah. And I'm on a first name basis with Elliot because we worked together for so many years with Secular Rarity Elliot. But like I said, we're not friends. We haven't really been friends since about 2023. Um, and there's a few people, I have a hard time getting along with people because I have too high of standards, I guess. Anyway, so where was I? Okay, so she sent me that email, and we talked about it a whole bunch. And I'm like, I got your back on this and everything. And a whole bunch of people did. And after about I'm gonna say 24 to 48 hours, she comes back to me and she's like, "Look, I want to talk to you about this because she knew I did the dominatrix stuff and like that. We were trying to do what we call what people in the kink community would call like a game of cat and mouse, where the guy chases the girl and tries to pin her down and pull her clothes off and stuff like that, and she tries to resist. It's a CNC, consensual non-consent type of play, right? And that they were doing that
Mm.
drunk on the stairs at night in a public place. All very, very important rules of doing kink properly that they're breaking there. You can't do that. You don't do that in a public place. You don't do CNC play in a public place at all, because people are almost certainly going to misinterpret that. You don't do that stuff on the stairs, not public stairs. If you have carpeted stairs in your home, maybe, and you don't do it with somebody your first night that you've met them in person, right? You don't engage in that stuff, and you don't do it while you're drunk. At least not the first time you're with a partner. So there's so many rules that were broken there. But regardless, yeah, I was like, she said that that they were doing this, and that they were shoving each other against the walls and stuff, and they toppled down the stairs, and that's what happened. And that was what she told me after she kind of decided that I was not going to go and turn this and deliver this information to her husband or whatever. And I wasn't going to like out her about this, which I never would have, but regardless. But yeah, she kind of confided in me about that information, about what they were doing and that they were playing and all this stuff. And again, I have screenshots where she's talking to me about them doing kink play and stuff on the stairs. If anybody doubts that that's what she told me, because again, it's been framed that I got this information from Elliot. I've not even talked to Elliot. I've received a total of one DM from Elliot since any of this started, and it was just a DM that said one thing: "I'm sorry that you're getting dragged into this." And I didn't even respond to it. So yeah, there's no. I'm not getting any of my information from him regarding what happened that night. I got it all from Nancy within 48 hours of the incident. So.
But Elliot's side of the story, because that's what I'm
Yeah,
not getting from any of
I
this. Like, I haven't been able to find him talking about this anywhere.
don't think you. So. We'll get there to the silence
All right,
here.
yeah, do it at your
And
own pace. Yeah, for sure.
I don't necessarily agree with all the ways that things are handled, and I'm probably going to piss some people off with what I have to say about that too. But yeah, so she tells me that, and I'm like, you know what? I have this kink group where we do safe and correct kink practices. Why don't you join it? Again, I'm not going to dox anybody else in it, but there's people in it, the group, that are even more, or even I would say much better versed in it than I am, to help her learn how to properly do it. So we invited her to our group, and at the time we were also doing a morning show together called Java and Jugs, that included me. Ember Belrad, Ember. Maya Atkinson was there sometimes. Kelly King, a few of us, but the apostate sisters were part of that too. So we
Ember definitely rings a bell. I know Ember was in my side chat earlier, and it rang a bell to me. Like I recognize the name. I'm just not sure from where.
But yeah, we just put it simply. We did a morning talk show with coffee where we talked about news and shit, mostly bitching about Trump. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah.
So we were all like really like kind of growing as a little community of sassy women, right? And then come August, which is about what's that? Well, okay. Before I get to that, at the time, after she told me that that they were trying to do kink and stuff, I was scheduled to go as a girl with a girl that I'd been seeing as her plus one to the Bat Cruise in Austin. I wasn't going to go on the cruise, but I was going to go there and be hanging out with people and partying and stuff. And the ways to Gremlin, I will cover that. Just bear with me. But I was scheduled to go to go stay in this Airbnb, and one of the people that was going to be that was in that Airbnb was Elliot. I'm like, I don't want to stay in there, so I went into Gather to talk to my trans mom, Stephanie Helms. She's my trans mom. We'll leave it at that. About the issue, because she hangs out in there. She did hang out in there at the time, and that's Jay Bundy's. It's like a Discord kind of thing. It's called Gather. I don't even think it exists anymore. It's got a different name now. But anyway, I went in there to talk to Steph. Told her what was happening. She was like, "Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to stay in the Airbnb with that dude. I don't know what's going on." And just because she says it was, accident, he was super irresponsible and acting stupid, and I don't want to be around him. And she was very receptive to that. She's like, "Well, let's talk to everybody else." So we went over to the main room where Jay, Pragmatic Crystal, and Sumami, and a few other people were, hanging out. And I kind of break things down for them, right? Told them the whole situation, everything that happened, and where we were in the timeline, right? And they're like, they're sort of disinterested. So I just go back to talking about privately with Steph. And me and Steph talked about it for days. And
Mhm.
Eventually they did remove Elliot from the Airbnb. So I did not have to stay at the Airbnb with him. But he did come, and that last night that we were there, he did come and hang out at the Airbnb, that cruise after party thing. But other than that, and even when he was there, I did not interact with him. I'm still not interested in being around him. I'm still not really. I mean, as of today, I still have no interest in being around Elliot. I don't want anything to do with him. I think what he did was problematic. I think that a speaker at a con should not get drunk and hook up with a guest on the stairwells. That's just my opinion. I mean, take it for what it is, and that really comes into play here later when we get there.
Well, no, I can definitely see the problems with that. So like,
Yeah.
it is a context to have in the conversation, and when you're talking about like um, uh, a niche that people are they know about, right? Like they're involved with it, right? And I even think she talks about this in her statement. And her position is like she didn't give consent or whatever, but to know that like this wasn't just something that an incident that just popped up, like this was something that um I don't know how to describe it, but it does add an extra layer of context that I wasn't getting before in the stream earlier today. That like, and as an outsider looking in, if you're seeing something like this, a bystander is going to see that and probably automatically assume like some kind of violent action is taking place when maybe it's not necessarily taking place at all.
That's why it's so important when you're doing any kind of BDSM, but CNC play especially, because it involves one person like forcing themselves on another as part of play. You don't do that in public ever, because people are going to misconstrue that. Someone's going to get hurt. Um, yeah. So I went. I had fun. The back cruise. Nothing. No events happened there. Right. Nothing. Nothing really happened. Okay. Then uh, that was like I think it was around the 14th. I don't want to say for sure. It was like right around the 14th. So then on the 21st, which sometime between, I should say, sometime between the 21st and the 23rd, because that was the last time I heard from Nancy. Her husband found out about me and Nancy's affair, right? And he cut me off from her. And at the time, I thought it was just me, right? That he had found out about that and cut her off from me. So, like, blocked me on social media and
And
cut off all connection with me and wouldn't let her. And then
and this is the reason why Nancy is quiet to this day about everything. Like her husband has her pretty much cut off. She's not.
I know, yeah. Then her sister started this group in it was called the Nancy Safety Group. I'm still in it. I still have all the messages from it too. I won't pull it up publicly because it's a private Discord server or Discord chat group. But I am willing to share excerpts from it with you, just to kind of give context to the way we sort of parted ways at this point. So she started this Nancy Safety Group, and this was in August. Like I said, sometime between the 21st and 23rd when he found out about our relationship. I don't know. I did not know at the time that he had found out about the accusations at NanoCon and stuff like that. I didn't know anything about that. All I knew was that she was being cut off from me. So Patty, which is Nancy's sister, sent us a message, added us all to this group. There was like about 10. I think the group limit was 10. So it was full. Anyway, I said, holy shit, I don't know what to do. I got this text from Nancy, and it's in a group with her husband, with her and her husband. And the above this message was a Bill Maher video making fun of people who his control on her has just gotten so fucking tight. And the message said from Nancy, it says, Patty, for the foreseeable future, I won't be able to be on our YouTube channel. Any messages you need to send to me can go through this group chat, which is, again, the group chat with her spouse. So she's locked. She's on lockdown, right? And I get this, and it all starts to click in place. I'm like, oh my god, he found out that she's been involved with different people in this atheist community, and now he's cutting her off from it. And let's see.
So, do we know anything about this husband? Is he religious? Is he
He's
patriarchal in any way?
we know that he's Indian. I can tell you the story that she told me about him that kind of led up to our affair, but I don't know if that's true or if that's just the kind of
Yeah,
thing that
it could
people
be
say
like
about
just
their
hearsay.
spouse.
Yeah,
That, like you don't go and say I'm in a happy marriage and then try to get the person
yeah.
to sleep with you. You got to tell you got to dog on your partner enough to make the person like not feel guilty about you betraying them.
Oh yeah, I've experienced that personally. Like I still like I have an ex. Like I still like I don't know. Years later, I still question like some of the things she told me in regards to an abusive relationship that she was in. Just because I've like just found out like she's lied about so much. It's like I just don't know what to trust. You know. So yeah, I totally understand.
And then the next message we get, we have a little bit of conversation, and then Patty's like, he has her totally isolated. So we're all really concerned and talking about like ways to send people to check on her that doesn't like set off alarms for him because we're worried about her safety at this point. And Patty's talking about that she tried Snapchat and different ways to reach out to her that that the messages are deleted after she reads them. But he's got her totally locked down. He's actually going on to trying to log on to the Apostate Sisters YouTube page and their Google Drive to delete it. He's like trying to like destroy their channel, right? That's what Patty's telling us at this time. That in this private group chat that I got pulled up right now that I'm reading you directly from. Nancy felt like he's trying to make sure she has less time for the channel for a while, and she's fighting him on it because it's her favorite thing. So yeah, he was trying to cut her off from the channel and all these different people. I asked to add me and Nancy's other partner to the group. She said yes, please. So she's wanting more people. And just to be clear, because I don't want to give any misconceptions here, Patty sister absolutely did not know that she was having these relationships with these other people. So Patty was totally unaware that me and Nancy were doing anything together. Like obviously, I kept discretion on that, and people don't usually talk to their siblings about their affairs. So that's par for course.
I wouldn't imagine that. I did have a cousin once that I was one of the people she informed of the affair, and it made me like uncomfortable the entire time. Especially like I had a really good relationship with her husband, and I was put in a really difficult place. Right. And yeah, so I totally get that. Like I'm concerned. Like, so my concern right now is like Nancy, right, is locked off by her husband, and I'm sure you're gonna get there, but like
you're in the same boat as the rest of us. So yeah,
like it still becomes an issue when it somehow like all these months later, leading to you to enter a very dark place. So yeah, take your time, get there. Like you are exactly who I would hope would come on because you've got all the information, and I would like to have the information if I'm going to speak on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So someone in the chat had asked recently, or a couple minutes ago, if I had talked to Patty. Yes, at length, multiple times, for hours and hours. Yes, I've talked to Patty. We had group chats and consultations. We were all working together at this point to try to deal with this. Okay, so yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, to quote, she says, "Yeah, I got someone trying to access your account shit from Google. Holy fuck! Hope I got there in time." But who knows what he's able to download or whatever. So he's going onto their files and trying to steal. So this is the husband, right? This is what Patty's telling us. This is what the sister is telling us. Then I mentioned that she tried to contact her on Snapchat. She gave us her Snap too, Nancy's Snap too, so that we could try to reach out. But none of us were able to get any kind of response out. Assumingly, he had her phone at that time. Like she didn't have access to social media or the internet at all. Presumably, based on what Patty was telling us about the situation, Patty said, "Makes me wonder about calling the cops and doing a well check." So she's like seriously building up this guy as a threat to us. Like I don't know him. The only thing I know about him now is that she was ready to cheat on him because she thought he was so cold. Blah blah blah. So that's the only thing I know about the husband, right? At this point in time, is that he was he was cold, and that they were not that their marriage was basically dead, blah blah blah. You know, like I said, all the
Yeah.
stuff that someone tells someone when they're trying to get their spouse to cheat on them, or trying to cheat on their spouse to get the person to be cool with it. And I don't. And again, I'm not making excuses. It was wrong of me to get involved with a married woman. I'm not going to lie. You know, I make mistakes. I'm human. But this kind of concealed it for
I
me at
mean,
this time. This is the
so
problem.
I've been kind of open on my feelings when it comes to marriage. I don't believe in it. I think I
Yeah,
do think like if you're in a marriage and you're looking beyond the marriage outside of consent with your spouse, then yeah, it's probably time to end the marriage. But that's a process people go through, and I tend to personally not judge people for that, right? Or people for being involved with married people. I just think that human beings aren't made for marriage, but that's me personally, and I'm kind of weird. I understand it.
yeah, I don't. I'm polyamorous and polysexual too. Knock. I don't get it. I tried monogamy. The only thing monogamy did was make me miserable because it made me my brain jealous. I'm not a
Yeah,
fan of
yeah, me
monogamy.
too. It makes me like very, very fucking paranoid, and I don't like the feeling.
Right, right. And this example here that I'm giving with Nancy and her marriage is not making it like kind of ended my thoughts on monogamy altogether. It's like holy shit, this never works. It only works when one party has like complete control over the other.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think it's made for the patriarchy, but I digress.
And then we all talked about it. And there's this in the alternative community. There's the kind of a idea that you don't want to call the cops and on things unless you absolutely have to, because cops are always a problem, right? So we did discuss calling
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cops. What we settled on was like having Patty send a cousin over, right, to check on her. And if anybody out there in the side chat that was part of this group wants to give testimony or anything, feel or say that you were part of this and confirm what I was saying or whatever, be my guest. There's
yeah.
still five of us in the group right now, including Patty herself. Um, but yeah, she changed the name on of the group on the 23rd to Nancy Safety. Okay, she's reached out to her aunt and cousin. So on the 23rd was a big day. The cousin went and checked on her to drop off some curry leaves as a kind of a cover to go do a well check. Now you can have the police do a well check too. That's just a well check, but I don't trust
Yeah.
any fucking cop ever to
Yeah,
do a
I've
well
done it
check.
before, but yeah, unless I like truly know the precinct and that I can trust a cop in the precinct, if I can go myself, I'm gonna go myself. Or if I can get
Yeah.
a hold of somebody in the area, I'll send them.
Then Patty goes down this weird spiel where she's like, she talked about leaving him for off and on for years. The last time she really put her foot down, he told her she wouldn't survive in this world without him and all that. That's kind of stuff that toxic partners say. So again, all this time I'm getting reinforced and reinforced. The husband's a real danger, and we need to worry about that, right? So how far down are we? I'm just going through the messages, trying to make sure I don't miss anything.
Oh yeah, take your time.
Talk about therapy, and then talked about her military experience just a little bit because we're always trying to trying to gas ourselves up that she can take care of herself, right?
And this is all over concerned because nobody can contact her. Nobody can. Yeah.
Including her sister at this point. So then Patty says, "Here's some safety info you can give her if she reaches out to you." And this is from Patty, her sister. Gives us the name of a safe house. Gives us the name of her cousin and her cousin's address. Gives us the cousin and the aunt's uh, phone numbers, so that we're all trying to like orchestrate some kind of escape plan for her, right? And she's
Hmm.
shared messages that she sent to her cousin. Uh, let's see, and then there was a new message uh, after, and this was on the 23rd. Yes, and this message again is in that three-way conversation with Nancy, her husband, and Patty. Okay, and this message says, "Yes, I'm safe. Sorry about the channel. I have to redirect my attention right now. I've got to repair. Uh, I've got a marriage to repair and a former asshole YouTuber to put behind bars. I should have known it would have all come down to this. So again, Nancy, before this day, before the 21st or whatever, she was still involved with me. And I thought that this was that her husband just found out about me, right? And then come to find out she's having affairs with some other people too, which I'm not going to get into. That's their story to tell. There's actually testimony from those people out there about how and when they did what actions during this time, right? So
So real quick before you continue, it kind of sounds like maybe, and this is conjecture, but up to a point, it was like she was kind of like supportive of Elliot and had a different tone, and now all of a sudden, her husband is kind of like locking her up, and now she has this tone like she's got to get this guy arrested. Is that kind of? Am I reading that right, or am I missing something there?
no, you're reading it. You're reading it right. So,
Yeah, cool.
So anyway, where was I? So yeah, so like up until the day before, like as I said, I've been still involved with her, and she's still involved with Elliot, like talking to him every day. And I'm kind of annoyed by this. This is part of the reason I went to gather and talk to Bundy and crew about it, because I was annoyed that she was continuing to have this relationship with this guy who obviously, in my opinion, pretended like he knew how to do dom stuff and kink while he was drunk to hook up with a guest at a con. That was my thoughts on it at this time, right? So I'm like, yeah, this is a shitty unfolding of events, right? And I wasn't a fan of him, but at this point, that was something in the past. She wasn't, and now we have this husband that had her on lockdown. And this message about putting them behind bars was a total tone shift from what I talked to her about just 40 hours before that, uh, uh, when she was still involved with him, right? Before her husband found out about everything. The way she was talking about him was,
Yeah.
I didn't like that they were continuing a relationship, that they were continuing to be intimate with one another. I didn't like any of it, but it was still going on.
And the way Jay explained it was like it was her trauma speaking in that first 48-hour period or whatever. And I don't know, like like when I was watching Jay speak about it, he wasn't mentioning the husband aspect of any of it. Like I had to learn that from a different source.
Yeah. So just to be clear, though, this last message from Nancy about putting someone behind bars and stuff, that did come after the husband cut her off from everybody, locked her down, and said she could only communicate with her sister with him in the room. So this message about, and everything since then, from this point on forward, has been that Nancy was trying to get Elliot locked up and whatnot. No, and the person saying that this ways to gremlin person, saying, Bree, I can believe your whole story and think that she lied to you to protect your boy. Why can't you? Because I actually had a relationship with her and know her, and you don't. She wasn't lying to me about anything. And if you don't get to tell someone's partner that their partner was lying to them. That's just not. I mean, you don't know our relationship. You don't know our dynamic. It's weird. It's a weird thing for you to think that she would lie to me about another partner hurting her. And again, I do think that she got knocked down the stairs. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but it's just a silly thing for you to claim that she's lying to me and telling the truth to to everybody else with her husband in the room hovering over her, not wanting, and she's not allowed to say, yes, I was in a relationship, I was in a sexual relationship with the accused. She's not allowed to say any of that with her husband around.
So you think she was pushed down the stairs?
No,
Do you think?
I don't. I think that
you don't.
I mean, I don't think that she was purposely pushed down the stairs. From what it was told me, like I said, they were playing cat and mouse.
That was another thing that's really struck out to me was like, if you're saying he intentionally like pushed you down these stairs, like to me that stands out as like an attempted murder. And like a police investigation would have took this into a whole nother level.
Right. So yeah, with what Nancy told me directly, and that's the thing too. She gave me like so many dirty, like kinky details about it that it's weird for other people to be like, no, she was lying to you to protect him. Why did she give me all these sensual details about it? about them choking each other and shoving each other against walls and all that. Why would she tell me all those details if she was just making a story up to protect it? That's just so silly to make that claim. No, I got graphic details about about how things went before the tumble down the stairs. But my understanding, as part of the rest of the details, was that they both fell down the stairs while they were shoving each other around.
And I do have to say, so what you're describing and the act itself, that does fit like the context of what I was thinking of along the lines of hedonism when I was. So this came up like pre any of this. Like I started talking about this just in context to like some random thing in my side chat, and I was talking about how like there's this one scenario on the Sims 4 Wicked Whims mod called hedonism, like it's some shit that I've never seen before. And what you're describing is almost essentially that. So like when I was finding out like hedonism is essentially not just a sexual thing, but a kind of a way of life for some people. Like they just seek pleasure, skydiving, that kind of sort of thing.
A lot of people who are deconstructing lean heavily into that because those kind of behaviors are prohibited by religious and culture.
Yeah, and I was clear. Like the first time I ever was exposed to that was The Sims 4, and I was like, "Holy fuck, what the fuck am I watching here?" Like I've never seen anything like this before. So like anybody watching it, like one of those sexual consensual acts, is gonna clearly like think something's fucking wrong with this. Especially if alcohol is involved and both people are clearly into it, it's gonna be like really weird for people to witness that. But yeah, please continue. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. Okay. So Patty shared that message with us, and then said, "I think it's about SR, but I don't want to message her back on the group chat with her husband. But it makes sense that he'd lock her down if he found out about that. She is trying not to let him know. So, she was trying to keep her relationships with other people from her husband. Obviously, that's what anybody does when they're engaged in extramarital relationships. It's not that it's not a far fetched thing to expect that, and that seems like at that time Patty recognized that that it was that he had found out about her interactions with Elliot, or continued interactions with Elliot, in addition to what had happened at NanoCon, and locked her down. Which is what we were all trying to avoid up to this point. That's why there's everything was handled quietly, because we were all worried about the husband. As you can see, Patty was worried about the husband too, and she's the one giving us this narrative about him being, potentially very, very dangerous to her. So we're freaking out, and now the cat's out of the bag about what she was up to. And so on the 24th, the next day, she says, "I was able to speak to Nancy. She's pretty relieved not to be hiding anything from her husband now. I tried to get a sense of if she feels locked down, coerced, and she's pretty resolute that she's where she wants to be, but she's still going to go dark for an indeterminate amount of time." So, at this point in time, there had been no criminal investigation. So, we were like, okay, this may or may not have been an assault. Let's let now that it's out of the bag, let them pursue the charges and see how things pan out. So they trace that down, and then on the 30th, Patty gets back to us, says, "I talked to Nancy today. She is out with local friends, no hubby, going to the farm, blah, blah, blah." I'm not going to talk about that. She sounds so much calmer. I thought that was the part about the...
And this was Patty, the sister.
This is telling us in the group safety group. I also told her that her husband's choice to lock her down was a bad idea, blah, blah, blah. And that they're all taking a step back, or she's going to take a step back from the online spaces and whatnot. And you got people in the group, I'm not going to say who their names are, but they're saying, "We're here if you need us. I hope she finds a path to heal this hurt. Thank you, keeping us updated. Yeah, we've all been so worried about her." Just basically giving love and support. And this is when they left the community. These are the messages of them leaving the community, where we allegedly shunned them and like cut them off and kicked them out of the community and started discrediting them. But it's not the way we parted ways at all. Up until this point, I was still under the impression that me and Nancy still had a thing, but we just weren't able to get together, which I could accept, and I wasn't going to be able to contact her anymore. So I kind of moved on with my life, but I still held that spot for her if she ever wanted to come back.
Yeah,
and
for
then,
sure.
so months go by, right? And then December rolls around, and here's Jay and Patty up on the stream, telling this narrative about us all, about me specifically, doing a cover up for SR to try to protect his reputation. That I came into Gather to like run interference, even though I was literally in Gather complaining about the dude and saying I don't want to stay at an Airbnb with him. I don't want him around me. What should I do? That was literally what I was in there saying, but it was reframed in this presentation that Jay and Patty were giving, that I was in there doing what they call a flying monkey behavior of spreading spreading lies about Nancy. Now, at this time, and the narrative of the streams for the next couple of months was that me and Nancy were not involved at all. That Nancy had never betrayed her husband in any way. That their marriage was perfect and golden, and I was lying to try to make her look like a slut. Right? That my whole relationship, that everything I was saying about my relationship with her was that she was just to try to slut shame her and make people not trust her. But that's dumb, because I don't think even a polysexual person in the middle of a group orgy that they've consented to, 100% can withdraw that at any time and step away. So no, it's not, that's not a situation I'm going to get involved in. But I was shocked. I was like disgusted. My friend, my good friend Sumami, who had helped me get my my sex work stuff off the ground, where I do the dominatrix stuff, and I do live shows and things like that. And regardless, she really supported me all the way through that. Starts like slut shaming me about this and saying that I'm lying about my relationship with Nancy, or so then this goes on for months, and I'm getting death threats. This person named Kyle is like telling me that I better stop talking about having a relationship with Nancy, or she's going to come and hurt me. I'm getting private messages telling me I'm not a real woman after this, from people who allegedly support trans people, and all kinds of nastiness. And Ember, who is in your side chat right now, she got the similar kind of transphobic hate and calls to violence against her that I did.
And these were all from like Jay's people.
Yes, these are the people that watched Jay's streams that he started in December.
And I'm remembering more the context of when Jay first started coming at me. So Will Freeman's in the side chat right now as well, and he kind of brought it home for me, because I remember like Jay was attacking Will Freeman over an avatar he was using, and I found it ridiculous. So I commented on it, even though like me and Will Freeman are like enemies. I'm like, this is kind of stupid to go after this dude for this.
Will Freeman's a great example, though, because like my relationship with Will Freeman right now is very similar to what my relationship with Elliot was. And you know how I feel about Will. We've been here before, but
yeah.
If someone accused Will of assault, like at this level, I would be sitting up here defending Will. If you swap out anybody, it doesn't matter who it is. The person being accused of these deeds, it doesn't matter who it is. Yeah, absolutely. If some dude is at a bar telling girls he knows how to do kink play, right? And he doesn't know how to do it, and she ends up getting hurt because he didn't know how to do it. As the dom, he's responsible, but I don't think that means he assaulted her, right? I don't think that failing to be able to perform kink safely is not assault. But I digress. We're past that right at this point. So no one had talked to Nancy, though, about any of this, at least not without her husband hanging over her shoulder, right? Because he's got her locked down. But then and maybe I shouldn't shoulder all the hate that was thrown around, because AJ really got a ton of it, right? And this whole time I got this dude saying I'm lying about, pretending I'm partners with people I am, but I have other people questioning my credentials as a dominatrix and all sorts of silly nonsense. I mean, I can tell you who my teacher was, and you can go talk to her about it. But the uh, uh, the whole time I'm sitting here, like, I want to do a response. I want to do a stream. I want to talk about this. And my friends, specifically, I'll say AJ's name, was like, no, this is not the way that we're gonna move forward and get over this. And me and her got a bunch of disagreements about this. Like, we were going round and around about this all the time. Because we have different opinions on what should be said publicly, and how things should be handled. But we never, and I got to clear this up right now, we never at any point were like, we disagree about what happened, right? That's the stupid part. And and nobody ever tried to silence me about what happened. That's also what people are garnering from my meltdown. That's because of the way that Jay is producing this. But we'll get there in a second. In March, in March, this letter came out. 10 pages, and the 10th page was a notary seal where Nancy had signed. Right? In this letter, it did say that she was, again, it reinforced the claim that she was not involved in a relationship with me or the other people that she was involved in a relationship with, among other claims about the incident, right? So now that letter came out with Nancy's signature on it, I kind of felt like my hand was forced to release information showing that we were indeed in a relationship together, and how that relationship dynamic worked and what caused us to, why she joined my kink group after the event. So that explaining all of that was important to me, because the way it was being framed is that, like, when she was traumatized or whatever, that I pulled her into this kink group to try to dissuade her from talking from reporting it, which is like ridiculous. Like I said, we were together for,
and that's where the whole sex cult thing comes from that Jay's going on and on about.
Yes, yeah, that's that she was pulled into that, and that was the what Elliot was pulling her into, and all sorts of nonsense. So
it's such a like. So did he come to that place like after like the whole appeal to Christians? Because it seems like such a like. I remember him like being this uber lefty. Like, what happened to him?
Well, we all, like, everybody he's tried to come to this with, or come to with this, and present it to, everybody's disagreed with him and said, nah, this ain't it, bud.
I mean, so if it's consensual, right? So, and if there's like people saying it's consensual, right? And she's now saying it wasn't consensual, and within that testimony, you have elements that's clearly showing she's lying about things. So maybe there's forced coercion there by the husband or not, but like clearly now this testimony can't be taken as legit because you can show that she lied. I can't remember what they call that in legal terms, but that's pretty much hot shit for any lawyer on redirect, right?
It's perjury. The fact that I have documents showing that me and her were in a dom sub relationship, and that letter denies that we were in that relationship, shows this perjury. And if she's willing to purge on that letter about that relationship, why should we at that point take anything that's, and I'm not saying she's lying about everything in the letter, but we can't honestly take anything at face value the letter says. And it wasn't just lies about me. There's another person that she mentions in that letter by name who was also shared their screenshot showing, no, we were actually in a relationship, which Jay and Patty both now acknowledge that we were in a relationship with Nancy, which they spent the last, several months denying.
And that explains a lot. So I didn't watch all of like the J stream about you. Like I didn't say it was about you earlier when I was mentioning it, but like it was horrific to me. Like he put this stream on of you like in a really bad spot. You were talking about Jay's people and the way they were attacking you and that.
So okay, so
or get there whenever you're ready. I don't mean to push that, but
okay. So with that coming out, with that letter coming out, people in my community, the Hive, my little online community that I have for my channel, right? People started asking me questions. People started wanting to understand my part in this and wanting to know, wanting me to make a statement, basically. So I typed up a statement. Seth typed up a statement, which is another person that was involved. A few people typed up statements to include as part of AJ's documentation. But my statement was specifically to address the people in my hive that were coming to me with questions. And I had AJ proofread it, right? And me and AJ went round and round about some of the things that I was focusing on in the statement, right? That the way the thing, and my disapproval of the way things were handled, or the way that the people behaved, my disapproval of that stuff. Um, the way that it was presented to me is like what you're doing is adding additional context instead of letting people have their own feelings. Because I put a lot of emotional stuff in there. But like I said, it was for my. It wasn't for court. It was for my people in my hive, for me to be able to express my emotions about this. So me and her went round and round and round about it, and got in a big fight about it, about how I present my statement. Again, none of it was any disagreement about what had happened, right? Like, it was all about disagreement about the way things were handled and the way people handled themselves, um, involving the matter. That was our big point of contention. But at that point, and they knew this. My friends knew this. Like I mentioned, AJ, you see Ember there. Ember knew this. That I was like on edge. I was like, and had been struggling with some suicidal ideation for months because of the harassment campaign that had been lobbied against me. But my mental health was struggling because of this. I'd lost uh, I'd lost channel subscribers, which sounds like a petty thing to say, but I had I was at the time unemployed because, again, I struggled with mental illness stuff, and I lost my job. So this was like my main source of income. So my income is suffering, my health is declining. In February or January was the last time I was able to get my meds filled. So it's March now, and I've been 2 months without my medication. I was on edge. I was broken. The arguments in having this uh, drive to freaking make a public statement, and having anybody trying to hold me back on that, like, pushed me over the edge. And I decided I was going to. I didn't want to be part of this world anymore. That everybody on both sides of everything had fucking ruined the world for me, and I wanted to die. So I came home, locked myself in the bedroom, grabbed my girlfriend's pistol, and I was ready to take my own life. And I was upset, and I wanted to tell the world, and I went live, and I screamed about it, and I cried, and I told everybody what Jay and his friends had been doing. I told everybody about my position in the whole situation, basically what I've told you right now.
Yeah, just the tug of war. I can totally relate to that, and your place in that. I've been there before a couple times in my experience on YouTube dealing with the communities. It's one of the reasons why I just no longer involve myself in Discord communities anymore. I kind of cut myself in those associations, and I'm honestly a better person for it. But that being said, a lot of people need those associations, and in that tug of war, like, you're trying to do the right thing, you're trying to be honest, you're trying to protect Nancy at the same time, whom you still care for, right? Like, this is a very human experience, Bree. Like, and again, like, what I saw, I hadn't seen that. Like I said, I'd only seen it from the Facebook perspective. I never seen like the actual visuals of it, and when I saw my friend like that, it broke my fucking heart, and it made me disgusted that I'm watching this on Jay's channel, and he's trying to like use this to make some kind of fucking point. It enraged me. It enraged me.
You plays that video of me every day, of my breakdown, of my mental health crisis that I recorded. I mean, that I went live on. I probably shouldn't have. I was not. Again, I was.
You've always been one of the few people that always stuck with me, Bree. And like, when I saw you in that state, it broke my fucking heart. And I'm glad to hear that you're doing better now. So I'll stop interrupting. Continue your story, please.
No, thank you you've stood by me too, Knock. I know there's been stuff that me and you have disagreed on. We can disagree on this stuff and still be friends.
Yep.
And you don't have to call violence for anything against people. But yeah. So I was and I'm sorry that anybody and everybody had to see me that way. I'm a human, and I make lots of mistakes. When I'm off my meds, I make even more mistakes because I respond emotionally. I'm not making excuses for myself. I made a mistake. I made a mistake getting involved with a married woman, right? I made a mistake going live and having a suicidal meltdown in front of everybody. I make mistakes. I'm human. And why the fuck would I appropriate a mistake like that if it didn't happen? Why would I lie and say I was, I made a mistake and had an affair with a married woman? Why would I lie about that? What am I gaining there? How is that doing
Yeah,
anything besides
exactly.
hurting my reputation? So it's silly the people the people think I would ruin my own life to protect somebody I don't even really like. So yeah, since I had that breakdown, Jay's been streaming that nonstop. Sumami put a whole version of it up on her channel. I've been trying to get it taken down off Jay's channel, but YouTube is asking for so much verification and stuff about the way like right now, so still got a set info needed, and they sent me an email saying, "How do you own this copyright? What's the title of this copyrighted product?" I'm like, "There's no copyrighted product. This is a vlog of me having a mental health crisis that is being used to bully me."
Yes,
Um,
exactly. Yep.
oh, look at this person who knows my business so much. Bree, Nancy ghosted you. No, Nancy's husband cut her off from me. You got that all mixed up. You get that all twisted, baby. I think she lied to you like she lied to the cops. I believe her testimony. I believe her testimony too. I think like half of victims, she was trying to protect her attacker. Why would Patty lie? Patty is I don't think Patty's lying. I think Patty thinks what Patty's saying she thinks is true. I think for the most part. Like I said, Patty didn't know about them doing CNC play on the stairs, and she would still deny that to this day because she doesn't think her sister engages in stuff like that. She thinks her sister is pure. I would imagine. So Patty's idea is that again that me and Nancy didn't have any relationship up until after the incident, and that I used that to coerce her and to take advantage of her, which is
Yeah, and there definitely seems to be like involvement by the husband. Like you can document that, like other people have documented that, and we're not hearing from Nancy about this anymore outside of this statement. Which again, like clearly, you can, you're not going to be showing these things unless you absolutely have to. But you have all these documentations that you're going to be able to prove if you need
some do
to.
not, yeah. And I know that I'm pretty sure that Ways to Gremlin is Pragmatic Crystal. By the way, she's talking to me because me and Pragmatic Crystal were friends before all this. I'm pretty sure that's who that is. Making these comments towards me about her lying to the cops. So she's uh, Pragmatic Crystal told me when I explained my relationship with Nancy that Nancy was catfishing me, is what it was, and that she was catfishing her other partners too. And just in general, catfishing, a person doesn't usually do it under their own real name, and they don't invite the person they're catfishing
Yeah,
onto their YouTube channel with their
that
actual real life sister.
that wouldn't be catfishing. It would be more like fantasizing, maybe like using you to fantasize something that she's not really prepared to do in reality. But outside,
That is true.
catfishing is a completely different thing.
That is true. She was, and I understood that, and that was the nature of our relationship. Is that I was a sexual outlet for her. I don't claim it was ever anything more than that. We did have an
That's
emotional
that's
bond.
usually the dynamic in like online relationships.
Right. Yeah, I was there. That's what I was providing for her. It's not. It's not. There's no. Oh, she's lying to you or whatever. Do you think she lied to me with all the graphic details, but told her sister the truth? That didn't know. Again, I knew about her
Yeah,
relationships, her extramarital relationships with me,
that
multiple
doesn't
other
quite
people,
add up to
including
me.
the accused. Right? I knew that she was engaged and involved in an extramarital relationship with the accused and with myself. So um, her sister doesn't know that. Patty doesn't know that, and Patty will still deny that to this day because she's got rose-colored glasses for her sister, which I get. It's my baby sister. She doesn't do this nasty stuff. She was even saying stuff like that. But if you watch some of her what happened to Nancy videos on her channel, she's like, "Oh, my sister would never do this stuff. My sister would never be involved in that. It's just not true." She didn't know her sister, but like we said at the beginning of the stream, she wouldn't. Who talks to their sibling about their extramarital affairs, right?
And we witness this in reality all the time. Mothers of serial killers, mothers of people that go in and commit school shootings can't come to terms with the fact that their child did this, and often live their entire lives in this realm of like denial and facing reality that they can't quite come to terms with. It's really a tragic story. The mothers of school shooters, especially. So yeah, we observe this in reality. I don't know. Like I know you as a friend, so I tend to trust you as a friend. I've known you for a really long time, but even outside of that, just the dynamics of these online relationships become so foggy. And then especially once a spouse is finding out about them, that extra dynamic it alone just puts a lot of pressure on Nancy herself. So I can totally see, yeah, she's going to go to probably any lengths to save her marriage at this point, and probably has a lot of good reasons that she's justifying to herself to go to any lengths to save her marriage.
Right, like well, like it said, like Patty said in that message from Nancy that her husband, basically her husband is saying that she'll have nothing. He won't let her, in the divorce or whatever, that she would leave with nothing. So she's been presented with that option. I want to talk about what Robin Webster's saying here. There it says, "I love PC. I don't think she did anything in bad faith. I think she got dragged into this thing." I want to clarify right now that PC. I thought that about PC too, but back in February, I showed Pragmatic Crystal my receipts of my relationship with Nancy, my online relationship with Nancy, of everything, just to kind of prove to her what happened between us, and she still continued public in her public facing capacity to deny that we had a relationship, to deny that we were together because it did not work with the narrative that they were trying to spin about what happened. So she was willfully lying about me specifically because she thought it would hurt the narrative they were building. So I thought she was acting like in good faith up until that point, up until I realized, oh no, she's actually is. Well, and once she's been shown evidence, she's still willing to lie publicly in order to present this narrative, because they're like super dedicated to quote unquote burn the whole thing down. So like nothing's gonna withdraw them
Yeah,
from that. We could find lost tapes from the stairwell showing what that no assaults happened, and they would still be
that's
committed
what's kind of
to.
mind blowing to me about it. Like he's kind of using something that's like extremely serious in a woman. It seems to me that's in a very difficult position, a sister that isn't willing to kind of like maybe see the truth of the situation for whatever reasons of her own. I don't know the sister at all. And my focus like in the last stream was Jay, and I really went into the streams like I was going to watch, and I'm like, all right, I'm not going to be biased against this dude. I have my personal feelings, and I came away with it feeling gross, but also I was getting DMs from people that I trust that were giving me like alternative viewpoints, experiences that they've had. I don't want to like bust anybody out, and I totally trust those people as well. So I think that there might be people on the other side of this that aren't like aligned with Jay himself, that maybe, I don't know, take different opinions, but that would be for another stream. And if they wanted to come on at some point, they could click that link and express that viewpoint. But right now I would want to keep it to you and right in the story that we're listening to right now.
I'm gonna hang around here with you for a while, and if you want to bring like one person at a time or so in, I mean, I'm not gonna be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like later, if they want to come on and like say whatever they want to say, I'll be more than willing to do that. But like right now, I want to kind of stick with what we're hearing from you.
So, well, let's talk about Jay Bundy for a second here. I've only recently started, like, I didn't, when I was off my meds and stuff, I couldn't watch the streams. I would have like a meltdown about it because it was constantly full of claims that I was this flying monkey liar who was protecting Elliot to the detriment of Nancy, which is like all like the opposite of truth. And it was like I couldn't handle it. But since I've been on my new meds and everything and getting leveled out the last couple of weeks, I've been watching his stuff. And I do want to bring attention to the fact that the guy is talking about doing drive-by shootings, and then waving a toy gun in front of the screen saying somebody needs to go down there and do something about these atheist cons. So
yeah, well, I didn't hear him say that, but I did see him like waving a toy gun, and I was like, "What? I need to watch that. What the fuck is that about?" So yeah, that's I did get the vibes like he was giving off like indications like he might be going to this thing, and I was like, "That's not going to probably end well."
Well, what I'm seeing is very much like what we see with like Ben Shapiro will say something, or no, Libs of TikTok's a better example. Will say something like, "Oh, this teacher at this school's grooming kids or whatever," and then some psycho will go out there with a gun and try to kill them or try to attack the school or something. Stochastic terrorism. It's saying, hey, somebody out there needs to do. We're totally in favor of drive-by shootings on this. Somebody needs to go out there and do something. And they're just connecting those dots. Jay wants to talk about triangulation a lot. I'm triangulating here, and I feel like this is the threat of gun violence against atheist organizations and against atheist events. I don't know how that can be seen as anything other than that. It's stochastic terrorism. But Jay just days ago told me I was going to catch his hands in the streets. So he's not above threatening to hurt women just directly at this point either. Like he said, I was going to catch his hands. I got a clip of it if you want to see it.
Well, and I was watching, several hot takes and or several mashups earlier, and I generally don't like them. But like, if you have a pattern of somebody like saying, like misogynist things and horrible things about women, and especially when it comes to like trans women, and you're supposed to like take some kind of like left-wing position. I just take affront to that. Now, not all left-wingers are going to be like saying fucking. I mean, there's going to be some transphobes and the left wing for sure, but it just wasn't the vibe that I ever got from this dude before. Like his argument against me was I wasn't left wing enough, which is just
preposterous. Jay is not left wing. He's a rad lib. He's not.
Yeah, like that's kind of how I would describe him as well. Perfect describing.
He's a radical liberal. Me and you are lefties. I think I'm a lefty, you're a communist. So you were kind of playing with that last time we talked, but.
Yeah, I've been back and forth. I've taken more like I'm just I want to see a politic for labor. That's what I want to see.
Well, let's not get into politics about this.
Yeah, no.
You can tell but yeah, Radcliffe is definitely this position where we gotta maintain the status quo and everything. That if someone says believe all women, there should be no trial or anything. That the person who's being accused should just be executed on the spot. It's like lynching kind of mentality. This is like Emmett Till shit, right? This is whistling at a white woman nonsense. Yeah, he's been trying to native atheist. He's been trying to talk gangster here the last couple of days. Oz tore him up about it. I think I'm kind of caught up on my perspective of this. Did you have any questions, Knock?
Yeah, like so. Why did Jay? So did Patty approach Jay with this, or was this like a Jay thing and he approached Patty? It kind of, from what I got, like from what Jay was saying, he approached Patty on this, and I find that like for me that's kind of triggering a red flag right from the direct, especially if this guy's as smart as he says he is, like 2 PhDs. He's not a fucking idiot. He'd be well aware of like psychological tactics he can use on somebody, especially if somebody's within methodologies, methods of denial. So yeah, I don't really trust the fact that, like, from what I was hearing, like he kind of approached her all this time later, and now all of a sudden there's this crusade against an atheist community, and by like Brie, like I have no love for any of these people. Outside of like, I still have what I consider to be a pretty good relationship with GE, just outside of the fact that, as far as I understand, he was never brought into any of my old drama bullshit. And we always had a good relationship, right? So, but outside of that, like, I don't really have a bone in this fight outside of the fact that I don't like Jay. And I've seen no reason to change that opinion of him in any of this.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that, yeah, you don't like Jay. I like Jay. We were friends up until June when he did that thing, and that's how we're gonna get conspiracy here a little bit, and we're gonna triangulate. Like Jay likes to talk about. So I triangulated Jay getting drummed out of the community back in June for talking about his sexual assault fantasy on Rebecca Davis. So we're like, nah, you're out. You're out of the community. You're out. Then Patty coming to him with this narrative where a white boy was accused of sexual assault and he didn't get kicked out of the community, and all Jay did was talk about sexual assault in somebody, and he did. So he gets super jealous And then
And that's kind of one of the points that I heard Jay, not to overtalk you, but to kind of like bring this in. Like, it's one of the kind of the points that I heard Jay make that I was like, okay, not in my head to be just to show like I was trying to have like an unbiased opinion when I was watching these streams after my last streams, like really trying to give it a go, was like he was talking about like how sometimes the atheist community can seem like this white boy last resort. And that's something that I've spoken on before. You know, it does seem like that. And I think we need to be hypersensitive of that, especially in regards to our trans and women members, because we shouldn't dominate that space, and I've been guilty of it in my past. So you know, I found myself like shaking my head to that, like, oh yeah, I can fucking kind of ride with that. But then in the next breath he would say something that seemed to me like he was like inciting violence, or just it would be so off the wall I couldn't continue to ride with that. And I just kind of left the whole experience like, yeah, I dislike him even more now.
Yeah, what Ember's saying here about Jay not knowing what triangulation means, not knowing what flying monkey. There's also been this this Darvo thing that they've been leaning hard into. Like, if you try to talk about any of the evidence that's like, hey, why are they lying about this stuff if it doesn't have any bearing on what happened that night? They'll scream Darvo as if they're the victims and that we're trying to deflect and blame them. You don't appropriate Darvo. Darvo is something inflicted upon the victim. If I was saying those things to Nancy, that would be Darvo, right? And I was like, well, what about our relationship and you having an affair with me? That means that you could have.
Yeah.
I did that. That would be Darvo.
Yeah, I heard a lot of those accusations, like victim shaming, like Casey's victim shaming, and no, like victim shaming is what Smokey did to his victim, right? Like, not to trigger that in my side chat by any means, but like that was victim shaming. That was like directly going after the victim, trying to discredit her, anything that she was saying, like presiding evidence. When, all right, so if you're going to keep the privacy, and then but all of a sudden you have a family member out there with a signed affidavit from the victim themselves, kind of changing the whole scenario, changing the story up, you can't then just keep silent when there's information that's going to be
forced to come out with my fucking about my sex life because of that notarized letter. Because that put me in a position where it's like, well, this person said that you're lying when you said, and that's important, because the reason they're mad and the reason they were threatening me is because during this investigation, since I wasn't at NanoCon, I had 3 questions that I had to answer for investigations. Like, were you at NanoCon? No. What's your relationship with the victim or the alleged victim? We've been involved in a discreet online affair. Okay, what was your relationship with the accused? Somebody I used to work with and had a falling out with a few years ago. I don't really get along with him. I think he's a douche. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. That's it. That's the limits of my involvement. But because I said that second thing, I'm out here slut shaming her. Because I told investigators the truth about my relationship in a criminal investigation with the alleged victim. I am slut shaming her.
And you don't want to hide that, because if they find out you're hiding that, then now it reaches a different level. You've lied to authorities.
Right, yeah. If at some point during this investigation, like, you know what, actually we got to pull Nancy's social media messages and stuff, they're going to see. And then they're going to come back to me and be like, why'd you lie to us about your relationship?
Exactly.
So no, I'm not going to do that.
You have to tell the truth in that. And if you had lied about that, then I would imagine that these authorities would have kind of came at you hardcore about that.
Right, yeah, because this was a criminal investigation. So the expectation that I'm going to that I'm going to keep discretion to protect her marriage, that I'm going to commit crimes to protect her marriage, is no. That should never be an expectation. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it.
I wouldn't either.
You know? And honestly, I mean, like I said, I shouldn't have been involved with her in the first place. But it's also, I mean, if you want to get technical, as a working professional dominatrix, it is not my responsibility to get your spouse's permission for you to utilize my services. That's not how that works. You got, like, a husband. It's like a wife getting mad and going to the massage parlor to beat up the masseuse. There's the masseuse isn't the person you're supposed to be mad at. You're not your partner. Right? So it's not my responsibility. It never was my responsibility to ask her husband's permission to get involved with her. But I probably should have just said no. Lesson learned, I guess. I'll try not to get involved
Yeah.
with somebody or fall for somebody who's married again. At least not without getting the consent of their partner first.
Well, and that's life, Brie. Like we experience these things and we learn our lessons from these things. And you know, like never say never. You just, I mean, you can never like really count what your heart's going to do. Like I myself kind of. I think in my old age I've become more and more asexual myself. I just don't really care about such things anymore. But you know, like I would say never when in regards to that. You just don't really know who you're going to fall for, and people do crazy things in the midst of it. We do learn our life lessons though, so you have learned one, and yeah, that's life, man.
That was a big old hit. Excuse me. Native atheist. It's easy for you to dismiss the threat when you're not the one in the crosshairs. That's all I can say to that. When the plastic gun that they're saying, hey, somebody needs to shoot this motherfucker, and point the plastic gun at the screen, when you're the motherfucker on the receiving end, then you can be like, you're overreacting. But
yeah, well, and I'm definitely gonna watch that stream because, like I said, I didn't watch it. I just kind of seen like the toy gun thing, and I was like, what's going on there? But I would have to say, especially in this era, when it comes to like live events like these, where a lot of people are gathering together, any connotations of violence, I would say you probably desperately want to stay away from. And as always, like I'm just going to tell anybody in any left wing hemispheres right now, you're probably being watched by the FBI. So I'd really watch what the fuck you're saying in regards to that shit.
well, you can't just watch one stream to get that. He's waving that gun around at least every night for the last couple of weeks. When he gets to talking about doing drive-bys and stuff. Oz brings that up in this stream that you had pulled up a second ago. If you want to watch that with me, you can see he actually covers Jay saying this shit. But
did
yeah,
did I just X out of that stream because I had it on for the longest too.
yeah, I'm here to watch it with you if you want. I mean, again, I'm also willing to answer any questions that you have at this point. And if
I'm interested in his take on, because he'll sit there and he'll be like listing off like all the people that are going to be involved in the conference or whatever, giving them like funny dorky names. But I'm really like super interested in this like new era he seems to be in, where he's going and approaching Christians. Like, why does he think that's a good look? Why do people that support him think that's a good look? Because when I watched that shit, every time I watched like a few minutes of it, it just made me really, really fucking mad. Like, I'm like, this is some traitorous ass bullshit right here.
if you look at when he's doing that, like a stream with SJ, if you look at his live chat while that's going on, they are not loving it. They are not loving anything SJ is saying or any of the pro-Christian stuff that he's saying, especially because SJ is a Catholic. Now, bear in mind, an atheist person coming to a Catholic to talk about the best way to address sex crimes and our alleged sex crimes in our numbers is not a good look. It's like and again, it's a stereotype, sure, about the Catholics, but yeah, that's like going to the most notorious sexual impropriety cover-up organization in the world and saying, "Hey, help us shed light on this other small, tiny group of people about alleged sexual impropriety." It's ridiculous.
So, were you talking about the J stream that I had on?
The Oz stream.
Stream. All right. Like, so what about Jay? Like, is Jay the type that will like strike your channel if you watch his streams?
He hasn't. I don't know. I've never watched his channel, so I've never I don't do this stuff on my channel, so I don't know.
I'm really nervous about it because like my second day back, or my first real live stream back, I caught a strike reviewing Jubilee.
Yeah, you got to be careful with Jubilee. They don't fuck around. Any of the big names, like with any if you look at the subscriber count, and you kind of get an idea whether they're going to do a copyright strike or not. For most small creators, even if you're giving a negative review of their content, it helps them. So most people don't do anything or won't strike you. I don't think Jay would. I don't know him anymore. And he's not the person I thought he was. So it's hard for me to judge his character.
Yeah.
Especially
it makes me nervous.
Putting on a button down and tie to go talk to apologists now, and
Like
buzzing
Oz
about
definitely
shit.
wasn't nervous about showing his shit, so like I
Yeah,
probably shouldn't be so nervous.
you-
Yeah,
you-
yeah, we can watch some of the Oz stream. Like, where did you want to start it? Like, because I have it right at the beginning right now.
he gets right into it pretty quick.
All right. All right, so yeah, we can watch this, and yeah,
Yeah,
tell me anytime you want me to pause it or whatever, so you can comment.
Comes a certain point where, yeah, I'll call shit out, and sometimes I'm serious. Other times, like that, I just have to. I have to do it this way, where it's now at this point that it's funny to me. You acting funny, so I'm gonna treat it as funny acting.
Pause for a second. I need to address something here.
So we're gonna start here first.
Give me a quick pause, because Native Atheist, I never once claimed that AJ told me to change my story. She told me to remove stuff from the story that she didn't think uh, that needed to be made public, like my opinions and my past with Elliot. Uh, but the reason I was wanting to do that was to demonstrate that no, I am not like running interference for this guy. I don't even like him, and that was seemed to be lost on everybody that was involved with that. And they were like, "Hey, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this," and it made me mad. So no, they didn't tell me to change my story. They told me not to sit there and bitch and complain about Elliot in my testimony, which I wanted to do. Not saying that was the right thing to do, but I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't have to like him to think he didn't assault somebody. So please stop mischaracterizing and using your Bundy excuse or Bundy explanations for my relationship fallout with AJ. It was absolutely about whether or not and there's lots of people that are friends with Elliot who are like, no, you can't. You're talking shit about my friend or whatever. And I never once was talking shit saying he assaulted or hurt anybody. Right? I did not do that at all. There's there are things about him I do not like. There are things that he's done that I do not like. It does absolutely no bearing on whether he assaulted someone at NanoCon or not. It does have bearing on whether or not I would be literally running interference for him, though, which was the whole point I was trying to make. And now Jay has gone and twisted that around to make it sound like AJ was trying to make me change my story when she was telling me to take this part out because it's irrelevant. So, holy fucking shit. Please stop saying that. Please. That's not what I said. That's not how I presented it. All right. So sorry about that, Knock. I had to get that off my chest because I saw this in the side chat.
No, it's all right. Yeah, Native's been around in my chats forever. We agree on most things. We disagree on some things. We have a huge disagreement on outer space, but that's another conversation. Yeah, no, like feel free to clarify anytime you feel like you need to.
Yeah.
And yeah, I want your side of the story on this. I'm sure like there are other sides. The link is in the description. What I don't want is if somebody is going to come in at some point to like give an alternative view for it to become some kind of combative thing or attacking Bree in any way. I want it to be civil, but I would, yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't really see that happening too much because that's been available the whole time.
The link's been
I
up there.
am interested in getting this side of the story because, for one, I got a lot of context that I didn't have before, right? So, like in regards to like the event that she's describing, you know, like there's probably some suspect parts to that, like the whole pushing down the stairs thing. I think that would have been taken as a far more serious crime. But like the whole aspects of the fetish behind the scenes. Yeah, all of these things are really not problematic to me. I would have problems with them being displayed in public. Like, yeah, definitely keep that personal. And again, like, probably don't want to do any of this shit drunk as fuck at a convention, especially if you're married. I can totally see like why everybody would want to protect the victim in this part. I guess what I'm not kind of understanding is why Jay is so adamant in going after NanoCon. What is NanoCon doing to cover this up? Now, I hear the name AJ a lot. And I know AJ was a person that like investigated this internally for NanoCon. Is that correct?
Yes, and well, just addressed it generally as a part of just the skeptical or the secular community or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what her official capacity is on it. Um, Mostly it's been addressing the smear her focus has been addressing the smear campaign, not actually addressing what, it's not all, most of what we've been focusing on anyway has not been about what happened at NinoCon. It's been more about trying to contain the stuff that Jay's out there saying that's causing harm and putting people in danger. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to speak out of turn about what AJ's total involvement is.
Well, and I've definitely got more J streams to watch, like, but just the little bit of what I've seen, yeah, I've not, like, that's kind of been one of the red flags, is there seems to be this like appeal, that this convention must be shut down, and almost calls for something to happen, because like he knows he's not going to get this thing shut down at this point, so why keep going on about this? He's using it seems like, maybe to kind of maybe fuel views, like content farming here. I don't know, I'm trying to understand his aspect of it. So like, is Patty still actively involved with Jay at this moment?
As far as I'm aware, yes. I know she had Rebecca Davis on, and her and Rebecca Davis and Jay are all kind of on the same page with all this, which is surprising because Rebecca Davis initially, when she received when he was talking about enlisting Rebecca Davis, she receives the information, kind of explaining everything that AJ's sent out to a few people. That
And
includes some testimonies and stuff, and it's kind of an explanation of the stuff that I've broke down for you. But of course, it's not all from my perspective. So there's different takes on different different elements. But I can only tell you my perspective. And again, I wasn't at NanoCon, so I can only tell you my emotional response to one of my partners saying that they got knocked down by the stairs by this drunk dude while doing kink play, and that upset me. And that's been why that's my position this whole time. I still care about Nancy.
What do we know about this stairwell? So like, when I'm reading the statement, I'm reading about a stairwell, I'm thinking like this secluded place, like, nobody has access to. But then I've also heard it described like this was like kind of out in the open and everybody was kind of witnessing this. Like, what do we know about the stairwell? Like, was this done in seclusion?
I don't know of anybody who witnessed anything that happened on the stairwell, or if there's any videos of it or anything. My understanding of what happened on the stairwell comes directly from the victim, explaining the situation to me and what
she explained it in a way that it was consensual at first, and then that story changed.
Yeah, it was consensual and reciprocated until the tumble down the stairs.
I have heard Jay address that, and he calls that trauma response. And I just maybe he has that terminology right, but I don't know. I would, like, if I was in a police investigation and I saw that, I would call that problematic.
Right. Well, just like, why? So is the claim that she was lying to me, saying that they were playing these games on the stairs, when I knew that she played these games because she played them with me, and I knew that she was into this person because she told me before she went down there that he was one of her targets. I mean,
well, and I think she kind of admits that in her statement. And that's it's so I found a lot of issues with the statement. Just because I've talked about this before, but I've actually done a lot of work in real life in my activism with battered wives and getting them away from their abusive husbands, and kind of like a lot of the things that I'm hearing about the wife. Not to say that she was battered in any way. There's many ways to batter somebody, but it's giving a lot of those vibes off. You have to kind of learn how to kind of listen past the bullshit, because it's built ingrained in a lot of these people to defend the abuser or the husband or whatever. And this whole response seems reciprocal upon the husband, from an outsider looking at the situation, from the information that I have looking at it. Like, the husband seems to be the outlier here. Why isn't he the focus of this ire, as opposed to a bunch of atheists in a community trying to form community with each other? I that's what I'm kind of not understanding. And I need to understand probably this AJ person, because it does sound like the NanoCon did have its own internal investigation. So I don't really like, if their investigation came to a conclude a thing. I don't think that you don't have to like that conclusion, but I don't think you can sit there and say that they didn't really necessarily take it seriously. They clearly did if they had an internal investigation.
Right. There were two investigations. So
Yeah. So that even solidifies that point.
Investigated ad nauseum at this point, and again, even after two legal investigations, nobody has to accept that it was an accident, or that nobody was. You don't have to accept that, but calling uh, for violence against people for being involved in this—that's a freaking problem. That is.
So and it's definitely problematic. I can see for Elliot, right? So like Elliot is this content creator. This person was, I guess, a fan of Elliot, right? There are those dynamics. Having this happen, so he's clearly drunk from what I read from her description of the event, right? So he's inebriated, which is I usually don't consider that a justification. Like I was quite inebriated a lot of the times. Never on stream did you see me assault anybody, right? Like so, or get physical with anybody in any manner. So like he needed to be more. They both needed to be more aware of their surroundings, and this probably could have just been a matter between a few people. Now it somehow became a matter of an entire community and an event that's going to happen literally in just over a month away, right? If I have my time 2 months away. So like, yeah, like there's no way he's going to shut this down. I don't understand the crusade outside. So let me ask it this way. Like, is any of the like major speakers saying anything about this? Is Matt Dillahunty saying anything? No,
well, so what, when Elliot when the criminal investigation back in August came up, he went and got a lawyer, and that lawyer's like, yeah, what do your lawyers tell you about talking about your case at all ever? Keep your fucking mouth shut. Shut the fuck up, right? That's the lawyer motto. Shut the fuck up. So his lawyer's telling him to be quiet about that. So
yeah, of course he has to. Like it would be very stupid for him to say anything publicly at this moment.
So the organizations he's working for are also being just don't. This is not a point of discussion that we're going to have at this venue, right? This is not the place for the conversation. So I haven't heard anything from anybody specifically. There's been just commentary about or testimony that has been forced forward because of Jay's crusade, like private testimony, personal testimony, like mine. My testimony has been dragged forward, but also testimony from witnesses that were there that probably should have been able to be kept their discretion. That legally should have been able to give police testimony without being ousted and drug out in the public to be subject to witness intimidation campaigns by Jay and his crew, which they have been. All of them have been. I lived with Ben for months. I know he was receiving messages, hate messages, and things like that.
So how successful what is he? Like how many people does he have kind of like working for him? And are they using like, I don't know, what I would call like kind of like classic internet tactics when it comes to these things? Are they
Well, he has his own core crew of about it's 4 to 6 people, depending on the night of the week, that are just die hard for him. They're never gonna cut Bundy loose. And then there's a few content creators that he's looped into this. I don't know if you ever heard of Michael Beverly, but he's pretty hardcore for Jay Bundy at this point. And a guy named Mike the Mighty Silbert. But here this last week, he's managed to snag himself an S.J. Thomason and a Rebecca Davis to talk about this. Well, he didn't snag Rebecca Davis. Patty did. Patty's much more charismatic and convincing people to join this cause than.
And his cause is to what? Like put pressure on NanoCon to stop the event now? Like when.
Right, but just to cancel it. Just he wants it canceled. He wants all the events canceled, though. Not just NanoCon, but any event that's being held by atheist organizations, including things being funded by the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the Recovering from Religion Foundation, from the ACA, from the Line, from any of these organizations, things like the Bat Cruise, the NanoCon, BajaCon, the Ark Encounter protest, all of these events. He wants them just gone. Never. He wants any organized any organization that supports atheist causes to be canceled because we're dangerous. Because we're
Damn.
against it.
I haven't seen
And
like it seems like a lost cause. I haven't seen like a crusade like this since I don't know. Like I can't remember the dude's name, but like the doctor or whatever that came out and tried to argue that Eminem wasn't the GOAT. Like it just seems like it's fucking stupid. And like, why are you? I don't know. It seems like a stupid crusade at this point, right? Like. Right,
well,
so like, say this incident happened. Like, so clearly people are saying like the incident happened. Maybe it's not what it appears to be. Maybe it's exactly like Nancy's statement says it is, and she wasn't consensual, and it like people thought that it was a consensual thing. That wasn't.
right?
But
Yeah,
like,
from day one, but all I can do is believe the victim. That's
what,
the issue with all these people. Like, how do you know she's not lying to you? I don't, but I have to believe the victim. That's what I have to do. I have to.
how does he think like he's going to be able to pull the gears on this thing now when like clearly like it's 2 months away, right? Like the sponsors are there, the people have been paid, the tickets are probably pretty much sold out at this point. Like there's no way that this event is going to get canceled now. Like it just seems like a pointless crusade, especially consider like so. What was the result of the police investigation? Like, what was it indeed what the chat was saying earlier? Like, they found like reason to believe it was probably a false accusation.
Right, because of how aggressively she was pursuing him on the bar footage, and her claim that he was the aggressor in the police report, countered with the video footage from the bar where she was aggressively pursuing him. Her claim that he dragged her out into this place where, again, it's when you review the investigation reviewed the bar footage, it was
Yeah,
them
so
leaving.
that was going to be one of my questions. Like, clearly there had to be some kind of surveillance system, some kind of video coverage of this. Was the stairwell? Was there video cameras in the stairwell?
No video
No,
cameras in the stairwell. That's been a real
which is
point of
usually the
contention with a lot of
case.
people. Yeah, and that's why nobody really knows what happened. That's why when it comes to what happened in the stairwell, I have to go off what Nancy told me herself. I can't go off uh, what happens when or what she said when she's under duress of her spouse, when we're all made aware that she's under lockdown from him and unable to communicate without it going through his filter. I can't trust anything that's said after that point, right? After August 21st or whatever, when he found out when he hacked her social media.
Yeah.
I can't trust anything that's said after that. I have to go off what I heard from her directly before all this. So that's what I'm operating on, is what Nancy told me, which is exactly the story that I'm telling you right now. And that's what I have to go with. I cannot go with what I call the Sumanth narrative. That's her husband's name, by the way. There's no sense in just not saying it, but because that's where anything that's come allegedly from Nancy since the 23rd of August is his story, right? It may not be directly from him, but it's run through a filter of him, objectively so. Like we know that that's the case. We know that even her own sister was not able to communicate with her without it going through the filter of her husband, right? And we have to assume that anything that's come from her since then is still going through that same filter.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because so now there's no legal recourse for her, right, outside of possibly a civil lawsuit against the person themselves, which he's safeguarding himself by remaining silent on the subject. Is he still making public appearances on shows? Is he still a part of NanoCon in any way whatsoever?
No, he was. I don't want to call it fired, but let go from NanoCon after this. At least for
until it's resolved.
Yeah, I don't know what the time frame on that is. As far as I know, all of the, and if Maya is free, she might come in here. She did a stream with some of the organizers for some of these events. She's been kind of trying to get this under control too, because the narrative that nobody did anything has been spread quite wide. And no, he's like, there are channels that are still platforming him. I don't want to give that impression that they're not platforming him. What I do when they platform him is I don't watch them because I don't, I've made it very clear that I don't have any interest in seeing the dude. So I don't watch his shows, and that's how I resolve that issue. But
and if this is indeed like this was a hedonism consensual sexual act, you shouldn't. I would just like, yeah, I would like kind of caution anybody to be like, and imagine that, like me cautioning anybody, right? Um, but I know I leapt with my feet head first into the Smoky Saint thing, right? So learn from those lessons. Like I would just kind of caution that. Let the thing kind of like take its course. It does seem to me like it kind of has, like, on a legal perspective, but he's probably going to face a civil lawsuit, and if he doesn't, it's probably because they fear the phase where they're going to have to like show all of their evidence. Like they're going to be able to confiscate her phones. They're going to be coming for your phones. Everything is going to be confiscated. All of the information is going to be out in the open. And they probably, like, she would probably have to stop that before it really went to that point in any legal process.
Speaking of Smoky Saint, real quick, I want to just address that I have blossomed into a full trash clown, as you can see. So.
Oh yeah, them old ass Smoky days. Like he does try to be like, Kent Hovind will get him worked up when he is around in my chest, but he does try to be more respectful in my chest. I've noticed. I don't know if that's like a thing that he does for me, because like I have no interest in relitigating any of that shit. I just kind of bring it in as point of fact. Like, yeah, imagine me telling anybody to be cautious.
Yeah. So yeah, back to what we were saying about the other events and stuff. I'm not involved in them in any of the atheist. I'm not actually an atheist. It's I'm a Lovelockian Gaianist, but
Well, that's what I was gonna say. The last time I talked to you, you was getting into Gaia, and like I was kind of like on an alternative like path myself. I've kind of like honed it back into my hard atheism especially when it comes to philosophically, but. That's what I remember. Like I know, like you're not that hard atheist I first met, but you've come a long way.
Yeah, and I mean, I still am I'm a skeptical person. I'm a secular person, but I don't like wouldn't feel like I was part of that greater community. I don't go to atheist cons and stuff like that. The only reason I was at the Bat Cruise thing is because I was somebody's date who is an atheist. I wasn't. I'm not part of that community. I don't speak at their events. I don't come on their call-in shows. I don't engage in debates anymore. I don't do any of that.
I am interested in like atheist events, just probably not necessarily ones associated with like YouTube content creators. Like I'm more like me and Maynard Saves had this idea we used to talk about like way back in the day of like having these local like I want to form localized atheist groups and communities to where like the non-believers and the godless and communities can come together, talk out their different issues on a community level, so they can have people in community that like think kind of along the lines that they do. That's kind of like I don't know, a passion project like I want to achieve before I die, right? Like that's something that I want to get going. It's something that me and Maynard Saves talked about in my early days, and I kind of got away from that kind of activism towards like being the raging atheist. Well, I want to get back to the activism.
Yeah, and I like. Here's the thing, and I'm not throwing any shade at atheists. I love you guys, but pagan events are so much more fun. Pagan stuff, going to their gatherings.
I like your cosplay. What are you talking about? I kid.
No, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. The trailer pagans or whatever. But those events, those gatherings are lit, dancing around fires and shit. And yeah,
hey, I enjoy my powwows. And one of these days, I plan on taking a trip if I can actually land a passport and go into like a real Taoist Buddhist temple. If I can find one that doesn't believe in like getting kicked in the nuts, I want to spend about 6 months there.
I was just talking about those people a couple of days ago. You go back on my channel. I did a bullshido. Bullshido is the people like yeah. I did a whole coverage like a whole hour and a half on that.
Yeah, I can't be down for that, but no, I'd like to talk to some like true Taoists, maybe like get some footage of like if I can find any that can speak the language to me, to go to Japan, talk to some or China, talk to some Taoists there that are on the spiritual side of it, and to see if like there can be some like resolution between a philosophical Taoist, also a hard atheist, and a very religious Taoist. I think that would be very interesting. I'd like to do it, but I don't know. There is issues with me ever getting a passport, especially now in the Trump era. I definitely have to wait for like AOC.
Yeah, I
That
said,
was a slight throw to my lefty friends out there, because I mean, if she does get it, like, and she's like probably going to get it, she's going to be the most left president we've had in a very long time, and I'm super excited, even if I disagree with some of her policy positions.
and shit, boy, you just brought something to my mind about Jay, and what Oz was saying about him pretending to be so tough and street. Now,
That was driving me nuts, because like me and Oz were street. Like I came from a very, like, I used to gang bang. Me and Oz, we come from the street. So like to see that, like I was like, all right, you talk about the privilege everybody else has, bro. You've got 2 PhDs and you're pretending to be a gangbanger right now. What the fuck is going on? So yeah, please explain that.
he was a church drummer while you all were out doing that, right? He wasn't. He was like, yeah, he was involved in that. You while you all were doing whatever people. And I don't claim to do that to be that either. I'm a country girl though. I'm from the holler. I know how to use a gun though, so don't come looking for trouble.
Yeah,
But
I mean, anybody can look me up and they're gonna find me if they try, right? Like I'm in the national gang files. I've got brands all over my fucking body. Like I'm the real deal. Like I'm from the streets, and I overcame that, and finally came to a place of peace. Like it took me. I was like 47 when I really started to find some like peace within myself. But like I overcame all that shit. To hear this dude that like has 2 PhDs to be talking about rolling up on his ops. I'm like, this is the fakest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
that's what I'm talking about. Like he's trying to use this fucking language to signal to people to enact violence, and he's like, I don't know, appropriating like your lived experience, right? In order to,
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
right? You went through that hardship. You've served your time and whatnot. You have the branding on you. You've risen above that. He doesn't have that, right? And stop pretending you do. But that's why I'm scared of him, though, because I don't know because he is trying to create this image of himself. I'm afraid of what he's going to do. I'm afraid that somebody is going to be waiting in the parking lot for me when I go out sometime. Like I have to let the dog out or whatever. I don't know what these people are going to do. Like, would I? That's right this year because I'm scared of uh, like I said, stochastic terroristic threats that are being presented against these events.
Well, it actually makes me want to go to this one this year, and I'm like trying to imagine in my mind, because it would be really like cheap for me to hop on a bus and to head to this event, buy a ticket. Like I don't think it would cost me too much.
People are from
Probably be pretty easy. Like it makes me want to go, just so like if he does show up, I'd be like, what up, bro? Like because I'm just that kind of stupid person.
Yeah, and to reiterate, I'm not afraid of Jay specifically. I don't think Jay Bundy is going to be waiting for me in the parking lot. I think some crazy person that's being convinced that I'm dangerous to women, or that I'm part of some crazy.
Well, yeah, that would be my main concern. But like from what I was picking up, like the vibe, like he's kind of like hinting at like he himself, not that he's gonna go there and try to do any harm, but he's gonna go there and like try to protest it. And like the vibe I'm getting from this whole Christian thing is like he's trying to get Christians on board to show up and protest it too. And like I don't want to point him in any directions, but that will be a very easy task for him to do. I can think of a few groups that I've dealt with in my past that would be more than happy to jump on any atheist event, and these people do believe in showing up with assault weapons as a counter protest. And not sure where this particular place is happening. I know a lot of times these cons happen in the South, and they have particular gun laws.
Con is Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yeah. I've been covering their gun laws recently with Chud the Builder. So yeah, they have very particular gun laws, but they do have open carry. So yeah, these people would be more than happy to show up with their AKs.
That's the reason why why Tennessee is so, the hills are overrunning with cult militias, with like crazed cult militias. Because
we have a bunch of them up here. We always have, but they're more political right wing groups.
Militia. Oh, yeah, y'all had the Wolverines.
Yeah, we have the Wolverine. They always have like the really weird, fucked up Michigander names, and it's kind of an insult to like real Michiganders. I've recently spoken like how I've come to love like my state, and it's a real insult to Michiganders when these fuckers take Michigan names like the Wolverines, or just stop it, you right wing fucks. Will Freeman, talk to your friends. All right. I digress.
Right. No, they went after Gretchen Whitmer. But that does prove that these kind of, these sort of things can escalate into active violence, right? I mean, if somebody thinks they're doing the right thing.
Oh yeah, I can think of like the NIB and the Pulse protest, right? Like they literally showed up to this event, um, you know, not celebrating, but remembering the life taken in this horrific event. And these people show up with their fucking assault rifles and completely shut the thing down. It was like it's one of the things I'll never get over with like the things I've covered on YouTube was, you know, like the links that these groups are willing to go, like, you know, groups like the Westboro Baptist Church. Like there's plenty of groups out there. If you're going to be looking for like Christian crusaders to join you in this, they're going to be more than willing to.
Have you ever talked to S.J. Thomason?
Oh, I have several times. I haven't since I've been back. She'll probably try to reach out to me if she finds out that because I'm really like disturbed by like Jay reaching out to her, especially. She, as far as I remember, she was a Trump supporter. So for her to sit there and act like she cares about sexual assault, I kind of find offensive.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to get something set up with her, to have a talk with her too, because she does.
I could probably get. I haven't talked to her in a while, but I probably got her in my emails. I could probably reach out to her.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. Well, I was going to suggest that we could talk to her at the same time, but you got to be a good boy if we do that. And I don't know, because she is a Trumper. Can you be a good boy?
Yeah, it's I've always taken it easy on her. She's never gotten like the raw experience of what she could get from me. So she would be worried, and I think she's well aware of that too. Like she knows I kind of have kept the kid gloves on for her.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I don't think we're going to do it live, but I might record it.
Yeah, and that's something I talked to her about. I'm sure like she'll probably, if she finds out that I've been talking this shit, especially in regards to her stream with Jay, she'll probably maybe reach out. But I can always surprise her with the like showing up in her side chat, and she'll invite me on. That's happened a couple times.
I know how you feel about SJ Cap. Don't I know, but I'm a big girl.
Westboro doesn't carry guns. Yeah, I haven't really covered them in a while.
I don't. I'm not planning on doing it live. I do want to document it, and it'll probably be on the record, off the record kind of thing, from our conversations. But yeah, I don't have. I just want to address the things that because she reached out to me. I think she reached out to me in good faith to talk to me, because SJ did. I do want to have a conversation with her. It'll be like me saying the same things to her that I've said to Knock right now. So I don't know. If anything, I hope to convince her to however she wants to feel about covering this. I want to convince her to not hitch her wagon with Jay's, because Jay's wagon is like loaded with all sorts of explosives. So.
And does like Jay have atheists going along with any of this bullshit?
You just his core audience that I'm aware of, which is like 4 to 6 people, and then a handful of creators. There may be more people that support him than what I know about, but as of right now, it's just that Filbert guy, Michael Beverly, SJ, and Rebecca Davis. Those are the only people that I know.
And SJ has no dog in the fight. Like getting SJ off of Jay's. Like I think SJ will kind of use anybody that she can, like make her points about like trans people and gay people, and I don't know. She just seems she tries to present everything so fluffery. I've always like played kid gloves with her because she does pretend to be a scholar. But like I don't know. Yeah, I'd be wary of SJ. She's slippery.
No, I'm talking to her in private. I don't know why anybody's acting like I'm planning on streaming with her. Like, Jay, I'm not trying to build clout. I don't talk about this shit on my channel.
I might go and have some fun with SJ. I might go, but I wouldn't stop you from it. I would say like I would just go and just be blatant about this shit. Like I don't even know why like she's concerning herself with this outside of seeing this as a chance to attack the atheist community, and like for him to be taking this stance against the entire atheist community just seems suicidal. I don't understand why he would be taking this stance, because I don't see how you can blame a whole community for this. I just don't see how you get there.
Because we drummed him out back in June over his bullshit. he doesn't want there to be an atheist community anymore. He knows he's never going to be welcomed back into it after what he did in what we saw him do in that video, or what we saw him say. He knows he's never going to worm his way back in, so he wants to burn the whole thing down instead.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he's not here. Like like when he was like invading my chest, it was like almost every night he was coming in, so eager to fucking like talk and shit. Like I don't know, like I'm surprised he hasn't heard that I was back talking shit about him and hasn't come in and tried to have a conversation. I don't understand his viewpoint here, like outside of like burn the whole fucking thing down, and that seems like very MAGA to me. And I heard him talking about like secular MAGA. Do you know what is he talking about when he's talking about secular MAGA?
That's us. That's what he calls us. They like to compare us to MAGA, even though they're he's their leader is a lot more like Trump. We don't have a leader over here, right? No. And again, I'm not even on a side. That's the silly thing. It's no, there's no sides. There's Jay and his cult, and then everybody else. It's not sides.
Yeah, like I came to this as an outsider to the whole thing, and I'm like, yeah, this is clearly like Jay is making a fuss. I haven't watched any of the streams with Patty herself, so like I haven't really gotten that perspective yet. But I would probably think that she's probably in denial about her sister.
Yeah, there's just well, yeah, she doesn't want to believe. Well, I think she's accepted that her sister was involved in those relationships now, but now she's kind of like twisting it to say that those relationships were started after NanoCon as a coercion tool. But that's just silly. That's not true at all. Those, like I said, was mentioned three times now. I started being involved with Nancy well before NanoCon. So it's just silly to paint it that way. And again, I got receipts of our personal relationship.
Yeah, and you weren't at NanoCon.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't have a. Yeah, I don't have a. That's why my answers to questions were so simple. That's why it's so blatantly obvious that this is a defamation, witness intimidation situation here. Is because the only thing I had to offer was that I was involved with this person, and boom, that was enough to put me on this hit list.
Yeah, so like he made like, was it you like he was talking about like, so you came in the Discord and
that was about. That's why
and somebody told me it was a different Bree, and I'm like, I know Bree. I just maybe they didn't think I knew you.
No, but it was me, and and that's why this is so personal to me, is because it started off with the claims that I was a flying monkey for Elliot, and that's dumb. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. That's dumb. No, I'm not. And what I said when I was there, it was not.
So the flying monkey terminology, this is new to me. What does that mean?
It's basically when you talk about somebody with in an abusive situation, the abuser will convince their friends that the victim is the problem, and then their friends will reach out to the victim to try to talk them down. Do you think Patty's so Dr. Kemp is saying the words that come to mind watching Patty's content about this is performative? I do got to agree with that in the way that the testimony was written. And I was just talking. It's funny, Samantha just got home. I was talking to Samantha about this the other night, and it's there's this passage where when she's reading Nancy's 10-page notarized letter thing, and this gets this part. She's like, I turned around and his eyes were black and lifeless and looked evil and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, but people's eyes don't really do that. That's a literary device. Why are you using this? And I think about it, and the only places I've ever heard the literary device, just for me, is in horror, and it's when Dr. Loomis is describing Michael Myers in Halloween, and then it's when Quint is describing the shark in Jaws. He talks about the black eyes and that being a sign of their evilness. So there's already this like built-in like theatrical aspect to the way that letter is written. It's like this is the author trying to.
So that was in the statement. I must have missed that part because I would have honed in on that immediately. Like black eyes, she said he had like black eyes to where there was no whites left at all.
No, she just said she turned around and his eyes were black, and I don't. Yeah,
like some kind of demon.
Right. I don't know if what the implication. You can go look at the. I think that the letter is out publicly, so you
No,
can go
I've
look.
read. I've read it. I just must have missed that part. Holy shit! See,
There's some
I
very
didn't want to read it publicly because I didn't want it to sound like I was like bashing the victim or anything. But like there was red flags, but that's just not one that popped out at me. I must have missed it.
Red Flags is actually my clown name. So, um, for real, I got a channel. Go check it out, everybody. Go check out my Red Flags
I
channel. I
thought
didn't use
about
it.
doing a channel similar to that because, like, I don't know. I came across this channel. He's really big. I don't know if his name is Red Flags or if Red Flags is in his name, but like his avatar is definitely like him holding up red flags. And what he does is like he finds things on the internet, and that's like clearly like you should have had red flags about this, and then he'll run through his yard with big giant red flags. I fucking
Yeah,
love it. It's
that's
great. It's
funny. I've seen him. Yeah,
I love it. It's absolutely brilliant.
but yeah, performative because Patty does a dramatic reading of Nancy's letter on her channel, on the Apostate Sisters channel. I'm not even kidding about that. I'm not exaggerating. It is a dramatic reading. Um, yeah,
Yeah, and see, I didn't believe aspects of that letter, and that was before like you had proven that like she's clearly lying in the letter, right? So like now that I know that she's lying in the letter, it gives me room to like believe less of it. But at the same time, I'm also getting from you that a lot of what's in the letter is actual truth at the same time, just not how it might be portrayed in this actual letter. Because some of the acts did happen. She did fall down some stairs, right? Like, and there was some like really rough shit going on clearly in this back stairwell. Nobody really disputes that.
yeah, like if someone had witnessed them in the stairwell, I don't know what they may have perceived, but the way that Nancy described it to me was why I was concerned about her learning how to do this kink properly. Because what she described was like playing cat and mouse on the stairs. And I'm like, if somebody sees that, they're going to think an assault's happening. You're going to get the cops called. This is bad for people doing kink all over the world for you to do this. And then when the cops show up, say, "Oh, we were doing this play," it's bad for everybody. There's rules to follow.
Yeah,
And
it kind of makes her story make sense because yeah, it's just like why is she following him up the stairs? Like she says, like she thinks that they're leaving, but I'm like, not like if this was an assault, like why the fuck aren't you running the fuck away in the other direction? Like he's
right,
clearly like leaving up the stairs, and then like when they get up the stairs, he turns around and just starts strangling her. Um, and then like he shoves her down the stairs at some point, and that's like to me like clearly I don't know like how big are these stairs. Was this one flight of stairs? Were they stone? What were these stairs made out of? Because that could clearly be like attempted murder. I was clear lately watching like this documentary about this husband who tried to use like falling down the stairs as like why his wife was fucking dead when he just brutally assaulted her.
right.
So it's like clearly like somebody being pushed downstairs, which was I think what he eventually did was like he pushed her down these fucking stairs. And he had claimed like some owl came in and she stumbled and fell down the stairs. It was fucking wild. Like that would clearly be like attempted murder, and the police would see it that way immediately.
Yeah. I mean, there's ways to look at injuries and make that decision, but
Well, and that was my other like. There should be like clear documentations of. She said she bashed her head, like he strangled her, like so. There should be clear indications of abuse, if abuse. But like so, and from the story that you're given, that might not necessarily be indications of abuse, but a consensual.
at least the way it was described to me.
Yeah,
Not an attempted stairway murder. That's not the way Nancy described it either. When she, again, I'm not. My testimony doesn't come from anybody else. I'm believing the victim. Um, no, you can't. She doesn't. You can't consent to being thrown down the stairs, and there's no indication that she said that she did or that he asked her to. The understanding is that they were pushing each other around and they fell down the stairs. Is the way that she described it to me. Um,
and they were both intoxicated.
right, while they were both drunk, and then when she's at the
I
bottom of
would
the
believe
stairs,
like
she
either she
she
fell or
said,
they fell more than being pushed. Most
when
people
she
aren't going to push a person.
in our private conversation, the way she described it is like when she, when she was laying there at the bottom of the stairs, she got like sobered up. Obviously, a fall down the stairs will do that to you. And was thinking about like what she was about to go do and stuff. And now her brain was sobered up. She's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. And he came down and like, I guess and this is the thing I don't like. Started trying to continue with the play. Is the way she described it to me, and she's like, "No, I'm hurt. I don't want to do this anymore,
Yeah.
or whatever." And that he left. That's the way it's described to me. So people talking about attempted murder and stuff like that. Um,
Yeah, I mean that's what I kind of immediately thought. Like when I read that testimony earlier before I streamed, was like,
mhm.
well, like that's like describing like a serious physical assault, like something along the lines of attempted murder. Like you could be
Mhm.
physically, like you could lose your life if you fell the wrong way, right?
Right. And again, that's not that. This is something that, as far as I can tell, is not coming from the victim. Because again, I don't trust anything that we've been told not to from everybody involved, and not to trust anything that comes out from Nancy after August 23rd. So all I have to go on is what Nancy told me.
Yeah,
I've been told
and
on the
she told
23rd
you
when
like they fell,
yeah,
which they were both drunk. Like I could
right,
clearly see I've fallen down fucking stairs drunk. Like I've been, but I'm a special case. I'm like I was a drunk, right? Like
yeah,
I'm a big dude too. It takes a lot. So like, but I've done it. Like I've fallen downstairs drunk as fuck. Especially if I'm like making out with somebody or something. That's totally gonna happen. Probably not the safest place to do that.
right.
Um,
It's stupid to do it there. And I've done that too. I've gotten
Not to
drunk
laugh at it. I
and
don't
that
mean to
was
laugh at it.
fine.
It's just kind of how I react to being nervous by laughing.
Yeah, and again, I can't say for sure. Why do you think she would tell Patty what seems like? I don't think she did. I think, well, I think she did, but like through, again, like I said, her spouse took over her social media on the 23rd. So the person telling Patty that, as far as I can tell, is is the spouse, or at least Nancy filtered through her spouse. Um, is my understanding.
Hopefully,
I,
people aren't taking what I said. Like, did I start that like the stairway thing? Because that was just like me speculating on what I read.
but no, it's fine. I wasn't there. I've said that over and
The
over again. So all I
attempted
can do
stairway murder, is that new? Is that like people making fun of me?
no. This is I think this is Michael Beverly, one of Jay's folks
Oh,
in the
so yeah,
side
they're probably
chat.
making fun of me.
Yeah. Well, they've had that. I think they've had that name for longer though
Oh, okay,
than
all
that.
right.
But
Like
that
that's just something I
he was
noticed
that
from it.
person who was the Ways to Gremlin, which Ways to Gremlin, in case you didn't pick up on that, is a play on Ways to Humans name, which is AJ's channel. So it's these are people that are trolling this. They're making basically making a circus out of somebody's suffering. So they're not like good people that are involved here. Um, these are folks that are trying to well, as the person who gave minimum testimony, the witness intimidation that I've received from these people is nothing compared to the people who were involved and were in the bar. Um, they did like the people, like again, I said I was roommates with Dr. Ben, but just that's just one example of the hateful mob that's been directed at them and what they've received. But I'm not going to speak for anybody else's torment and suffering about this. I complain about how being fucking weak all the time. And yeah, I was a weak link and had a breakdown about this before anybody else. But this torment of these people has been going on for months. Like I was the one who finally snapped and had a meltdown publicly and tried to put a gun to my head. Um,
All right, so now we're into a different realm. So these people you're talking about now they're representatives of NanoCon,
the people in the side chat,
like the AJ person that we're talking about,
AJ, yeah, AJ's. I think AJ's one of the
and then
speakers
the
that's
other
here.
person was like Jay's people.
Yeah, this attempted stairway murder is
Uh,
one of Jay's people.
so AJ's like an atheist, right? Like does she make
Yeah,
content?
yes, she does. On the Ways to Human is her channel. She'll talk to you too if you want to talk to her. I can probably set that up for you. Me and AJ aren't in the best terms because again, we disagree about about the way certain aspects of this were handled. Uh, and it's that's the that's the totality of me and AJ's disagreement on this.
So where does like KC come in? Is GE involved in any of this, or because I've seen KC in the side chats, but I haven't seen GE say anything.
They were actually one of the few people that that Nancy talked to us about this before she sent out that letter. But the letter also went out to them. I believe she talked to KC in messages before the actual letter was received. But
I think I was kind of unfair to KC at first until I read, I was led to something to where like KC had released some of the information she has, and I'm like, all right, I can kind of see where KC's coming from now. In the position that she's taking, because like my instant reaction, and I've always been very vocal, is believe all victims until you have very good reason not to, right? Even with my red flags, that's how I kind of came into this whole thing. Was I believe victims, right? Like, and I need reason not to. I don't like necessarily disbelieve. In fact, I believe that the situation happened more and more. For a person not being there, I like, all right, I can see that the situation on the stairwell happened. Now it's about what point of view is the truthful point of view. And I think I tend to agree from you, just from an outsider looking in at this, that it seems to me like this husband is the outlier in all of this, right? Like once the husband becomes involved, the situation changes. And now we're here so many months later, the raging atheist is back from obscurity. Like, what the fuck is going on? So like, that's how we're here somehow, even though because of this husband and the story now somehow shifting to like, we're going to keep this private and handle this this like messy situation that two people are like consensually doing some fucking funky ass shit in public, and it becomes made aware of, then yeah, you're like internally you're going to try to handle that so this doesn't become a scandal. But once the husband is involved, this now becomes like this huge fucking thing people are talking about heading into the next one. From by what, like, just my standards as a fucking atheist, it seems to be a pretty noble endeavor to get some skeptics and atheists together to create some like real life in community, right? I can't believe like to shut this thing down just because an incident happens. And as my stance has been through this whole thing, like incidents are going to happen at these things. Like you're just not going to be able to control every fucking stairwell. Like I've often talked about, like, most of the rapes that happen in prison, they happen in stairwells, and they usually happen there for a reason. That's why I asked if the stairwell was recorded, because usually they're not, right? You're going to get away with things that you're not going to get away with, but that's going to apply to like consensual sexual acts when you're too drunk to realize you shouldn't be doing this thing at a conference. That applies to that too.
And to me, it all kind of checked out. She's like, yeah, I hit the bottom of the stairs. And again, I want to clarify that the understanding of Nancy's relaying the events to me was that her and Elliot both fell down the stairs, right? Just that he was still, like, when they got to the bottom, that he was still ready to go and she wasn't.
So where did these stairs lead to, right? Like, so like, are they going somewhere and they just stop and start getting freaky with, because I mean, I don't like, and I'm not trying to like victim shame or anything here. I'm just trying to understand the situation. Where did these stairs lead to?
Right. As far as I know, they lead up to rooms. I don't know though. I wasn't there. I've never been to this hotel. I saw when AJ and Casey covered this, there was a floor plan.
So and was the whole flirt, because she had missed a flirtation. So like, was this like a thing that people were, and you weren't there, but like, people that were, was this a thing that they were like, people were noticing? Like I said, the situation at a work party once where like I was the one very, very overtly flirtatious with a married woman, where everybody it became the talk of the entire party. Like, was that like kind of this what was happening, or was this like a free kind of affair and nobody really noticed it much? That's kind of.
Let me again. I would probably be better for to get Glenda Jordan, because she's willing to talk about this, to speak on that. And again, that's another person who we are not in disagreements about what happened. We're disagreements about how certain things were handled. So me and Glenda had the same issue that me and AJ did, but I'm still going to recommend that because they have an honest narrative of the story, right? It's the disagreement is not about what happened. It's about the aftermath. So people will get that twisted. But Nancy was propositioning multiple people. When the people have come forward and say, yeah, she came up to me and asked if I wanted to go take part in some adult time privately, and that everybody was like kind of turning her down. And Ellie, again, I was not there. This is all coming from. This is not coming from Nancy, because Nancy never did tell me, oh yeah, I was propositioning everybody.
Yeah.
She did tell me that she hooked up with it.
And again, like I've been to conferences. I haven't been to atheist conferences, but like I've been to these Al-Anon conferences throughout my life. I've been to several AA and NA conferences at different points in my life. I've spoken at them throughout different points of my life. And it's a thing that like kind of happens at all of these things, that like in your downtime, it does get kind of hypersexualized. And like, I don't know, like people had sayings, what happens at the conference stays at the conference, like so like these things happen, but also like sexual assaults do happen, right? Like the reverse side of that is a lot of these conferences become playgrounds for experienced predators to kind of like pick and choose their targets. So at first, like a lot of the red flags was like stairwell. Okay, this is a perfect place for a predator to choose his target. But like now, the more and more context that you get as you learn more and more about it, as with all of these things, and it's why these things are like so complicated always, and it's why there's like needs to be so much justice reform when it comes to like the ability for victims to actually get their stories out there and have their day of justice in court, because it's really stacked against them. But it's so vital that you record these fucking things. Like, so if there's a tumble down the thing, there should be like a lot of photographs out there. Clearly the people that investigated this have come to the conclusion that like there's really no there that they can at least pursue this on a criminal level. But at the same time, you're left with this secular rarity dude who's in the crosshairs now and probably has to step very careful with anything he does publicly, even if it is appearing on podcasts. It's just such a murky situation that I kind of feel bad for everybody involved outside of fucking Jay, who's stepping his foot inside of a ring that he doesn't really need to be into.
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of my conclusion coming to all of this.
Jay's this is a reaction again, as much to him finding himself like sort of unwelcome in atheist spaces.
So who is this Michael Beverly guy? I'm gonna look this guy up. So is he a YouTube content creator?
He doesn't make content anymore. At least he wasn't. So he has like a channel with it. I'm not gonna give you the name of the channel he has with his grandkids or whatever. But that's usually how he when he's interacting in Jay's comment. He used to be a debate bro, a YouTube debate bro. He's not anymore.
YouTube debate bro. I used to think I was one of those. It's
you were
funny.
Maybe I used to be one too. Remember when I had a beard?
I remember the early days. I've kind of struggled with keeping some of the old streams up. Not just you, but Shay. Being atheist rationale, and Shay's expressed interest in me. In fact, when I did like my whole restructuring, I think I got rid of a lot, but I got to make sure that none of those are actually up. My compromise was I would like unlist them, right? So because I wanted to respect that when Shay, even though like Shay had spent like 2 years demonizing me, I wanted to respect that when Shay asked me of it, because it was important to Shay. And I remember all them old streams, and but it's kind of murky now. Like I know you as you now. And that was like the thing with SJ, like, so like for Jay to be aligning with SJ. So SJ is one thing that I know about her. She's pretty fucking transphobic. And I've seen like how her chats react and how she kind of like covers for it. To me, this is she's going to utilize that to kind of like enhance this. And why is he aligning with that kind of person? I've heard people like sling transphobia accusations at him. Is he targeting trans people now because they're trans in this crusade against NanoCon?
This what links back to his very first interaction about this. So Jay's very first interaction about this. I think it was in the before it. Ember, correct me if I was wrong. Before or after it, his friend, I think they've since had a falling out, but kind of his lieutenant in this whole crusade, who was on the first stream with him, She goes by the name of Sumami. Um, she went and she had I guess it was a Discord conversation, and she requested Ember and myself attend, but I think I was working or something at the time. Regardless, I didn't attend, but Ember did, and was greeted. And Sumami and PC were there. I don't know who else was there. Ember, I'm sorry, I don't mean. I'm not trying to tell your story. Um,
Somebody's entered Kyle. Do you know what Kyle?
Kyle,
Yeah, I'm not
uh,
sure who
is it the
Kyle
Kyle
is.
that made the threat against me?
Made the what?
Because there's a Kyle. There's a Kyle that was with John, that was with Jay.
All right.
That what it said. If I don't stop talking about my relationship with Nancy, they were going. I was putting myself in harm's way or some shit like that.
All right, it's an
Okay,
open
you
room.
know
I'm
the
gonna let
video.
them in, and we'll see what they
Uh-huh.
have to say. All right, is that okay with you?
Okay. Yep.
All right, what's up, Kyle? What's going on?
I
Yeah.
just hear tick.
Sorry, what
Yeah.
was
This is
that?
the Kyle that threatened me. I can tell by the logo.
All right, so Kyle, Bree. What's going on, my man?
I am
She.
not a man,
She.
and I would really
Sorry,
appreciate it if
just a term of expression. I'm very stupid. Don't mind me.
Yeah. Kyle is a trans woman.
Oh, what's going on,
Myself.
Kyle?
I would really appreciate it if lies were not continuing to be spread that I threaten Bree. What Bree continuously leaves out is the fact that I immediately know noticed that my words were not chosen wisely, and I apologized, and she has refused to bring that up. And moving forward, I think that these types of very deep questions that you're now
You
going
can
over,
use her
Knock,
real quick. I could
I
get in here.
haven't been.
So yeah, she did. I will clarify this. She did redact what she said and put in a disclaimer that said that she didn't mean to threaten me. After, and specifically, this is after Aunt Jer is my top mod, my lead mod, and I don't think she's in the side chat
Oh,
right now, but she can confirm that she called Kyle out for threatening. That Kyle said word for word. She said, well, you're not in harm's way as long as you stop talking about anything other than supporting them. Then Aunt Jer, my top mod, said, Kyle just made a threat against Bree. We need to, address this as a server. To which, after that, Kyle went out and edited her reply and said, "Not a threat, just clarifying." But at that point, the mod team had already decided to remove her from the server, so she was already removed. So yeah, she did. Then she did continue to send me messages and videos on Discord until I blocked her. I think I unblocked her
all right.
now, but so yeah, she did redact it once the mod
So,
said, "Hey, she's making threats." Once that happened, then she redacted it. But yeah, she did very clearly and blatantly make a threat against me. She only redacted it because people called her out and said, "Hey, you're making threats in here. You can't do that." So yeah, just to clarify, it's not so. No, I'm not lying. That's exactly what happened. I've got fucking screenshots of it. So um, think of it, Kyle. Now, if you want to have a conversation, a real conversation about what happened,
all
I'm
right.
willing to have that. But you're not gonna say no. I didn't threaten you because you're goddamn right you did.
So you and Kyle know each other, and I do apologize.
This is the first time I met Kyle. Was in this conversation. Was her
Reacting,
threatening me? That's the first thing she
I
ever
shouldn't
said
be
to me.
reacting to a name. I should be like I should have waited before I made some stupid comment like that. My apologies there. She was about to like tell me something, and hopefully feel free to come back and tell me that. So yeah, so you know Kyle. Kyle knows you. Kyle is a part
No,
of
we
like
don't know each
Jay's,
other at all.
huh?
We don't know each other at all. No, the only thing I know
But
about her
in a
is she's the
Discord.
person that Jay sent to threaten me for talking about my relationship with Nancy. That's all I know. And they
About
were
your relationship with
we were in
Nancy.
a Discord server called the Transpositions. Kyle's a trans person. I think Ember, one of our co-creators of the Transpositions, may have known her better than I did, but I did not know her at all. She did not. I don't think she even knew that I was the owner of the server when she made her threats against me. I think that like she was in the transposition server. I don't think she knew I was top dog in
What's
there.
her connection to Jay?
She's one of his, I don't know, one of his weirdos that hangs out in there and listens to him make threats to go commit violent acts. I don't know anything beyond that. Is she still in the background?
No, and she's more than welcome to come back. So I'm trying to catch up. So Jay's not a transphobe because, like the Jay I remember, I would have never thought he was a transphobe.
No, the transphobia is conditional, I guess. Like they took my quote unquote woman card, so I'm not a woman anymore. So Jay treats me like a man, refers to me.
But that's like transphobic as fuck, dog.
Yeah, he does it very overtly. Like I said, I'll be like all sassy in a short, and he'll call
I'm
it
like really
bravado.
behind on my side on my chat too. Sorry about that.
Dude.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just noticing, like I was super behind on the side chat.
I didn't mean to speak out of turn. She knew somebody. Amber just clarified that she didn't know Kyle until December. So maybe it was Steph that knew her, which makes sense because if I learned from Linda Jordan that
so Rebecca is okay. So Rebecca is the Christian Rebecca, right? Like I've talked to her before too.
Yeah, you know Rebecca Davis. She used to when you used to with Mike.
Okay, I'm starting to understand more of the picture now. Like, why align with those two people? And he's Dr. Kip is answering it there. So Kyle here was sent by Jay. She was saying that she didn't threaten you, and those are lies. Why is she claiming those are lies?
I don't know. I got screenshots to show that she did. She doesn't want to be known as the person that started making threats of violence. This is why she's in here saying that she didn't do that. She has not a leg to stand on to deny this. I can send you a screenshot right now, Knock.
Well, I've seen Jay like say some pretty fucking horrible shit about some people.
Yeah, Jay said I was gonna catch his hands in the street. Like he literally.
I gotta watch more. But I'm pretty sure I stand where I have a pretty clear position where I stand on Jay. I don't know Kyle. Like I don't know Kyle's position. So Kyle's beef is like, is it just to like run errands for Jay, or does Kyle have like a clear position that she takes on the whole situation, or is it just like a warning to you?
Yeah,
like stop
whatever
talking?
Whatever Jay says happened. Like Kyle was at all in Camp Breeze lying about being involved with Nancy until I showed PC the receipts, and I got back to Jay and whatnot, and then it became that I was like seduced her to try to get her to change her story, kind of this weird fantasy about me being and Kyle turned in turn agreed with that, and it's just gone on, spiraled down that way.
Oh yeah, and I'm clearly oh wow. All right, I'm not going to say what I was about to say, but okay, yeah.
No, John Fapiano, no, you don't get to make threats of violence against somebody and be like, oh, I was mad and upset, so I'm not responsible for that because I was mad. No, that's not how that works at all. Like when I show that when I'm trying to get my order of protection, people will take that seriously. That what Kyle said to me. Oh, these are so cute. My girlfriend just gave me some cute little cups and stuff. Oh, thank you. All right, so yeah, to say that you should forgive Kyle and let it go that she threatened you. No, I shouldn't. That's absolutely not the proper way to handle a threat. Like you don't get to say I was upset, I was mad when I said that. I mean, that doesn't take away my fear for my own safety. That's unrealistic for you to expect that of me. For me to just like oh, they were mad, so I shouldn't worry about them hurting me, even though they said they were going to hurt me if I said the thing that I said.
Yeah, and I'm clearly looking at that. Yeah, I mean, I see that. Like, I would definitely take that as a threat.
Yeah, I should knock the screenshots, Kyle. So he's seen what you said.
I would take that as a threat.
If after the mods called you out that you said, "Oh, never mind, I'm taking it back."
I've issued a few threats here on YouTube, and yeah, I can recognize one. Like I did like drunkenly tell Will Kincaid if he ever came to Battle Creek, I was going to fuck him up.
I think someone just said they thought I was Will Kincaid, so I do have my my paddle here, and I will be coming for you.
Oh man, and not to make light of the situation again, like in my initial position in all of this is to believe that something happened and something clearly happened. Now it's he said she said that's probably going to end up being settled in a civil court if it's going to go that far. If it's not going to go that far, then it's a non-issue, and it kind of needs to be dropped, in my opinion. Just from the outside looking at it, if you're not going to take it to civil court and go through that whole phase of like everybody gets to see everything, because that's the only way this is really going to get cleared up, right? Like, is if everybody just starts sharing everything, all the behind the scenes involved. Outside of that, like it seems like the initial reaction from the victim was like to keep this private. That's what she asked of NanoCon.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what needs to be respected until we can kind of like prove like the husband isn't pulling her strings.
And and all we can do is take her word for it. When last we heard from her, which again was in when we last heard from her, not under duress, which was in August. And again, I want to redact something I said because apparently, according to what she's saying in the side chat, or what she's saying in the side chat.
Let me catch up so I can put it on, because
Kyle's
I'm trying to get used to this side chat thing.
Kyle's out here saying she's not a trans woman.
Oh,
so
okay,
I'll
there's
just
that.
correct that. If Kyle's not a trans woman, I don't. I didn't. That's what I was told. Because I don't know you. I've never met you. Never had a conversation with you before. So it's what I was told.
Oh yeah, I don't want to misrepresent you in any way either. Like I don't know you at all. I'm like, to me, I don't know, like. So when I initially read, again, my initial reaction to the letter was I can't take this at like face value just because of the red flags that were popping off to me. Like there were clear things that I like just did not could not understand about it. Now I understand a lot more about it than I think I did before, and I do appreciate that.
The biggest
why do they want to shut down NanoCon this year? Like why do I see like Casey and side chats trying to defend like this convention, like it's going to go on, and I think it should go on. I don't see like the problem behind, like I don't see where there's like some internal cover up from NanoCon itself.
Hey,
that's what I'm not seeing right now,
AJ,
and that's what I don't understand.
If you're able, it would be great if you could come in here and answer some of the more questions about the conference stuff that I'm not going to be able to answer because I'm not involved in y'all's conferences. But I was.
Yeah. I shouldn't ask that of you, I guess, because you wouldn't know any of that stuff.
AJ's out there, and I see her in the side chat. Ways to Human. That's the real AJ. You think my connection was bad? Is why I sound like Will Kincaid? Well, yeah, I don't mind that. It doesn't mean I sound mannish. It means Will sounds feminine, right? Which is okay. Will's a little femme, right?
So does people know who Will Kincaid is? That's kind of crazy.
People still. I know someone else said, "Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time." But yeah, there's like
I knew him because I hyper focused on him.
People get so caught up on what was said before and after the spouse found out about the situation. It was that's when the story changed, really. At least what she had been telling me. Compared to before and after, like up until just days before, right? Now, I will say that days before, whenever I talked to her, what she was saying about Elliot was no longer is aggressive. It was now more about like healing stuff that she was telling me about. I don't know if that had any bearing on it all in the days leading up to this sudden change and or fuck the guy and I'm gonna put him behind bars and all that nonsense.
Yeah, and that makes sense. What because you say this is AJ, that kind of makes sense. Like nobody really knows what Nancy told NanoCon. We did get I'm assuming like what we got from Casey. Like Casey was representing NanoCon in that situation. That little bit that we got just to kind of refute what was being said. or was that
I'm
just
sorry.
Casey refuting something? I can't remember. I don't
I,
remember how I got
I
there the last
got
time.
lost on that one. Sorry, babe. What was that?
So let me think about so like I had come across something earlier in my stream. It was like Casey had released something about like private messages with the victim, about how the victim was like pretty much asking for this to be, silent, or
Yes,
kept
yeah,
private.
that's what she wanted, and that's what they tried to give her.
And that was
But
Casey acting on behalf of NanoCon.
right, and so
Um,
that comes into my sort of my disagreement on how things were handled. Like there was Nancy was requesting this like quiet accountability, and that was acquiesced. And in my opinion, um, I think that the quiet that even at the victim's request, I still think that there needs to be awareness just for the for other people to be aware of what happened. Otherwise, shit like this happens, right? I think that this is that the quiet accountability and trying to accommodate that request was you know uh, unfortunately what helped Jay get footing in with his conspiracy about a cover up, right? Um, sort of the point of disagreement.
all
I'm
all
having
right, so Casey's just like an eyewitness to things.
yeah. Casey was the person who received the
Okay,
email that I received. Casey was at NanoCon.
okay. And she's not like acting on behalf of them in an official capacity, but she
Yeah,
is acting
Casey
on
was just
behalf
a
of them
guest.
as like a
He was
witness
just,
to events that happened.
I believe that Casey's capacity was just as a guest.
All right, yeah, that all right, okay. So yeah,
He's on the Trusty 8 channel talking about it right now.
so we know that she talked to NanoCon. We just don't know, and of course, because if she asked NanoCon to not release that information, then they're not going to release that information, right? That would be the right thing to do in that
Right? Because
situation.
you honor the victim's request. I just don't know if that's what's best for society as a whole. I understand why that standard is in place, but
All right,
uh,
yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm, I'm gonna have to step away for just a few minutes. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no problem. It's definitely more informative. Again, I've been away from all of this for a very long time. For a long time, I stopped caring about like atheist communities or normalizing atheism or any of that bullshit. Honestly, um, I'm not trying to intentionally take sides. Again, pretty much right here, my full bias is pretty much focused on Jay and his tactics. I don't like him, and I'm not finding anything within his tactics to find admirable so far. And I'm trying to get myself to that place to where I can understand where he's coming from, because he seems to really be the odd outlier in a lot of this. Now, I haven't seen any of the streams with Patty, right? Like, I do have Bree's perspective when it comes to Patty. Now I need to kind of go and look at that myself and come to my own conclusions. So, I'm not just a person that's going to just rely on my friend Bree here's interpretations. I'm going to trust her interpretations when it comes to like events she experienced herself. Now I want to kind of experience Patty. One thing I do know from past experience, I don't think I ever really got a chance to talk to Dr. Kip, but I know a lot of the people that he hangs out with, and I respect every single one of them. I respect him from what I've seen that Dr. Kip does. A lot of respect for Dr. Kip. These are PhDs that I actually do have respect for because they've given me plenty of reason to respect them. So I don't know. I see him in the side chat. He has become involved. I've seen, like Jay attacking Dr. Kip. Um, and yeah, that's kind of blowing my mind because it kind of blew my mind the first time I saw Dr. Kip in my side chat when I was talking about this shit. I was like, what? Hey, Dr. Kip. But yeah, and this rabbit hole just kind of remind everybody, for me personally, like, right, I've been away. Right. I'll share this again. I did this on the last stream. I've been away. I came back. I did a couple streams, kind of just like playing with everything, all of my old equipment. What's going to work for me right now? Like, what can I do to kind of like improve everything? And that's kind of the process of this here. I'm like testing out Restream for the first time, trying to figure this thing out. I really don't like how people coming in doesn't come on the bottom of my screen here. I don't dig that. But I can learn to live with it. but like so 2 streams back, I'm coming in my first stream, my first real stream back, I got a copyright strike covering a Jubilee debate, and then I get this post on just like this video that I had made for my other channel. Let's share my screen. All right, so right there, this post right here, and like this random ass comment about NanoCon, right, and my association to NanoCon, and like ever since I got this, like I replied, I don't even know what NanoCon is. If I can get there, I have no idea what that even is. And then I saw Oz's stream to where like, all right, the pieces started fitting together. Let's find out what NanoCon is. What is this shit going on? That led to my stream earlier today, and now I'm fully invested because in my after that stream, I went and watched a stream showing one of my friends, somebody like again that I've known for a very, very long time. I knew as a different person when I first met them. To see that person in the state that I saw that person on this person's channel, I do not have Mr. J Bundy in high regards at all. And in fact, like I haven't felt quite like going raging atheist on anybody quite like I feel right now. Just even thinking about that shit, it just enrages the fuck out of me. All right, so what's going on? Let me catch up with everybody. Godless Schumer, haven't seen you in a while, my dude. It's okay, Knock. I've been away for a while, and I'm just trying to get my head around all of this NanoCon stuff. Yeah, it's a lot to get your head around, man. Especially like it's such a serious, when you're talking about sexual assault, it's such a serious allegation. When you're talking about, the lives impacted, I don't know secularity from dick, but if this is like some kind of false charge, then yeah, this kid's life could be ruined from that. Just the reputational damage alone is something that's really hard to ever really come back from. There's no doubt of that. So yeah, very complex situation to be walking myself into, for sure. Again, if Kyle wants to come back in, maybe Kyle left because she felt like Bree was over talking her, and probably rightfully so. Bree was trying to make a clarification there. Kyle quickly jumped out. More than welcome to come back in. Anybody's welcome to come in. It is an open room. I do kind of have this policy, although I do I would have to safeguard certain. I would have to safeguard from potential harm being done in stream, and try to do it better than I ever done it before. Godless Schumer, we share Cheshire's server and can share some stuff. I actually already have shared a little there when SJ got involved. Cheshire's server, Cheshire, is that who you're talking about, Titan? I've been gone too long. I have no idea. I don't know why all of this is up here. Yeah, move. See John Fapiano. What's up, John Fapiano? So Theo. So AJ is saying that AJ was there. Yes, Casey and I were both there that night and hung out with Nancy and Elliot over the course of the night. All right, so and that was going to some of my questions earlier about like open flirtation. Were people picking up on that? Oh, so that was the freak talking about Will Kincaid. Will Kincaid is one of the only people I actually fear. I'm glad we're friends. I used to hate the guy, but I know Kincaid can literally destroy the earth. That's how reckless he's been. Will Kincaid. Man. It's a lot to wrap your head around. Yeah, it's a lot to wrap your head around. The sex cult thing kind of fascinates me as well. That whole angle that Jay has taken there. Why sex cult? So, is this what was her name? I can find it on my history. So this thing that I watched earlier. Let's go there. Where was it? Oh, there it is. All right. So why hyper focus on this person, right, and take the stance that Jay has taken? I think my computer might be doing the thing it likes to do. No, it's just kind of got frozen there. Let's try that again. Like, why the hyperfixation on that person? So like sexual liberation is kind of a part of normalizing atheism. I don't understand, like, so the very conservative stance that he's taken against this person. I don't understand it. Let me try to do that again without it freezing on me. Maybe it's not freezing and I'm just wigging out. Yeah, it's not really freezing. Okay.
Serious, and you should be held accountable.
Like, why?
To
I don't understand, like, the kind of like trolling of this person, right? Like, why go after this person? I don't understand, like, why take these like very extreme positions, calling this like some kind of sex cult, when sexual liberation, exploring one's sexuality, is often a journey for many people coming out of a religion. Like, I just don't quite understand that. I don't understand, like, why is this dude doing this? Like, why is he going after Dr. Kip? I've got so much to learn in all of this. I feel like totally behind. All right, let's kind of, yeah. I just don't understand, like, why go after this person, right? Like, so what's the point behind all of that?
I'm back, babe.
All right, yeah, welcome back. Like, and not so, like, what is the point in that going after her? Was she an eyewitness to this stuff as well?
This is Glenda Jordan. Glenda Jordan was a performer at the event, at the NanoCon event.
So yeah, at the NanoCon event, she did like a class on what, polyamory,
right? Polyamory, and she did a fire dance performance.
I saw that on his channel, which I don't get the, and he's pretty
really
much like calling her
her.
like a slut. Yeah, that's pretty much what he's doing.
Yeah. And that's like like part of this narrative about this secret underground sex cult thing, and I'm part of that too. And I was actually again, like, the narrative is that I was, for some reason, able to seduce her, to seduce the victim or alleged victim, in order to convince them to not give testimony to the police. That was what I did, apparently. Even though, I was not even at the con and would have nothing to gain from that lies. And Glenda was not involved at all with, as far as I know, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was not involved at all with the event or the investigation, other than that being just one of many witnesses that was at the hotel bar that night after the festivities. So she said, they saw this. Nancy propositioned me. I was concerned that,
she's one of the people that says Nancy propositioned her.
Yep.
So Jay attacks her. Why would she be wrong? Like, what's wrong with her testimony?
Anybody who says at this point, anybody who says that they were involved with Nancy, or that Nancy was like engaged in extramarital relationship stuff, is automatically going to be demonized and slut shamed. And
she's being influenced by like this white boy atheist community, as he calls it, right? Like, so if she wants to be in on that, then she's going to kind of go along and say this. Is that kind of like the claim?
The women involved in this are just objects to this proposed white boy atheist cult that he's got in his head. We're all just playing along, like we can't think for ourselves. We don't act in our own volition. We're being controlled.
Because I've heard him make that claim several times, and like, again, like I don't really like kind of disagree with the concept when you think along the lines of power dynamics. Like it is pretty much primarily a male dominant community. It is primarily dominated by white males. And it's kind of a line, like even me and my drunken stupidness did it badly, but was aware, like like I am a cis dude trying to like comment on issues that I probably have no idea what the fuck I'm trying to comment on. And that's, you're gonna find that like predominantly heavy within the community. It is a male dominated community, right?
That's what. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's a reflection
that's going
of
to
our
appeal to
society.
people. It's going to appeal to people, but at the same time, you're taking away from the like individual accounts of people. Like, do you have evidence of that? Like, do you have internal like memos of NanoCon telling this person that she needs to lie? Because if you don't, then who's not believing? I guess you could call like a victim in that.
That's how they kind of try to frame my. That's how they kind of try to. That's how they kind of try to frame my breakdown, right? That it's like evidence that there was some kind of underground cover up of things. Like they're like, oh, and he'll play like that, just that a very selective, like 2 or 3 minutes where I'm bitching about AJ and pretend like that's all I said in that 3-hour stream was about AJ, when like most of it was about him. Like the majority of it was about him. And his campaign against me and how it was affecting my mental health and pushing me over the edge. But instead of like taking that and saying and learning from it and like trying to be like, okay, this is what I'm doing to people with my campaign, instead he tried to flip it and like deceptively edit it Ray Comfort style to make it seem like my whole thing was about a big cover up. Which again, why would I be involved in their cover up at all when I am not even part of their like thing? I don't get invited to their gatherings, right? I don't get asked to speak at anything. I'm not part of it. I'm friends with people who are, which makes me adjacent to it, but it's not my community. My community is broader. My community is my little hive, and anybody who wants to show up there and hang out. It's not an atheist community. Anyway, you get me ranting about that.
All right, so I'm catching up in the chat. Sorry. So have you seen the video that AJ posted earlier? Ways to Human is asking. You said this was AJ, right?
No, I haven't seen it. Can we pull it up? Yeah, it's AJ. Can we pull it up, AJ? Let us know if we have your permission to share your video. If it's pertinent to the information that you've requested from me yesterday, then yes, I'd like to share that now, because I think it's important that people actually see with their own eyes. So I can go out to Ways to Humans channel and pull that up if you want.
All right, yeah.
Oh, it's long too. I don't know if you've. Let's see, because it looks like it's like almost 40 minutes long. AJ, is there some timestamps that I can go to? I don't want to play your whole video if it's that long. Okay, well, I'm gonna pull it up anyway because she says it's okay.
Bundy is about as toxic as McCrae. Wow, coming from Titan, that's pretty bad. But McCrae had Chesh, Bundy had the Three Stooges. Okay, all right, I kind of get the reference now. All right,
so I'm sharing. It should.
So
like
it's red flags.
Red
flags, like, yeah, that's been kind of like the like my whole freaking premises here.
Jay actually kind of created this character. This campaign against me has created this character because they're like, you're involved in like you're this evil seductress from a sex cult kind of thing. I'm like, okay, fine. That's
you did tell me that was your name. Yeah,
that's gonna be my drag persona from now on. That's gonna be and I'm a drag clown, a punk rock or folk punk drag clown is what I say because I play folk rock on my channel, dressed like this. Anyway, let's see. You ready for me to hit play?
Oh yeah, go for it.
I don't know if we can play that.
Here
we go.
I'm not monetized. I don't think it would give me like a copyright strike or anything.
Hi everyone, my name is
Hold on, you're still not monetized?
Oh no, like I haven't been monetized since they demonetized me.
I remember when they demonetized you, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we were like, fuck the capitalists, we'll do it anyway, and
Yeah.
totally dumbass thing to do.
Today, we are here for a public service announcement. It's a public message to the future, a few months down the road. Kind of like a warning. If something happens to me at NanoCon, keep listening, and you will know exactly where to look. So this summer, I am attending and speaking at a secular conference called NanoCon. Many of you are also attending, right, as speakers or as guests. There was an alleged incident at last year's NanoCon, as you probably have heard by now. It was handled accordingly. The individuals involved were pleased with the outcome. It's a long story. You can check it out in the description. I'm going to put a link to what happened at nanocon2025.com. Now, if you want more information, you can look at that. All right, I'm not going to go into the details of that on this video. But what I do want to talk about is that last September in 2025, I sent a witness statement to the authorities in Tennessee when I was asked to in this case, for this specific case. The case was closed. No charges against the accused were made, and potential charges for false police report against the accuser were given.
And just let me know if there's anything anytime you want me to stop, so you can say something, Knock.
All right, yeah. So yeah, this is kind of making sense. So like I had seen, like when I was watching the J streams earlier, like him kind of memeing her, right? And so that's making sense. And this does kind of answer like one of my questions earlier. Like, is any of the speakers at the upcoming NanoCon event actually speaking about this particular incident? And clearly, here's one, because she's a speaker coming out at the event.
She's speaking about specifically the threats that she's been receiving too. And this is like why I said about not going to these events. I wouldn't feel safe at this point going to the events. So AJ's braver than me, just based on the threats that he's making, right?
And that's what I like. Also, like one of my initial like reactions to all of this was like just kind of like the cancellation of this event. And now that you're like indicating like the particular speakers are being threatened, I never liked that kind of fucking. I don't even know what to call it. It's just like bullying. Terrorism almost. It's yeah. I just don't like that. If you're going to be attacking people, if you're going to be attacking speakers going to this event, trying to cancel this event, that's like just outside of the bounds in my opinion. Like support the victim, sure, like try to. All right, so now like her next step, if all legal avenues are closed when it comes to like criminal, is to take it to a civil level. And again, when you take it to that civil level, there is a certain amount of disclosure that comes with that, all parties involved, and that's like a serious step. Like that's the step beyond no return, right? Like that's why you don't see like Donald Trump going after certain people when it comes to like certain things, like being called a pedophile, right? Like because then there's like certain things you have to disclose if you take that to a civil level. So yeah, I mean that would be the next step for her on a legal level. But when it comes to like this convention and to attack the people attending the convention is just uncalled for.
Now, after this, life went on. We assumed that everything was good, so we thought. But in December, Q, Jay Bundy, and Patty from the Apostate Sisters telling the story without the alleged victim's consent. All we have done is present the evidence that they have demanded over the last several months, very aggressively, by the way. We attempted to keep this information.
And I want to reiterate that evidence is like, again, stuff about like private, intimate text messages between people and things like that these folks have demanded be released. It's really a bizarre circus that Dr. Bundy, is it Dr. Bundy? I don't know if it's really doctor anymore, but yeah.
Private for the two parties involved as long as we could until we felt forced. Now, for everyone's safety, we had to release that information publicly against our wishes. All of this has led to a very intense harassment stalking, and witness intimidation campaign consisting of about 150 hours of streaming on Jay's channel, and I'm not exaggerating. They began to harass speakers for NanoCon, all the sponsors, sending them threatening emails and demanding that they do this or that they do that. It's just quite incredible, and not in a good way.
It's very over the top, absolutely.
So yeah, so it's a concerted effort. You said he probably has like 4 or 5, maybe 6 like core people like assisting him.
Yeah,
with
it's
this
not actually a
endeavor.
lot of people. They have a lot of sock accounts, but there's only just a
So,
handful of them.
I don't know. Like, what do we know? Like his wealth ability. Like, does he use like bots, shit like that, to like paid things to like kind of harass people that you know about?
Not that I'm aware of. It's mostly a concerted effort of these few individuals with sock accounts harassing people, sending them messages in Discord, Facebook. I'm just trying to list off the ones that I've seen, and I haven't seen all of it. Obviously, live chats and stuff. You've seen that yourself today.
Yeah, it's just disgusting behavior. It's like, so yeah. I mean, I do understand like there is this like desire to see, I don't know, dumpster fire content, right? Like so like this dude is like breeding dumpster fire content. There is that initial like pull to it. Like I of all people understand that, right? Like, but
that's the problem right there.
Yeah.
When he's like, "Oh, I'm doing this all for entertainment." Well, I'm not. It's not on my end as someone who's getting this harassment campaign. I'm not entertained.
And that seems like, yeah, this is very harmful. Like
because of his word wrestling. I was driven to the brink of taking my own life. So maybe he needs to not word wrestle so much.
And so it's not just AJ being harassed, but other people that are on the board or that are going to be presenting, and then probably people that are on the board as well. Like, right. Like, so there is this harassment campaign, and now he's utilizing people like Rebecca and SJ. I don't know how far he's going to get along in those terms outside of they could be like this conduit to, I don't know, deeper pipelines of people that might actually become a real problem. Like there's still 2 months to this event. You know what I'm saying?
Christo-fascist ideology involved.
Yeah, exactly. These are like Christian nationalists we're talking about. Like I don't know much about Rebecca anymore, but like she didn't really hide it too much back then.
I mean, calling in their congregation and word gets out to Jim Bob, and it's not even doesn't even have to Rebecca, and we don't even have to call Rebecca and SJ. We don't have to call them Christo-fascists to say that the pipeline for Christo-fascists to get the skinny on events here and to get this misrepresentation of the of what's going on in the secular community is going to give them all the ammunition they need to go down there and try to stop people in Tennessee from having atheist conferences where people are getting hurt or whatever.
Well, yeah, like I know like SJ's had contact with people in like really like fundamental groups. And she probably doesn't really kind of even understand like the levels of fundamentalism that some of the people she talks to have, like, so like I could totally see that as being a pipeline, and there's still 2 months before this thing. Like if he really wanted to generate like Christian advocacy to this event, that's probably going to be a very easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Now, I honestly don't give a fuck where people stand on the NanoCon alleged incident. The information is out there. You can come to your own conclusions. I truly don't care. These are separate issues. I can separate your position on that and your position on whether you support what Jay Bundy is doing. By the way, Jay Bundy goes by Pocket Locker 86.
And again, to clarify, like me and AJ have disagreements about certain aspects of things with this, but we all agree that what Jay Bundy's doing is dangerous. Someone's going to get hurt.
And Hunter Biden's laptops. The abuse being done in the name of victim advocacy is literally creating more victims. You don't hurt others on purpose and then justify it by pointing at your good cause. a wild conspiracy was created from Jay Bundy's made up story. All right, he's created all of these alternative realities. We truly, honestly do not live in the same reality. All right, we are in different worlds in this situation. I'm not 100% sure
Jay
I can
will
get
take
it right. I'm gonna
Jay will take this level of sassiness here and call it like victim mockery and victim blaming, right? Like, and when he does that, he's appropriating the actual any actual victim.
try, but according to Jay Bundy, John
and
Gleason,
that's
aka
interesting.
Godless Engineer, and his wife Casey are mob bosses. Now, so Godless Engineer is the Godfather engineer, and they control me. I, in turn, control all of the secular community in the Tennessee authorities as well, apparently. Allegedly, is what's being said. Now, the story goes that the atheist community is a church controlled by the mob to protect a kink cult crew run by Glenda Jordan. Now, excuse me if I got it wrong. It's just fucking hilarious and so silly. It's hard to keep track of. It's absolute bonkers.
So is that a real
It's
thing, like ran by the
It's
mob?
just silly.
Like, is that something that
Saying we've
Yeah, I
Jay
mean,
come
that's
says?
a
up with
claim.
a few,
That is a real claim that's been made. Yeah, that they're like a criminal
Like the
organization.
Italian
that-
mob? Or she's calling
no, like-
them the mob. I get
like
it. Okay.
like their own kind
Oh,
of mob.
God.
Like there's the actual like a mob that is run by.
This is like something that Jay made.
Yeah, there's a secular like
Oh gosh.
hierarchy of organized crime, and most of it's sexual crime, which is really weird for GE and KC because I believe that they're completely monogamous. So for them to be involved in it is really weird.
Yeah, that's super weird. Like, so, like, I could see, like, if you were trying to, like, somehow, like, I don't know, make a claim that these people are somehow gatekeeping, and now, like, this victim somehow doesn't have access to, I don't know, but to call it like some sex cult when like sexual liberation is just kind of like a part of normalizing fucking atheism, I don't get this, and it seems like he's really going after this Jordan person again. Making her somehow involved when she was just fucking at the bar. Casey, you said, was just at the bar. AJ, I think you said was at the bar. Like, these are just witnesses that were there and saw what was happening at the time. Like, it just seems super fucking
I don't
weird.
know if AJ was at the bar. The people I know that were at the bar
okay.
are Ben Hamilton.
Oh yeah, it was Ben, not AJ's. AJ was
Art and Heart, and they
AJ was the person that did like some kind of investigation for it, right?
Yeah, they've both been horrendously smeared. Yeah, AJ was there at NanoCon,
yeah.
but I don't believe that she was involved at that level of the investigation.
Okay. And that's who we're watching right now. Like, but yeah, this picture is fucking hilarious, and not in a very good way. It's just it seems like they're going after former religious people, talking about different avenues, relationship dynamics, sexual dynamics. That's going to be a part of that. And again, like if you take offense to that, just like don't go to the thing. Like, I don't understand like making this into some kind of cult. This is what like Will Kincaid did. Again, bringing up Will Kincaid, like the whole like thing that he did with my kid and the Cone Club cult, whatever. Like, it's just it kind of demeans the word cult, especially when we're dealing with like a cult like MAGA at the moment that's trying to take over the fucking world.
Yeah, this characterization of like secular people coming together for conferences and stuff as if it's some kind of cult because
or church. Yeah, I've heard that narrative from Christians. It makes me sick every time I've heard it for the last 10 fucking years. It's a really bad narrative.
It's like we're trying to deconstruct like sexual trauma, right, that we've received as a result of being part of potential like religious communities and things like that.
Yeah, and just the societal trauma of telling women, people, how they should be. It's not just women. It's men must be this, women must be this. There's only two genders. There's this, blah 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 blah. No, like people are being liberated from that, and to push back that at that, especially like as a secular humanist, which I know he claims that's a cult as well. I don't understand that. Well, didn't he used to claim to be a secular humanist, and now what? Like this whole situation has turned him against like his core values. Like I don't understand that shit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head about like, because that's what's wrong with me, right? I have freaking trauma from being raised a boy and being forced to conform to male stereotypes that weren't right for me, that didn't fit my identity. So like there's real trauma there to be worked through, and to have a secular way to do that for people who aren't involved in religion, because most religions are where that trauma comes from in the first place, is important. And I don't know why anybody would try to take that away, or take the opportunity to discuss that in a safe environment away from anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Silly things like you're seeing right now. This is my mob boss, the Godfather engineer, and his wife behind him with the whip, Casey Gleason. And then there's Glenda, the fire dancer, aka, as Jay Bundy calls her, the Timo stripper, because obviously anybody doing any kind of art in any kind of minimal clothing so they don't get burned by fire is suddenly now a stripper. And then there's me, that dirty worker for.
And to clarify, it was literally like Polynesian fire dancing techniques that this person was doing. They were doing
Yeah.
It was like nothing sexual about it. Besides, you don't wear much clothes when you do fire dancing, because it's fire. Cloth and fire generally don't get along very well.
Yeah, and I again, I don't understand the attack on her. She's teaching a course of sexual empowerment. Again, like polyamory is a thing that like a lot of people are trying to come to terms with, and there's positive and negative connotations to that, and rightfully so. Like I've done a lot of fights against the polyamory dynamics within like the Mormon church, so to say, but then there's like consensual polyamory dynamics that are completely like, say, like a cis person like myself might not be able to understand these dynamics, but who am I to judge consensual adults on anything, and who am I to shame them or try to make some kind of like crazy fucking demonic cult out of it? And that's kind of seems to be the implication. And that's definitely going to be the implication if you're reaching out to Christians. I did see like somebody responded, like Dr. Kip responded, like a lot of like major content creators did reject them, and I can see them rejecting this. I'm thinking more along the lines of like some of the people that I've dealt with, the NIFBs of the world, the IFBs in particular would probably take up on this. A lot of these like YouTube apologists looking to make like live clickbait content could potentially like take up the cause to try to infiltrate this event or something like that.
You can go into the content or the comment section of anybody talking about this publicly, and you will see Michael Beverly specifically trying to drum up debates around it, like trying to get people to come debate him about this topic, about this alleged criminal assault. He wants people to come and have a debate bro conversation about it for clout. It's really gross.
Or the secular syndicate mob. So this should give you an idea of what kind of mentality Jay Bundy has. What I'm actually trying to warn you about here is that this man is a danger. Now, Glenda Jordan has made a video about his insane misogyny and transphobia, and he claims he's not transphobic. Whatever, he's just, at the very least, misogynist, bigot, hateful person. But he's a danger. He's going to claim that I don't understand Black culture and that I'm being racist, but this has nothing to do with race. I'm a Hispanic immigrant, all right? The problem is the behavior that he's displayed during this over 150 hours of streams like he's done so far since December. He streamed for 18 hours over a period of 2 days in two separate streams of about 9 hours each about Casey Gleason and I, our presentation of the evidence that we had. Yeah, sure, I poked him and told him, hey, look at the evidence, whatever. But I wasn't expecting the guy to go for 19 fucking hours, 18 hours, whatever. And I am actually not exaggerating. Let me show you. Okay, here we go. The top two.
Now you see this one's got my pretty face on it.
Yeah,
6
so
hours
yeah,
about
I've
me.
seen these on his channel, and
that's
these are
AJ right
definitely
there.
things I'm gonna watch.
AJ, right? You'll get your own thumbnail. Don't worry. You got one comment just for having this conversation with me for the time that we've sat here and talked. And yeah, we've been.
Oh, and he
going for
never
a
liked
while.
me anyway. Yeah, like he tried to call me a racist because like he forced me to defend Will Freeman against my will, because I just didn't see like Will Freeman's raccoon thing as being racist.
Honey, let's not get into the raccoon.
Yeah, I won't get into the raccoon, but I don't like Will Freeman. I call him Will Freeman because I see him as the Freeman. So like one of my favorite fictional characters is Paul Muad'Dib, and Paul Muad'Dib led the Fremen, and the Fremen are these like fanatical fucking warriors. They were based off of like I believe. Don't crucify me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've been in the Frank Herbert lore, but I'm pretty sure they're based off of like Islamic jihadists, and that kind of whole environment of religious extremity. So like I literally call Will Freeman on purpose, like because I've had an ongoing debate with him that I think he's a religious, like not a religious, but a political extremist. But that was a long time ago. You know, I don't know the dude from Dick and how far he's come. But that's just kind of like this interpretation. Like I'm going to defend people even if I disagree with them in the moment. Like I had just personally been dealing with this dude under this avatar for fucking years, and while I think he's a right-wing douchebag, I'm not going to put that label on him unless I have evidence of it. So that was kind of my point. And then Jay came in and was like, "You're a racist," and I'm like, "Bro, I'm not." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I don't know. Yeah, it was, long story.
Yeah.
He doesn't like me to begin with. Is the whole point of that?
Yeah. Well, he didn't like me either. So,
streams. You can look at the bottom right of each one of the streams. One is 9 hours and 13 minutes. One is 8 hours and 39 minutes. And both of them are about Casey and I. The words we say have consequences. The words Jay Bundy says have consequences. He's using toy guns, and incitement of violence has led to people making credible threats against many of us and against events, specifically NanoCon and Rocket City Reason.
but also the ARC protest, which is coming up pretty soon, which is usually ran by, at least I think this is just the second year he's run it, but by Joe the Kentucky Atheist. He's been targeted by Jay's mob too, just to kind of add some context there.
Bundy is going to get people hurt or worse, killed. So if Bundy gets me or others hurt or killed at NanoCon, say my name. And better yet, say his name. Now I'm going to go through some of the examples of the abuse that Dr. Bundy has engaged in since December on his quest
like
for
real quick, pause it,
victim
Brie,
advocacy.
because that's like a vital import. Because all right, so say something happens at this event and Jay Bundy had nothing at all to do with it. There's now supposedly 150 hours of Jay Bundy going at this event. There's going to be a lot of things said. There's already a lot of things that I've seen said that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. I'll put it that way, right? Like, so like say something does happen at this event in the current climate, considering we live post like the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? Not to mention all of I'll put quotation marks around attempts on Donald Trump's life. But you know, in this current political climate, say something does fucking happen now, like Jay is going to be somebody that people are going to be pointing the finger to immediately now. Like he's put himself in that position.
And now that will stifle if something does happen and he's not involved. The investigators are still going to have to go through 150 plus hours
Yeah,
to exonerate him or whatever.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
it's good wasting the time investigating if something did happen with and it was somebody else was the lone gunman, so to speak. It's still going to tie back to him, and they're going to have to look into that.
yeah. He's gonna have to deal with that headache, even if he has nothing at all to do with it.
And protecting women. We're going to start with Bree. Bree has been pushed to the edge of taking her life by Jay Bundy and the people that follow him and support him.
Watch how AJ can cover this without showing a single second of me having a breakdown on camera.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
knows
exactly.
this. They know this. There was a weekend I spent trying to help Bree to basically walk her off the edge, right? And I sought the help of Helen and Maya, who often also have had to do the same over the last few months because of what Jay Bundy's done to Bree. Now, I was trying to help Bree understand that speaking up about Jay Bundy publicly or speaking up about NanoCon and not specifically about her relationship with the person that she wanted to talk about would get her more harassment. It was not a campaign to silence her. It was a plea to keep her safe. She went on a stream, and while she was having a mental health breakdown, she was extremely vulnerable. And when the stream was over, she took it down, but Jay Bundy had already recorded it, and he has re-uploaded it and refuses to take it down. He replays it and re-traumatizes not only Bree, but the rest of us that were traumatized during that time, during the playing of that stream.
I had to
But
stop
Jay
watching it.
Bundy
It
seems
fucking
to take
traumatized me
pleasure
watching the
in
shit.
traumatizing.
Yeah, I wish nobody would watch it. I wish it would disappear. That was like my worst day.
I
And
literally had to stop watching it because
Bro
like
wants me
I
to-
knew what he was fucking doing, and it was disgusting.
until he takes that 3 minutes of me bitching about AJ, about my conversation with AJ, takes that 3 minutes about that and makes it sound like it's the whole context and doesn't ever talk about, you know, the abuse that he's inflicted upon me to push me to that point.
People. Bree has pleaded with him to remove the video, and he refuses. Bree asking Jay Bundy to take down the video. She explains a bunch of stuff, what the misunderstanding was between me and her. She's letting him know that she literally was at the edge because of their actions. And at the very bottom, if you go to her page, her YouTube channel, Bree Hive, you can read the full post, and it's the very end says,
I think you're muted.
You can even hear me talking. I said, yeah,
No,
please go read
I
this.
think you're muted.
Yeah, please go read this. I tagged both Jay and AJ in it so that they would know that I posted it, so they're both aware of what I've said here. And if you want to be aware of that too, you can leave a comment down below if you disagree with anything I said. Come right ahead. I welcome any kind of discourse on this post. Like it says at the beginning, this is the last time I'm going to address this on my channel. So that's why I'm glad Knock is doing this over here so I can address any questions. But yeah, if you want to give me a written response, this post is still up for you to get that. This is, yeah, it'll be the only place where you can get me to address that on my channel is on this post. But yeah, I'm here if anybody else wants to come in, of course. But anyway, let's
yeah, for sure. I'm
as
trying to keep an eye on that part
this
of
will
it.
be my first
yeah,
because I'm new to this, like what I'm working here. But yeah, it's over in my corner. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. If somebody does come in, yeah, feel free to. But yeah, otherwise, keep going.
direct reply to you on this matter. I'm asking you publicly to remove your video of my worst day. I have little hope that you will, but I will ask. That was not playing with a gun. That was a woman you pushed to the edge with a relentless harassment campaign, wishing she had the strength to take her own life. Take the video down. Now, this is me pleading to Jay Bundy. take the video down. Don't be a garbage human. This is a person that has already asked you repeatedly to take the video of her most vulnerable day down and stop using her, stop abusing her. Now, on top of that, Jay Bundy continues to speak about Brie, and knowing what this does to her. And I'm gonna play a video
This clip you're about to see is after I had sent him this message to take my video down. So just to clarify.
of him speaking a little bit about her.
Bree has a victim complex. Ember has the same victim complex. They're always the victim, even when they behave badly, and then they get called out for their bad behavior. And then they hide behind their transness, and then they go into their victim downward spiral.
Hide behind my transness. Yep, it's my
Excuse me.
field.
Wow, that's quite a thing to say. I think I think I got called out for that, and rightfully so, for attacks against Kat back in the day. I had went to a dark place and kind of took it out on Kat. She became the recipient of a lot of my ire, unjustly so. So yeah, that's like always a brutal move, man. And you want to watch yourself there. That's fucking brutal to say that openly, and like that, like you're trying to cancel an event and you're out here openly saying shit that probably, like, if you had your way about cancellation, would get you canceled in a lot of fucking communities.
Yeah, you're definitely not welcome in my space saying that somebody's hiding behind their transness. I mean, let me be frank about this. Threats of violence against a trans person right now in today's current political climate should be taken seriously. It's not me hiding behind my transness. It's the nature of the environment right now. If somebody makes a threat and the person they're making the threat against is trans, that threat should be taken more seriously, just on principle of the political climate as it currently stands.
Yeah, and again, that's why, like, I'm like the transphobic vibes that are just like spewing off of this dude. Like, was he always like this, or is this like some kind of new, I don't know,
Well, there was
evolution
that
for him?
situation, like I said, with Rebecca Davis. This was before I kind of met him and stuff, and started hanging around him, but where he was kind of like talked down from being super toxic and doing super toxic behavior.
All right, so Ember has joined. I'm gonna let Ember in.
Okay. Because Ember's got a victim complex too.
Yeah.
Hey babe, how's that victim complex going?
Oh, my back is killing me from carrying it around. Holy shit. So this infuriated me when I was watching AJ's video earlier, and it infuriates me every time it comes up, because this motherfucker was just on SJ Thomason's talking about how no one respects his PhDs because he's black, even though every single person who's ever had him on their channel makes a big fucking deal of, oh my God, you have 2 PhDs. That's so cool. But never mind that. No, this motherfucker, this son of a fucking bitch, I'm a little worked up. You'll have to forgive me.
Oh, I agree.
Love you, baby.
Okay. So in January 2025, I'm so angry because Jay Bundy was one of the people who knew I was attacked and a fucker tried to kill me. And Jay Bundy knew about it. He was like, how are you? What can I do? How can I help? He was all buddy trying to be there for me. And then he turns around and he pulls this shit. Victim complex. Help me try. He's fucking mocking me nightly. Oh,
he makes fun of any kind of financial struggle we've ever had too, like as individuals, not totally bypassing the fact that, you know, you can't get a job in a public facing position as a trans woman in America right now. Yeah, but he mocks our financial struggles too.
Yeah, I was in the hospital for 3 fucking days.
Oh, he'll find a lot to mock on me when it comes to financial struggles. Like, he's probably going through my backlog now.
I'm just dying to know how the fuck he calls that being held accountable for my bad behavior. For being a trans person in the United States, I deserved that, and I'm hiding behind my transness.
That's a hell of a thing to
Like,
say
I
to anybody.
cannot stress how much he needs to fuck all the way off. Because here he is, his entire fucking campaign is holding up one woman and saying, she's a victim, and he's mocking me for being a victim. Fuck him forever. Anyway, I didn't want to rant too much. I just cannot fucking stand it. And Brie, I appreciate your courage for doing this and for talking about all this. And I'm not even making
Oh
sense.
yeah,
So
I appreciate both of y'all for talking
I
about
was
it.
gonna say, Ember, you're doing the same thing, honey. I'm glad you're here. You were actually in the side chat before I was, so I appreciate you. I was going to invite you on my, because I was talking about having like a private conversation with S.J. Thomason about this. I was going to invite you, but I didn't know if that'd be something you'd be interested in or not. I just don't want to go by myself.
There's too much. There's too much going on. I'm too upset over too many things.
No,
and
it's okay, baby. Don't
right,
even worry about it. All right.
Yeah, I mean that is
Their
a hell of a
tragedy.
thing to say, and yeah, you can start it again. But what a hell of a thing to say. And you're putting yourself out there now, right? Like, so you're gonna deserve everything that comes from that. But yeah, please continue.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. Here we go.
Help me not die. I got attacked. I'm suicidal. I don't have my meds.
No, that comment that he's mocking, saying, "Help me not die, or get attacked," it's fucking hateful. That's about Ember. Jay Bundy knows that Ember was attacked and sexually assaulted last year, and he's been using that against her because he's an abusive man.
I can't hold down a job. I can't find a steady place to live. And I might
just to be clear, I've had some housing insecurity, for real. Yeah, and it's no
so
joke.
Have I. I don't get his fucking beef on that.
I lost my I spent some time in the hospital for my mental health and lost my job that I'd had for 14 years. I ran out of FMLA basically, so they had to let me go. So I was in a bad place. I cannot thank Ben for taking me in for the last year and a half enough. I've finally found my footing, and I'm here with Samantha. I'm working, multiple jobs now, trying to get my feet back under me. But yeah, I don't know if I would have survived without the mutual aid of this community. And to mock mutual aid and those in need is disgusting. We depend, especially while trying to burn down the community that's offering it, right? Like, again, I say I'm not an atheist, but the people who supported me sure as fuck are. So,
and again, it just blows me away. And so, like, this is like one of the major things that like I fight against just within like left wing politics is like this demonizing of homeless people. It drives me insane. Or to suggest that like this is somehow like makes them less of a human being. Again, like, yeah, I have recently had issues myself concerning, I had given up a lease in order to help a fucking narcissistic brother, and he just went completely fucking just insane after over a period of fucking 2 years, right? Like, to the point where me and my daughter had to spend 2 nights in my fucking car because like I just didn't know that I didn't have a place to fucking stay. Like, all of a sudden I went from having a home to not having a home. Like, things happen in people's lives. Like, to use that as an attack on somebody is just another one of the many things. Like, this dude, I don't know. Like, he gave me the Iggy Wiggies the first time he ever stepped into my fucking side chat, and I just think worse of him every time I experience this person.
Kat, me and Kat have had our round and round, but you just made me laugh because I remember the time you called me a house tranny. I lost my home, Kat, so you can't call me that anymore.
Yeah, Kat is the person that I was referring to when I went dark and just went fucking full brutal on Kat for about, I don't know, it was a good month and a half. I think I still have that shit Kat like video somewhere. I don't think I actually deleted it. I just don't think
No.
it's on the channel
Well, I'm not
anymore.
going to get into it with Kat right now. I think
Um,
I think that we're all on the same side of this
But
one.
yeah. Well, and I'm pretty sure like when it comes to regards with Kat, like we settled that issue like kind of like a long time ago. Like I recognized that I was fucked up, and I think we've both been able to move on from all of that. But yeah, Kat is that wouldn't surprise me, especially back then, Brie.
No.
Because being a trans person in this fucking society is fucking hard, J Bundy.
Pull this trigger and blow my fucking head off, and then it'll be your fault for bullying me. Yourself.
So he's very adamant that cyberbullying is not real. Like that's something he's very much hinging his whole bets on, that you can't cyberbully somebody
Well, yeah,
to
and that's
suicide.
like that's been this dude's thing the whole time. Like that's like how I initially like fucking met him, was like he was trying to cyberbully me.
He hides behind, he puts a disclaimer at the beginning of each channel that like, this is for entertainment purposes only, and this is the world champion word wrestling, trying to make it out like me and him are in like this back and forth game, like we're playing together, and not that he's just like cyberbullying me and harassing me and trying to especially him and Pragmatic Crystal, to name two individuals, are trying to we're dedicated to pushing me over the edge.
Oh, that's a very long story, Titan. Fremen with a wrench. You're saying Freeman, Titan. It's Fremen. And we do have a Peter that's joining. I'm gonna let him in, and we're gonna see where this goes. Do you know a Peter? I know a Peter. Yes. Is this Peter? I know.
I think Bree knows a Peter.
Oh, I know this Peter. What's up, Peter?
I know Peter too. I saw you in Alira's chat earlier, or live chat, or side chat.
I've been around, so I wasn't in AJ's chat. I watched the whole thing from start to finish, and because I told you I'm new to this and still trying to piece everything together, so I didn't want to miss anything of her stream, and I thanked her for it at the end. I think Ember saw me. Ember, I DM'd you, so go ahead, check out your DMs.
So people are wondering about Will's wrench. Not to cut you off, Peter. So I made Will a moderator because I spent a good section of my time like really going hardcore at Will Freeman, and if I was going to do that, I wanted him to have full access to talk his shit in the side chat. So I had to kind of like protect him from my mods, and that's why he's moderated.
That's ironic that you say that, because that's one of the things I said about Jay Bundy. I was like, AJ was literally protecting you from me by not letting me go public with my shit, or by saying, hey, reel it back in this, because I had, not only did I have like I was going to go at my gripes about Elliot, I was like laying into Jay Bundy nasty in that response, and they're like, yeah, you can't just release this. You're going to look unhinged. You need to just focus on the parts about where she's lying about you specifically. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm going to say it all. And I'm like, no, you can't go out there like that. Fuck you. Because I was losing my shit. I was like on the edge, right?
Yeah,
so I went and did it publicly. And when I went and did it publicly, since I just had that dispute with AJ and Helen, and to a lesser extent Maya, I was like, fuck all these people telling me not to say this. I'm going to fucking say it. And then Jay took me saying, these people telling me not to say it, and just ran with it as if there was some kind of huge conspiracy, and it wasn't my friends saying, hey, you can't come out unhinged like this. No one's going to take you seriously. You need to just focus on the facts here, and not focus on tearing into Jay, not focus on tearing into Elliot. Just focus on your relationship. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. So
yeah, I can't tell you how many. Sorry to cut you. Finish, Bree. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's what happened. That's it. Yeah, go ahead, babe.
Like, I just can't tell you how many times like I had like rational people trying to convince me like, knock, don't fucking do this, man. Like you are drunk as fuck. Like just don't do this. And I was like, nope, fuck you. I'm gonna do it. And yeah, like it is like friends being friends. And in retrospect, you can look back and like, man, I really wish I'd have listened to John Peterson when he was telling me.
I should have listened to Helen. I should have about not doing it, but I was fucking off my meds. I was upset. I was being harassed and threatened, and I felt like by them telling me not to do the thing I wanted to do, that I was losing my whole support network. And yeah, I lost my shit. and it was stupid. I know I've seen you do it, Knock. I think I talked to you back from one or two times.
Yeah. Several people have, and sometimes it did succeed. And I do want to reiterate, like, so I have been away for a long time. So this is like way more people that I usually get for any of this, right? My mod situation really isn't a mod situation like that. I don't know what's going on in the side chat. I do know Messenger reveals and how he can be, but I don't really have a mod situation in the side chat outside of the fact that like people have been mods for a while. But I'm just like newly back, so there's really no standards from a mods in the side chat at this moment.
No mod rules yet.
I'm just kind of realizing that might be a major issue for like a stream of this kind of nature. And I haven't really been paying attention to that.
SPM's been had your back for like as long as I've known you. So
yeah, she's always most of my mods have been mods for quite a while.
But she's lost her wrench, or this is a new account. Can you give her wrench back?
How would she have lost her wrench?
I think she might have made a different account, but yeah, I know she's been since at least 2020. She's been in your chat with a wrench. So
yeah, she's always had a wrench. I don't know how I got away from like is that it? No.
Anyway,
maybe it is. Yeah, it is. All right, so let me find her. Yeah, a lot of people.
What are they talking about? Is Messenger Reveal talking about my mental health though?
I hope not, because I do know Messenger.
He's talking about being a mental health professional, which he's definitely not, and people shouldn't go to him for any advice whatsoever.
Yeah,
just my 2 cents.
I mean, I don't know the scope of his practice or whatever, but yeah, definitely. I wouldn't want that going on in the side chat if attacks are like being.
You're not on the clock regardless, so we don't really care about what you'd say if in a professional capacity. If I wanted to come to you for my health care, I would.
Well said.
I don't think you'd give me a good, based on your name. I don't know, but I don't think you'd give me a good evaluation. I think you would try to get do like conversion therapy or some shit on me.
I could share a few receipts with you, Bree, and you wouldn't.
All right, let's continue on with this because she said there's a part about Ember that's coming up, and then we can jump to the 30-minute mark.
There's a very, very good part coming up, which shows the true character of the person.
There she is. All right, and like it would be totally funny for me to make like Tony Designs a mod right now.
I'll vouch for Aunt Jur if Aunt Jur is not a mod. Yeah.
Like it would be a very personal thing between me and Tony.
Aunt Jur would be a great mod if you want to mod someone.
I'm not gonna. I know you and Titan have history. Otherwise, I'd recommend Titan too. But
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Your Titan, Uranus. That's who I was talking about.
Yeah, I know you all have your history, so it's whatever you want to do with him. But yeah, I definitely vouch for. Oh, you don't need my voucher for SPM.
That truly was like a Freudian thing. I didn't mean to do that on purpose. The Tony Designs thing. All right. God, what am I trying to do? Add as moderator. Peter, who did you say?
Aunt Jur.
Aunt Jur
is a very trusty mod too.
She will keep things under. Well, Geo Sam's here too, so that's good.
Yeah, Geo Sam makes all of my like design work and shit. How does Geo Sam not have a fucking mod?
Like I said, I think no, Geo Sam's modded.
Geo Sam's modded.
Cat says, "Do not mod me."
yeah, definitely. I would take Cat up on that. All right, so yeah, there's a couple to kind of help out. And I don't know what's going on this side. I really haven't been paying attention, but yeah, please continue and welcome, Peter. Yeah, long time no see, my friend.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go on live shows much lately because of my own work. But yeah, so I talked with Bree a while ago, and that caught my attention to all of this. I'm trying to see if I can help wherever I can.
Yeah, I have my own personal little support network of people I talk to. So it's weird to say that I'm part of this cult.
You said earlier that you almost lost your support network. That's not true, Bree. Some people will always be there regardless.
Yeah,
I fucked up badly and didn't lose my support network, so it'll take you a little bit to lose yours.
I got more fucking up to do. All right, let's continue this on. Get through this
Don't
section.
take any advice from me regarding fucking up, because that might not be a good thing.
Me and Peter go way back too. Way back.
Yes. And
Peter
I'm
also
Dutch.
knew me
I'm
with a beard.
for a lot of Americans, I'm far too direct, and they can't always handle that. But that's Dutch. I mean, we're direct.
My mental illness means you have to be Dutch with me. Otherwise, I get confused. Let's go.
Well,
let's watch this.
Self-care or lack thereof is not my responsibility. When I hang up this stream, I'm going to take my motherfucking medication.
Should
Can you pause?
probably have
Can you
taken
pause?
it before you.
So it might not be your responsibility, but if you want to be part of the community, you will make it your responsibility.
Right. This
Because
he's
that's how
engaged in
a community works.
cyberbullying against mentally ill people. He's including myself. He's been engaged in like this a cyberbullying campaign against us. So it's like that is your responsibility to not cyberbully somebody. That's just like that's the law. You're not allowed to do
Yeah,
that. You're not allowed to
that's
send
so
hate
fucked up.
campaigns against people. You're not allowed to make veiled threats against people or objective threats, which we're about to see.
Yeah, waste the
Carry
human
that
is
onion
right.
on
You
thick.
have to have compassion. If you can't have compassion, and you don't need to be in any community, go be by yourself somewhere.
Right.
50 hours of streaming, maybe?
An appointment with my psychiatrist. I have another upcoming appointment with a therapist. Get with the motherfucking program. If you're in crisis, go to the fucking emergency room.
Telling a trans person to just go to the emergency room is such a fucking privileged thing to say. Jay knows that. It's kind of like saying, oh, call the cops on this black dude. It's the same type of messaging. You know it's dangerous. You
call
know
it
that's
tone
just not
deaf.
how it works. You know that not just anybody has the ability to just randomly go to the emergency room.
Nancy, we don't give a fuck what's going on in your life. I don't care. If you need some help, get some fucking help. But you're going to catch these hands in these streets.
You're gonna catch
Huh?
these hands in the streets. Now, Jane Bundy
Yeah, that was to me.
So
claims that we
if
don't
he
know.
saw you in the streets, he's gonna punch you.
That's what that. Yeah, I he uses Chat GPT to vet all information. So I actually ran that comment through Chat GPT, and it told me to call the police and file a restraining order against you, Jay. It told me to file an order of protection to keep you away from me. So that's your source. That's what your source is telling me. Hey, Marty.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Marty? Yeah, good to have you on.
Hi, Marty.
That's so and the class shaming there for one. So you're not going to get very many like mental health services going to an emergency room.
They're going to sedate you and probably put you in the ward for a couple of
Yeah.
days for observation.
It's like
I've
such
been
a
there, I
place of
know.
privilege.
You didn't do that to me. I must have got lucky.
Oh, I'm a trans person, so they always lock us up for mental health observation for at least 24 hours. If you go into an emergency room as a trans person, you're not leaving that same day.
Oh, really? They do that? Like on purpose?
I've never had a situation where I went in for a mental health crisis and they didn't hold me.
All right, so that is the thing. Like you can go to the hospital for a mental health crisis.
Yeah, you go to
They
the
will take you to they'll send you to they'll lock you in the mental health ward and keep
But
you
like
there for
you can go to
observation.
the ER
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, I did.
Hmm.
That's how I got on medication.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
I
can
just
go to
never
the ER for
considered it.
that, but it's not. It doesn't always. If you don't have insurance, though, you're looking at it's about $3,000 a day. So,
Oh, yeah. Honey, I have insurance.
and you don't get a choice. You're kept there until they decide you're safe to release, and then you get I actually have thousands of dollars of debt for emergency room visits because of mental health crises. Because I struggle with mental health issues, which is something Jay is fully aware of, and is that actually seems to be weaponizing to his advantage against me.
Hi, Ember.
Ember's back. Are you feeling more relaxed,
Hey, Amber.
babe?
I'm a little more stable, and I have more context to add. This motherfucker. I live in New York, which is a very blue state. We have constitution-level protections against discrimination based on sex, based on gender, based on race, ethnicity, religion, all the various things. Even in that context, I cannot get medical care for a lot of things. I had an ear infection in both ears for almost a fucking year because I went to 6 different emergency rooms and they refused to treat me because I'm a trans person.
Wow, really?
For a fucking, like, it has nothing to do with my ears. I wear a dental prosthetic because I had really bad tooth infections at the same time I was having ear infections that went untreated. Go fucking figure. And I needed all of my upper teeth extracted. So they did what was needed to keep me from dying, but then they gave me a temporary denture, made an appointment for a permanent replacement thing, and then canceled it and refused to rebook me.
Wow.
After my attack, I did go to the emergency room and I wound up having emergency surgery and they kept me from dying, but I need another surgery. It's I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm going to get upset again, but I can't get treatment between bullshit insurance stuff at the federal level and interstate policies and doctors refusing to treat me and shit. I cannot get treatment. Fuck.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yes, it's not I'm not choosing to be unmedicated. The government's doing every damn thing they can to keep me unmedicated.
That's just fucked in so many ways.
No,
I'm glad you're here. I think she's about to get to the part about you too, Ember, by the way.
Oh, so you know. Good. It's not all doctors, right? Like the doctors at the emergency room in January took as good care of me as they could. The doctors in the emergency room when I wound up there again in May for a different reason having to do with transphobia, they took good care of me then as best they could as an emergency room. It's not all doctors, but fuck. Okay. I'm gonna go again.
Yeah, thank you for the context. So I had like Will kind of pulled up. Like Will, I'm really like rethinking. I'm not quite sure why I ended up giving you a wrench outside of the fact I
you
didn't
wanted
want you to be.
You said that you wanted him to be able to like say his piece without the mods silencing him, but
he's doing his thing. So like my whole beef against Will Freeman from the very beginning was like he would like use code for like saying atrocious things. So I love white people. Like, Will, you know that like that's not going to just trigger some of the people in my chat right now. That's going to trigger me personally. Right now, I personally have very opinionated opinions on white people myself. But I know what you're doing, my dude, and don't take advantage of your moderator position. This is like my one warning. I'm going to give you a warning. All right. Sorry to interrupt with that.
I'm certain he's going to say, "Oh, I just meant like, hey, I'm gonna let you, I don't know who you are," or whatever the fuck he's gonna twist that into. But catch this hand is slang for "I'm gonna beat you up." Jay Bundy wants to beat up a trans woman, flat out. That's it. That's what that means.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna move on to the next.
Which as you saw with Kyle earlier, Knock, they don't really accept responsibility for the threats that they make. They say, "Oh, we were just playing internet wrestling, so it doesn't count."
Yeah, I totally agree with that point. Like, yeah. So there's clearly a campaign, like, and again, I came to this whole thing because I was like immediately tagged with this clear campaign to cancel NanoCon 2026, right? And it was like, what the fuck is this even? So like this person that's been away that has no association with this convention gets tagged in this like cancellation campaign immediately upon like posting on his channel. It just made no sense to me. So it's like I was immediately turned off of it. And then so you have this like harassment campaign that's going on against this convention. And then outside of that, you have like these really like derogatory things being said about individuals. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. This is like Smokey Saint type levels of, you know, what you're willing to do to try to make your point. Like this is kind of really fucked up. So yeah, please continue.
Flat out. That's it. That's what that means. All right, we're gonna move on to the next, which is it's actually Jay Bundy, Patty, and Tsubami talking about Amber, and I think in this clip is mostly Tsubami, but they've all been.
This is talking about Ember. So Ember is who we just saw on the panel here with us.
Yeah.
Me and Ember go back. I knew Ember through her full transition. Watched her grow as a woman. The disgusting things said about her womanhood here. Well, we'll just let Tsumami tell it.
Very abusive toward Ember.
And when I'm fucking saying that, I'm talking about Ember, bitch. Why the fuck, Ember, should I believe you when you say that you were sexually assaulted? You are not women, bitch. You are not safe.
Now then, Ember is another trans woman. Tsumami is saying, why should I believe you that you were sexually assaulted? Who does that? It doesn't matter what
like so who was that Tsunami?
What your problem with someone is.
Tsumami, she was one of my top mods. She's one of Jay's top mods. She was mods for a lot of people, for Maya Atkinson. Ember had her as a mod.
Yeah, I know that.
She was always a firecracker of personality, but yeah, we all trusted her. I said she's the one who helped me get my self-established doing my sex work. Like she was my person I bounced my ideas off of and talked to about it. And she actually used that against me too. Said I was being like pervy with her or something. They were like completely unfounded, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's mind blowing. Yeah,
I just have no fucking words. Yeah, I truly don't. So I don't know. I'm just gonna show you the consequences of their words, the consequences of their actions, the consequences of their streaming, and what this has done to Ember. Yes, it has cost her subscribers, which is her main source of income. All right. Is that a fucking problem? People working online now? No, it fucking isn't. All right, here are some of the threats that Ember has received. Here's one of them. Maya Atkinson and Ember and Jay were hanging out in the live chat of a stream for Oz, I believe, if I remember correctly. And he was playing a video game, and there were some prostitutes. And Maya says something like, "Oh, prostitutes are quite neighborly." Ember says, "That's why everybody loves us." And Jay Bundy says, "They're also conveniently easy to assault or kill without consequences." I don't think I need to say anything else about that. To the right side, we have Tsumami, "Keep cosplaying, bitch," which is in reference to trans people.
All right, so pause. Hunter Biden's laptops. This is a name that's very familiar to me.
Jay Bundy.
It's what?
That's Jay Bundy.
That's Jay Bundy. All right, so yeah, that's like a name that Jay Bundy came at me 2 years ago, right? Hunter Biden's laptops. They're also conveniently easy to assault or kill without consequence.
No, and he's talking about Ember doing. Ember was joking about doing sex work, and then Jay was talking about assaulting and killing sex workers immediately in the very next reply, basically in reply to what Ember said. Yeah. So context.
"Keep cosplaying and begging, bitch. You are not safe. You are not safe. I don't believe shit you say, you dirty lying cunt, dirty rape apologist, bitch. Fuck you. You ain't no woman." Lovely and sweet, Tsumami. And then there's a bunch of threats, which are from live chats that came after the whole situation started. Somebody saying, "I want a word with you at gunpoint." you're gonna be spitting teeth. There's another one, somebody saying, now I have a gun. And another one saying that rapist should have finished you off. Now,
That's
Good
to a
Name
victim.
Channel is someone that used to be in the J Bundy's gather place that they have. This person has since apologized publicly, and yeah, I guess they've come along. So I appreciate them changing their mind. I just had to show this specific message because it did come immediately after J Bundy's streams and hateful shit started toward me. So it was an immediate result of J Bundy's behavior. Well, J Bundy has also made some comments claiming that they're gonna pull up to the ops, which is also slang for, you know, a drive-by shooting, or, you know, gonna show up and like take care of you. All right, they're gonna take care of you, and not the good kind of taking care. You know what I mean? Someone had mentioned that they live very close by. Another person saying, "Oh, I got a free ticket." Blah blah blah. All of this type of intimidating language.
Right. And more recently, the person in that Jade has in his side chat a lot, one of his acolytes named Wayne. I do have a screenshot of that too. Was discussing how they were looking to try to find out our addresses where we live. Yeah, that.
Yeah. So Wayne is the person that addressed me in my post section with the like cancellation campaign.
Yeah. And Marty, I can send that to you if you want to see it. But yeah, he's like, we're looking at AJ's. I think it was AJ he was talking about specifically, but I can't imagine they're not looking for all of our addresses. So it should be taken serious. And then also there was somebody, I can't remember who it was. I don't know if AJ ever covers this video. We're going to jump ahead here to about the 30-minute mark, like she suggested. But they talked about having calling ICE on her because she's a Latina woman living in Texas. So they're using all the nastiness.
Who the fuck are these people? What the fuck? My God, get a life.
I agree. I agree with Marty.
What's
It's like
do like get a job or something instead of making threats to people. Jesus.
like doesn't this dude have like classes to be teaching and shit?
Yeah, he's supposed to be a university professor. He should have like papers to grade. But like if you look at his reviews from his previous employer, it's like this guy doesn't teach. He doesn't. If you ask him a question, he'll tell you to Google it. So it's
what?
Yeah, he worked at I guess I'm not doxing him because he told everybody because he talks about working there all the time. He worked at a Catholic university called Seton Hall.
He's changed jobs a couple of times since then.
And he's I don't know where he's at now. It's not I'm not trying to dox him or anything, but yeah, he's public about working at Seton Hall. Seton Hall is a Catholic university, and it's no surprise to me that the guy that's talking about how he can cure a woman's evangelicism with his BBC would lose his job at a Catholic university.
Oh, holy fuck, bro! Like, yeah, so like it just gets kind of getting deeper and deeper. Yeah, like in this kind of behavior, like especially in this climate of like Trumpism and anti-woke culture, anti-cancel culture, like I don't know. It seemed like he could probably lose his job for this kind of online behavior.
That's what's been kind of that's happened. People have reached out to his employer. I don't know anybody. I don't know anything about that. I wasn't involved.
He's
with
really
that.
putting himself out there in a fucking way.
I was wondering about that, Bree, because he's now trying to hook up with Rebecca. I mean,
S.J. Thomason. And Ember popped in here and she keeps trying, but her mic's so low we can't hear her. So can we give Ember
is her mic low?
Yeah,
I'm just curious. Is he gonna offer his BBC at some point?
Oh God, damn, Peter!
Hey, he said it, not me.
Wow.
I wanted to pop back in because I'm trying to find my fucking audio controls in here. I don't know why my mic is so low.
I just turned it up a bit from my end.
Okay.
We sound good now. We just couldn't hear you before when you kept trying to get a foot in the door to say your piece. Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the stuff that AJ showed is all from like December. I've been getting threats. and harassment and abuse in emails, in comments, in DMs every fucking day. And like 2 weeks ago ish, all of a sudden Pragmatic Crystal started talking about my fucking baby, and Jay picked it up. And immediately after, well, okay, not immediately after, I got this email on Mother's Day.
Wow.
I wake up on Mother's Day and I get this.
What's wrong with people? Like, legit, what is wrong with people? Like, it's YouTube. You should just be on here just having fun, making content, maybe giving some, some insights on stuff, maybe some political stuff, to send stupid threats and grow up, dude. What's wrong with these people?
That's like that's NIFB tactics. It's like it's something that they utilized against me. So I would get like all of these like random emails from like different people, like threatening to do like harm to my daughter and shit, like way back in the NIFB days. And it's like the same exact tactic.
If I had a nickel for every time somebody talked about throwing me down the stairs since December, I think I'd have a few
right?
at least.
Like I get that it's so weird. People are like, why are Bundy's followers after the trans people the hardest? Why would he focus on the trans people? But the thing, I mean, I'm not going to speculate that the kind of people that he's been gathering into his audience may have a bias in their preference of people to abuse and harass, but I can't rule it out. But here's the thing. On the night of the first stream, fucking, they did the whole emotional manipulation thing. They read out Patty's version of events, and then they were going to read a list of names. They did a little kerfuffle over whether they should say SR's name or not, but they had a prepared list of names that they intended to read regardless. And once they decided to announce SR's name, they did that. And then they went to their prepared list. And I was at the fucking top of it. I was at Public Enemy #1.
Damn.
I can't imagine why I might have suddenly gotten a deluge of threats. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
And
you're that sentiment.
What a mystery.
On purpose. That's
Right?
fucking insane, man.
I'd have to go back and look again because it was 6 fucking months ago, but I'm pretty sure Bree was #2.
Oh yeah, and
I've been on several lists myself. I can tell you, I've been on quite a few lists.
Ember's involvement with just to reiterate, Ember's involvement with this was strictly from start to finish as being somebody who was on a morning show with the alleged victim, and somebody who was part of the support group put together for the victim after the spouse found out. That was Ember's crimes. I mean, she wasn't even involved with the victim like I was in a relationship or anything like that. And
Like,
she gets targeted just because.
Patty, like a couple of weeks ago, and been like, I know this is hard for you too. I hope you're okay, et cetera, et cetera. And I had fucking Bundy on my show 4 days prior. We did a show together, an adult Bible study thing. I've since privated it because obviously I'm not giving that fucker any more airtime. But like at the end of the show, we talked a couple minutes after the show, and he right before he leaves, he says, I love you. This motherfucker told me he loves me, and then days later sent a mob of bloodthirsty people to end me.
Oh yeah, I got DMs about how much Jay loves me since this has happened. Especially when I have my breakdown. And then when somebody he worked with committed suicide, he sent me a message telling me how much he loved me. And he's talking about me like this publicly because he needs the money, the clout or whatever. And he's sending me love bombs and DMs, him and PC both. When I had my breakdown, they sent me love bombs. And like I said, when Jay had his friend commit suicide or coworker or whatever, he sent me a big love bomb. So it's really it's really a fucking roller coaster while they're saying this shit about me in public and sending hate mobs at me in public.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cycle of violence, in an internet form, since we can't do domestic violence in the same way. We're all in different places. So it's, I beat up on you in public, and then I tell you I love you in private, and this is all your fault, really. I can only
You just make
imagine.
me so mad. I can't control myself.
Right. Like,
And the people trying to minimize like the threats that we receive, it's like, oh, they're just internet threats or whatever. They can be completely happy in their little corner of the world being like, oh, you're overreacting. I'm the one who's having a psychological and emotional response to being threatened and have a fear of leaving I already have agoraphobia, right? And Ember's been recently assaulted. So
right.
discounting us
The guy who,
having...
I mean, I don't know for sure because the fucker never got caught, but like days before I was attacked, I got tagged in a public post on YouTube saying, better than Ember, your time is coming soon. And then another one saying, don't be alone. And then another one saying, I'll see you soon. And they're all from different channels that claim to be hacked channels or something. And then the attack happened. And I'm like, so yeah, I get a little worked up over internet threats because the last time something got anything close to this serious, I almost fucking died.
Well, yeah, and internet threats are serious. So, I've gotten quite a few internet threats, whether they be death threats or just threats of harm or threats of, like I said in the previously in the stream, threats against my child. It was an NIFB tactic that they used,
right? And
there's different levels of threats that you take seriously, but the psychological damage that any threat is going to do to you. So like now you have this mentality, and you're a human, you have a brain, you have this mentality now, like you don't know if this threat is 100% legit, not legit, like if you should take it seriously, if you're going to start looking over your shoulder sooner or later. And the more these threats pile up, sooner or later, the more that paranoia is going to pile up, and you're not going to know who to trust anyway. These are like terroristic tactics. These are why fundamentalist religions use these tactics to try to intimidate any opposition to them, because they work very well. And he should be ashamed of utilizing these tactics.
Well, he's not intimidating. He's pushing us into fucking graves. I mean,
he's encouraging violence against you.
Yeah.
I put on a strong public face, but I'm not far behind Bree. I woke up to this on Mother's Day, and I'm in constant pain because I can't get treatment for my fucking injuries. And I just... I gotta go.
Yeah, and that's totally understandable. And that's another element, I think, of this, like Bree, that you had mentioned, and the stream that I was kind of like what the fuck is going on here, and was kind of forced to digest until I couldn't digest it anymore, is like there's this new element now, especially when it comes to the trans community, because the Trump administration has targeted your community, and especially the ability for a lot of people to get the medications. Like just access alone in general when it comes to all people has changed, but especially like he has specifically targeted trans communities.
It's true. Yeah. All right, she said to jump ahead to about 30 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Or you might be skipping. You might be skipping something important. This part. Yeah, this part.
What's up right now? Yeah.
Fuck off, Sue. Shut the fuck up.
What was that about?
I think it's this part.
Okay, here's where we were.
We're gonna move on to the next, which is it's actually Jay Bundy, Patty, and Tsubami.
That's what we
talking about Ember, and I think show up there and do something to someone, whether it be me,
what I was talking about is the next clip of Jay, if you can find
also
that.
slang for a drive-by shooting or and killed at the correspondence dinner at the White House very recently.
This guy's just pissed that they didn't get Trump, that no matter what happens, that you never get Trump. But it's exactly how I feel about Elliot.
And how the fuck y'all keep shooting everything?
Okay, just in case that wasn't clear, Elliot is the person that Jay Bundy wants to kill, who also goes by Secular Rarity online. Let me just quickly finish playing the video.
Hey, but this bitch! Fuck!
We're a rich company. Few people know about it.
Yo, y'all out here getting everybody can get it in the atheist community except this motherfucker.
So to sum it up, the man in the video says, how do y'all keep getting everybody shot except for this bitch? And Jay Bundy laughs hysterically and says he feels the exact same way about Secular Rarity, that he wants him to get killed. He wants him to get shot. Whether Jay Bundy wants to do it himself or not, I don't know. That's not clear from the clip, but yeah. I mean, the very clear threats of violence are there. They're undeniable. Jay Bundy is inciting violence. Whether he plans to do it himself or not, it doesn't matter. People are listening. His followers are listening, and they're watching, and they're paying attention, and they're wanting to do what he's asking them to do. Now, after Jay Bundy started streaming in December about this situation, Elliot Secularity has received so many threats. Some are public, some were sent to me, some were put under comment sections. Some of them, unfortunately, I didn't get screenshots of them, but I will share a couple here on the screen. Basically, started on the top left, people calling him a rapist, which he's not. And somebody say how you raped Nancy, right? On that comment. There was never, ever a claim of rape. The claim of rape began because Patty used that wording on her very first stream with Jay Bundy, which is pictured on this screen right here. And so they used that wording, and people assumed there was rape involved. Like I said, you can look in the description of the video, or go to what happened at nanocon2025.com, and you can look at all of the evidence of the allegations, the refutals. There were no charges. There were potential charges against Nancy for false reporting and all of that. Yes, I have continued to platform Elliot because I believe in the evidence. So anyways, there's a bunch of comments from native atheists, and they should rename.
For real, Will, we're not. Yeah, it's definitely not Jay that I'm worried about. I've wrestled pigs more threatening than Jay. It's the people he might incite to violence that are my concern. Just speaking at a turn, there's for every person that's up on his screen, there's somebody silently watching who's not quite all put together too well, looking for a reason to open fire on some people. That's what I'm concerned about.
I wouldn't be worried about Jay. Like the code switching thing, I find hilarious. I don't really take it seriously. No. Like the rolling up on his ops, I don't think he's actually going to do that in real person. But yeah, like suggesting that is like definitely suggesting that to his audience.
Nanocon, Rapacon, SR were the one to meet me in a dark alley. Then there's a bunch of other comments. Let me see. The one on the very right, bottom right, look at the tree, says, just putting it out there. If someone gives me a name, picture, and address, maybe someone gets a visit one day. Then we have Tsunami saying, sending a direct message to me, let your buddy Elliot know he better keep his ass at home from now on. Then Tsunami posting, know that if I attend any single BS convention run by the atheist community, I better not see secular rarity there. Or there's going to be a problem. I'm promising all of you that. And then she says, because boy, I will handle the problem that is Elliot myself. Now we're going to move on to playing a video of Jay Bundy talking about me. Now, what he's doing is basically he introduces all of the speakers for NanoCon. He's used some really racist language, misogynistic language, just really overall disgusting stuff.
That human waste of a perfectly good ejaculate. 1A J Ruley. Y'all know we got to save the worst for last.
I said a human waste of a perfectly good ejaculate. 1A J Ruley. I said the bitch is human. I'm already giving her way too much fucking credit up in this bitch. I should really say that demon fucking spawn waste of a perfectly good fucking ejaculate. That subhuman trash.
I mean, what can I say about that?
Why is he saying that about her?
So Jay.
Because she was a witness to it, and
AJ specifically because he thinks that she's the like the ringleader, like she's the cleaner, the fixer, the like in the mafia movies where they call it like a big mess and somebody else come and clean it up. That's who he's framing AJ as.
She's like Michael Cohen.
We're all part of a criminal organization. Glinda is a dancer who gets up on stage and gets all the crowd aroused by their being plied with alcohol at these conventions. I'm not even required to be at the conventions for my role. My role takes place after there's been a problem, after as part of AJ's cleanup crew. I go in and seduce any survivors, and then once I establish a loving relationship with them, I just talk them out of reporting the crime. That's my job.
Wow.
So we all have important roles in this criminal organization that we're running. Obviously, Casey and John Gleason are the ringleaders. They're the ones who pay us because we make a lot of money doing this.
So I think he's attacking the people he knows are better than him.
Sounds like it. What'd you say, Knock?
So what did he keep some of that peanut butter money, and he's like funding this atheist campaign against Jay?
Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember. I think somebody else mentioned it. Like didn't KC and GE like literally sell peanut butter and raise a lot of money for people?
I know they've done a lot of money fundraising for people and stuff too. And they don't even have to do. They don't do any of this online stuff for financial gain. They're both working engineers. Like they work for different labs and stuff. They're not. This isn't how they make their living. They do this as just part of their activism and trying to spread secular awareness and stuff. As far as I know.
Yeah, like this dude is like really truly willing to go dark against human beings in order to make some kind of like valid point that I don't even really see like the actual victim out here trying to make herself.
Right.
I didn't know that. Titan just said a waste of ejaculates isn't just a ridiculously patriarchally misogynistic. It's a literal catchphrase in the eugenics circles. I did not know that.
Well, it's also it's because it's eugenicist against because I don't know if it didn't. You can't tell. You just think maybe it makes it hard to place her accent for AJ. You can't quite tell listening to her talk because she's lived with it her whole life. But she's deaf. She has a cochlear implant. Is how she's able to. But she spent most of her life, as far as I understand it, not being able to communicate or not be able to hear. So.
Like I don't think I ever said these kind of
perfectly good ejaculate is. If someone can fill me in there, I honestly would like to know what is a perfectly good ejaculate.
Saying that that's eugenicsy is kind of tying that into her, having this disability, because that's what eugenics were stacked against, people that were disabled. Anyway.
Bundy did an entire stream about me recently.
I'm sorry, what was that? Just disturbing?
It's just like really disturbing. Like so this is like, again, Smokey saint levels of willing to like insult people and go to levels that like it should stand out to just anybody. Like it doesn't really matter your affiliation here, right? Like if you see this behavior towards people, this should like just turn you away from it. Like this is disgusting. Like I would expect this more from people like Jill than somebody that's
Yeah.
supposed to be some like atheist teacher at a university somewhere. Like it's just kind of I don't know, like again, but it doesn't surprise me because this is the kind of Jay that I again like this dude tried to attack me 2 years ago, and I was just really losing interested in being attacked anymore. So I just kind of went away, you know. So he never really got his shot at me. Like when he finds out like I am like kind of involving in myself, like he probably has shit stored away from the past that he's gonna like, oh hell yeah, finally, you know, I'm gonna have my day. This is fucked up behavior. I'm starting to like kind of see like these smoky saint connotations to where like this person is willing to go to very dark lengths and take it to a level that I don't think anybody should be proud of. Like it's like why the fuck would anybody support this? But you're gonna find people that's gonna support this.
Just the wildness of the conspiracies that he's weaving here and stuff. Like there's a Trusty Ape made a little short about this with Charlie Day doing the corkboard and yarn with all the stuff with Jay Bundy. It's I mean it's accurate.
Yeah, I am gonna step away real quick and go check on my daughter and grab a soda.
Okay, I want to play this while you're gone.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let this go as long as it needs to. I do need to work tomorrow, but like, yeah, I'm just not gonna like cut this thing off. I'm finding out way too much information. This has been like kind of mind blowing this entire stream. So yeah, y'all please continue. I'll be right back.
Are you still gonna be able to hear us? 'Cause I can play it. Otherwise, we can talk.
Before you hit play, Bree, I think, and especially the parts that AJ gathered in this video, those are the things that people need to watch because those tell you a lot more about Jay than about the whole situation that he's thinking he's taking on. This shows who he is.
There's
that's something that people. Yeah, that's something people need to notice and don't forget it.
There's a written version
happened
of this.
with a lot of people.
Yeah, sorry, I
Again?
didn't mean to keep cutting you off. There's a little bit of a delay. I said there is a written version of this as well out there. If you don't digest things like what AJ's video here, if that's not helps you digest it, if you want to see and be able to read through all the screenshots and stuff, AJ has a document out there at whathappenedtonanocon.com, I believe is the address. Correct?
Yeah, I just opened that after her stream, and it was so the moments that I had free.
I want to have a lot to catch up on after this.
Yes, but so the thing that I'm worried about is that people will forget because we've seen that happen with a lot of people in the community. If you can talk about a community, I mean, I've seen people go after 12-year-old children and coming back and now being accepted back into the community. I've seen someone threaten someone else with rage porn or revenge porn.
Wow.
Also back in the community. That's the part I will never get. These people are not going to change.
And
they might change for a while to get back into the community, but they're not going to change. If someone has proven to you with multiple hours of video that they're a douchebag, they're not going to change.
And I'll just let you know, since you told me about that revenge porn thing, I haven't been back to that channel since, just to keep you in the loop. I don't approve of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no one can do revenge porn of me because I don't care. But like
revenge porn of you is promotional material,
right? Yeah. Like, okay, please do. I don't have to pay royalties.
Yeah, I don't see, like, isn't the atheist community supposed to be a community? Yeah, am I crazy for thinking that, or like, and then this is how they treat their own? Like Christians eat their own. I'll say myself in the community, part of the atheist thing because I hang out in rooms.
I identify more as a pagan than a atheist, but I am atheo-pagan, so
yeah, same as I was gonna say. Well done, Bree.
Yeah, Me and you, I think me and
maybe
you
it's-
have a lot in common, Marty.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
At least in
because
that
I'm
aspect.
Dutch, but if someone has shown me over and over again that they're toxic, not coming back into my community, there's no way.
That's just
It's-
self-care.
It's not.
Like, that's
It's
like,
not just self-care. It's the consequences of your actions.
Yeah.
Don't expect those to go away. If you've hurt people for more than a year, weekly, for hours and hours, not going to go away.
Yeah, and I don't think it should go away.
Knock, we blew this stream up. You've got a lot of interaction. I'm glad that you're bringing awareness to this.
Yeah, I'm and so
you're who I've been waiting for. So thank you. You are who I've been waiting for to be able to come and talk about this with.
And I am truly trying to come from this from like a perspective of an outsider looking in, right? I do have my biases against Jay. Yeah, and there's been a lot of information in this stream alone. Like I'm gonna have to really process, watch it back. Will is playing this game in a side chat with me, and it's
I see him out there trying to see what he can get away with.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, me and Will Freeman are
such a
gonna have our
fucking
deal
troll.
again. We're gonna have our deal again, Will.
Well,
all right, but I don't want to take
troll.
away from that with what's going on in the side chat. I do like, so the thing that I don't appreciate it, Will, is like when you're choosing your time and to kind of like show this hand, and you're showing me like, all right, I'm gonna have to fuck with Will Freeman again. But
it's like we're trying to talk about serious shit.
yeah,
Like, you
yeah,
should
I'm
know that
trying to talk about kind of other stuff,
should
and now
know
I've got
that when I'm
Serb
here-
in and fucking a goddamn Serb. All right, it's an open room. He knows my rules and he'll hold me to it. So Serb, be nice, you fucker. What are you here to say, Cerbersex, real quick, and then we're gonna let like because Bree was trying to say something. Are you here to be mean? Because you know I'm not going to tolerate it right now.
Oh no, I was going to say. I mean, I just heard you say that you weren't super fond of Bundy. I wasn't super fond of Bundy either.
All right, cool. So I get the good Serb that I like.
Well, I want to understand Serb's interaction with Jay Bundy that's led him down this road. Just kind of get an idea of where he's coming from. Is that okay, Serb?
Yeah. Whether he's right or wrong on this topic, it isn't really his opinion on the topic that bothers me. It's that he goes about it like a cannon on a swivel. He'll just shoot at everything.
Hold on. Is this the real Cerberus Hex or are you an impersonator? Because it cannot be that you and I agree on something right off the bat.
Yeah.
That has never
we
happened.
always agreed on stuff.
That is.
before.
Hey, sir. How are you doing? Long time no see.
But I don't want to interrupt whoever was talking before I came in too much.
That was just me. I was getting ready to start playing this video again. We only have a few more minutes left. About 10 more minutes left. So that's like, what, another hour? I have to go to bed at some point. There's shit I'm going to have to catch up on after this, too.
Me too. Yeah.
I start a new job in the morning.
Nice.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're a bunch of cop-outs. It's 4:13 a.m. here, and you're talking about being too late and you need to go to
It's
bed.
10:13 East Coast time. PM.
Old man Peter telling us how to live.
Yes. Well, I'm
retired,
definitely not
I'll
going to
stay
cut
up
it
all night.
short. So, like, if there's still conversation going, I'll probably take it till at least midnight. I've always been capable of doing the long ones. You know, like I've always had that stamina, especially if I don't have to like rush off to work or anything. As long as my kid's healthy, and we're past that for a while, I think.
Well, we still have the worst part of day to get through.
All right, let's go.
Definitely on top of the one about me and Casey. It's on the bottom right, and it's 4 hours long, and it was basically just trashing me. I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Did y'all see what the fuck I did to AJ? Go watch the stream I just made about AJ Ruley.
Notice the wording, right? What I did to AJ. To AJ.
Go watch that AJ Ruley stream and ask yourself, who's next? Who is next?
Sounds a lot like a threat.
When you realize you don't want to be, feel the peace and the stillness in your life after you finish watching that stream. You have to make sure that when my black ass wakes up, you have made content about NanoCon. But if I get up tomorrow and I don't see some fucking new NanoCon content, guess we gotta be right back at their head, neck, and shoulders of Dr. Bundy trying to burn atheist YouTube community to the ground.
What can be
Doesn't
said
that look
about
like a
that?
very
Like it is a
sane person?
Yeah, right?
He thinks it's a
Yeah.
game. He thinks it's WWE wrestling or whatever. I think
So,
that's what
like,
No,
I'm thinking.
I don't think so. I think he's actually serious when he says
Yeah,
that.
like, is he gonna be happy to wake up and see like
That's not a
this
game.
Well,
hours of streams that I've
it's
done
the
today?
real world. He perceives the real world as like this big wrestling arena. Like he can just, like he's gonna go out and give me the chair if he sees me in the street. You know?
Yeah, and that's another thing to this, like the wrestling analogy. Like that's a like so I've always kind of taken issue with wrestling culture. I know like some people like it, and I don't really fucking understand why. But like there is like the certain wrestling culture. I put it like kind of along the lines of like Punisher culture, the Punisher comic book. Like there's these elements of that culture that are really fucking toxic, and for you to kind of like align yourself and like make that a serious point of your campaign, it's just like for one, it's kind of weird. I know, like what we used to say about like fucking MAGA during the Kamala campaign. It's this, they're just fucking weird, and that's like really fucking weird to kind of like use that analogy.
Honestly, I never heard of this Jay Bundy guy until today. So he doesn't he might not be that big in the community because I've never heard of him. I've never seen any of his streams. I never heard of this guy. I'm tempted to just ask who the fuck is this guy? Because
He was so Jay Bundy was a one of the lab techs, I believe. He worked in the Linsky lab, the lab that did the longest running evolutionary experiment, the longest running one in history, right? The Linsky experiment, which is where they do the E. coli that adapts to the citrine. It's a famous experiment, really big in the atheist, secular, against young earth creationist kind of sphere because of its importance to evolution, right?
Right.
And Jay worked on that, so he got a little cloud off of that. And when he came onto the scene, when I became aware of him anyway, was him going on like standing for truth and arguing with LPP and all those and Raw Matt and all those people. And then he had a debate with Kent Hovind where he kind of like whiffed it and ended up falling for Kent Hovind's charisma.
Oh God.
You can go back and watch that. I believe it's still up on Standing for Truth's channel.
Oh, I don't give standing for
I think
truth.
I think that's his biggest problem with everything he's done. Still, no one knows who he is because no one's watching him. Knows at least not significant people are watching him or talking to him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It doesn't seem like
very direct message. Do what I say, or else I will destroy you, or I will attempt to destroy you. Because obviously he streamed a whole fucking, I don't know, probably an entire fucking day's worth of time about me, and here I am. I'm still here, baby. I just know Jay Bandy loves saying my name. I have to give you a trigger warning for this one.
He usually says my name at least 3 times in a row. Every time he mentions me, it's Bree, Bree, Bree. I don't know what we're gonna do about you.
This part actually needs a trigger warning if you've ever been abused.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the trigger warning. Yeah, if this is something that would upset you if you've been a victim of abuse.
Have childhood trauma.
I think that this part shows who he is. Cathay. This has nothing to do with I'm off my meds and I'm getting treatment. This is who he is.
Adult trauma.
Sorry.
Other way. Somebody yelling at you, this may trigger you. So please take care of yourself. You don't need to watch it.
No, fuck off, Sue. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking tell me how to do my goddamn show. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't fucking care what any of you think. You come on my fucking stream and tell me what to talk about?
I have a hard time watching this part because
God, that reminds me of my dad yelling at us when we were kids.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. But I'm a yeller. I have Italian in me, so I'll yell right back now. I couldn't yell at my dad when I was a kid, but I'll yell right back at somebody else now.
Yeah, I would yell right back at him. But like, so that tsunami was the person that was like earlier just being a degenerate, right?
Yeah, and she's decided to start. Well, I don't know what exactly she was saying to him in the side chat, but she was trying to what he would call tone police him. I don't know if that's the proper term for it in that context, but
yeah, I mean, he kind of sounds like me talking to Allie when I was fucking drunk. Like, you know, like, yeah, this is like completely uncalled for. It's why, like, I've kind of always confessed to like the way I spoke to her was always uncalled for. You don't talk to people like this, man.
And I'll say when my kids were little, I tried to mimic my dad and lose my temper on them like this. I didn't learn that until years after. So I've been down this road where I express these behaviors, right? And I'm not trying to like be like I'm better than him or anything, but I try to learn from that and be a better person moving forward. That's all we can do.
This is what my hot take is. A purity tester and a supremacist are the same thing, and that's what you're seeing.
It's a controversial statement to link it to supremacy, but I would kind of agree. Like, you know, purity testing. Yeah, it is this slippery slope, and that seems to be like I don't know. Like, is he gatekeeping here? Is like that his intention, or is he just trying to burn it all down? And I don't understand like the burn it all down thing. Because like he doesn't have enough sway, like he doesn't have enough riz for that. Like from what I'm seeing, like if you're gonna really like burn this all down, you need to, I don't know, at least be like at a Matt Dillahunty level. But like I see him attacking like people like Alex O'Connor, like, you know, like it's just like, what are you gonna fucking do? You don't have that kind of riz. Like I just don't get it. I don't understand the end goal here.
You don't, but if you can't be part of it, that's your next thought.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned
insignificant
about him getting kind of like outed from the community for his little thing with Rebecca Davis, right? So this is him saying, if I can't play with these toys with you guys anymore, nobody can play with them. I'm going to destroy them all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's basic narcissist behavior.
I think of the women in his life, if there are any, right? Or the women that have lived his life. The way he just flipped over, the thing that Tsunami told him was to move on. Basically, he was just going on and on and on about it. It's just like, hey guy, you're being too political. Why don't we move on and get to the point? And this was his response. The way he just flipped, the way his hands are just shaking in fucking anger when he's like, what are you telling me? What the fuck to talk about? His voice just cracks, and he's like, that is pure concerning rage.
Y'all have gotten way too comfortable with me. And you're so uncomfortable with how insecure I make you that you want me to move the fuck on when I'm trying to tell you the problem. I don't fucking care what any of you think.
Clearly out violence happening in front of
Sounds
your
like
face.
me about 2 bottles in,
Violence,
man.
violence.
Yeah.
Like crashing out on fucking Smokey and Will Kincaid 2 bottles in. That was like me, like, and then like I had sane people trying to wake me up the next morning with text messages knock, like fucking delete that shit, bro.
Yeah, this crazy that he's crashing out like this on his supporters though, because he's got a very Sumami's left. She's gone. She hasn't come back. Like his
Yeah, I don't
little
blame her.
camp after this, but like she was like one of his like next to Pragmatic Crystal, she was his most loyal supporter, and it's because he had this crash out on her for her just telling him to move the fuck on. She ain't been back.
Violence.
Are we the insecure ones? Now, in the words of Jay Bundy himself, let's be fucking for real now. Let's be fucking for real. Wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy if Dr. Bundy actually had a pattern of abusing women? I don't know. Wouldn't it be crazy if Jay Bundy was a stalker? Wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy if he was a stalker with intent to harm? Wouldn't it be crazy if he terrorized women? Wouldn't it be crazy, guys? Wouldn't it be crazy? Let's be fucking for real. Wouldn't it be crazy if he recklessly endangers people? If he recklessly endangers women? Wouldn't it be crazy if the call was coming from inside the house? I hope somebody checked his background, before he was entrusted with teaching young college women in a classroom. Because if there's one thing Dr. Bundy is correct about, is the fact that men who abuse women will more than likely do it again. And with the amount of women that Dr. Bundy has abused online, wouldn't it be crazy if Jay Bundy had victims that he's abused? Wouldn't that be crazy? I don't know. You don't have to take my word for it. You can do your own homework. But it's something one must wonder. So if while I am at NanoCon, I'm beat up, ISIS called on me, or I get shot, if anything happens to my family, or to Amber, to Glenda Jordan, to Arden Hart, to Casey and John Gleason, to Seth from Ambush Apostate, or any of the other individuals being targeted by Jay Bundy, now you know who is responsible for inciting that violence. And if you support this man in any way, fuck you for thinking that it is okay to abuse women in the name of protecting women. You can believe victims without participating in the victimization, re-traumatization, and abuse of other human beings, especially women. If you don't believe my words, believe Jade's own words.
And recognize the motherfucker staring back at me when I'm trying to look in my own goddamn face is one of the most dangerous creatures to have ever dwelled on the surface of the earth. Y'all fucked this up.
The last thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you to everybody that's kept me sane over the last few months since December. Anyone that has offered their support in any way, listened to me whine and cry and scream and, all the things. Thank you so much for all of your support. And thank you to Elliot Kenter for taking people's safety so seriously and listening to those of us that have had to ask for additional security at this upcoming NanoCon because Jay Bundy is hell-bent on making it unsafe just so he can prove himself right. But I can't wait to see all of you, to hug all of you, to come together with this amazing community that works together for the well-being of other humans. And no, it's not for financial gain. We're all fucking broke. It's because we truly, deeply, and wholeheartedly care about one another. And that is important. That is an important thing to have in this community in these times. That's what I have to say. I'm really excited. J Bundy, NanoCon is happening. I'm sorry to say. Basically, to sum this up, if you sit at the biggest table and you nod along and you pat the bigots back, guess what that makes you? A fucking bigot. Thank you for listening, and
Couldn't
I'm
said
sorry
that
we are
better
here.
myself.
I'm sorry that this is the video.
Yeah, that's pretty good, huh?
She's
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah. I've met her. We met in Austin. She's like pocket sized too. She's a tiny
Aw,
little thing.
she's cute.
Yeah, she's I think she's 4'10", but
Holy shit.
yeah, she's a little bitty. But me and her
There's
walked
one
around.
thing. Reed,
Her and I
there's one
walked
thing I
around
need to know.
the museum together. We looked like crazy because I'm like I was wearing my big boots. So I'm like I was like 6'2", and she's 4'9".
Reed, there's one thing I need to know. While she was streaming this, a lot of people said, "Oh, she's wearing that dress." I need to know the story behind the dress.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not in the loop
You
on
don't
that
know
one.
either?
That dress is cute though. I'd wear
Well,
it.
apparently, the dress she put on the dress to trigger Jay even more, and I don't know why. So I would.
Well,
love to
there
hear
is
that
the thing
story.
that he says that talks about our saggy tits all the time because we Java and Jugs was the name of the show that we all did together in the morning, and so all of us plus Linda Jordan gets looped in on that too. All have saggy tits. We're all old with saggy tits and nothing better to do but gossip about and spread rumors about the apostate sisters. Even though, like I've quoted earlier today, when we started this stream about what we had said to the apostate sisters when they were parting ways with us on the Java and Jugs program, it was all supportive. So there was no cancellation. We never set out to destroy their reputations or anything like that. It was that's a weird way to frame things, to frame the separation.
Yeah, I'd wear that dress too. It's cute.
It is cute, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the only thing I'd really take issue with anything that she said there at the end would be like, like, the possible like real life victims. Like, I just wouldn't include that kind of probably until like there was actual reporting of it. And again, like something like that wouldn't surprise me. He's definitely showing like narcissistic tendencies, and yeah, like the whole freak out on the tsunami person. Is like very problematic. Like again, that's like me crashing out 3 a.m. two bottles in on Smokey, or like me crashing out on Alley would probably be like the worst extent of that. Like just really just like going hardcore, like losing your shit on somebody. And I don't know, like that just really comes off. Like he's a sober person, right? Like this isn't a person that gets drunk on stream like I was.
Let me so apparently there's something that that transpires about the dress at the end of this. There's only a couple minutes left, so you want to listen in on that? I guess we can.
Video that I had to record today. Also, hey, you know what? The outfit was on purpose because Jay Bundy is a fucking misogynist and he thinks that every woman that dresses up in any way, showing up a little bit of shoulder or anything, is a fucking, stripper or whatever misogynistic choice word he has for the day. Or goonbait. That was the one. Goonbait is what he calls it. So here's your goonbait, motherfucker.
I'm goonbait.
And remember,
That's the part I missed
wouldn't it
because
be
that's
crazy?
when I went in the chat.
Wouldn't it be crazy if the call was coming from inside the house?
What I couldn't see.
That's just their NanoCon ad. I think we got what we needed from it.
Who puts this con together?
There's a board that runs NanoCon, And yeah, that's another thing. Elliot was removed from that board for this incident, so I'm not sure what more could be done on their end other than saying, "Hey, yeah, hit the road." I mean, beyond that, what more can they do? They had it investigated. There was a criminal investigation. So,
damn.
I said I'm goon bait when I show up in here looking like D from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Jeez.
I like your hair though. I can't
Sorry,
grow.
like
Thank you.
I can't grow long hair.
there's stuff going on in the chat that's kind of had me distracted, so I'm kind of like responding to some like stuff that I'm getting. In fact, instead of like DMs, I'll just kind of like focus on it. So like I'm not really planning on like making anybody else like moderators at this point. So like I haven't really even considered like moderation on the channel since I've been back. I haven't really had to. Like I've been like literally getting 4 or 5 fucking viewers, right? So I haven't really had to worry about that at all. You know, John Messenger reveals me and him go way back. I'm not sure all of the like dynamics of what's going on in the side chat right now because I have been like really trying to follow along and like ingest a lot of this information because it is going to be easier, especially with content in context of me going into really like examining some of the shit that Jay's saying on his own. Whatever's going on, like Will Freeman is like gonna poke the bear because we have such a long history of me like freaking out on Will Freeman, kind of in the way that I will occasionally freak out on Cerberus Hex here. So like it's like I haven't really had to consider that, and I definitely don't want to really try to even consider that until after this stream. Again, I'm going to be getting back to work tomorrow, so like I will be taking that into some like serious kind of consideration moving forward. I would just ask everybody to try to be respectful of fucking people here, because I'm really not trying to deal with that headache right now unless I absolutely have to like bring down some fucking hammers, and then I'll just be knock and be kind of like a dick to everybody. So I don't want to do that here. So I'm not going to just really worry about it.
Peter, now I know who you are. Now I've seen that photo before. I've seen you before in a few other rooms. Now I remember you.
Yeah, most people these days will know me from Orange Channel, but I need to get back doing my own content. But I still can't stream, and YouTube still doesn't know how to figure out why I can't stream.
Hey, Peter's been around a long time. I remember.
Yeah,
G+.
too long for some, right, sir?
Yeah, I've always liked you.
See, I knew you would agree with that.
Peter's been here with me since the beginning. So is Knock, really. So, I mean,
there was a point when I considered myself a noob to at least the streaming part of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've definitely been around. Like I can kind of see both sides of this. Like real quickly, like because I've spoken with other people about this. I've spoken about this openly. Bree, you know, I've spoken about this openly. There's a lot of gatekeeping within the atheist community, right? Like, and it would be easy, like if Jay wasn't using these tactics, right? Like if he was really like trying to like really go at this, like what he was calling the white boy mentality of the atheist community, he might actually be able to get some like people behind that messaging, because like there's like some legitimate concern there about like the masculine dynamics of the atheist community and whatnot, especially the white masculine dynamics of the atheist community. It's predominantly white dudes, so that does become an issue, and especially within the context of you trying to like bring in a sexual allegation or whatnot. But he doesn't take that route. He doesn't like try to make the logical argument. He tries to like again to bring it, and not to invoke Smokey and his wrath, because I'm not trying to relitigate any of that, but he takes that avenue. Like instead of like going after Jen Aldridge and some of the tactics she might be utilizing, he's going to attack her as a woman and just fucking degrade her as a human being.
Oh my gosh, when she showed up in that red bra.
Yeah, on my stream, a person that like I don't like her and she don't like me, but she was forced to do it on my fucking stream. Like, yeah,
I talked her into it, and I should say I talked her into it. It was an idea I came up with on X, and I was talking to her on there, but I still had that conversation, and she's like, "I'm gonna fucking do it," and she showed.
It was fucking classic moment.
She's cute too.
Yeah, it was fucking like
I'm
it's
gonna get my
like,
red
did that
bra
shit.
out.
Hell yeah,
and
you
support.
fucking.
There you go.
That's cute. I like that bra. I need
I
new
love
bras.
this bra. It's so comfortable. I just got it.
I need new bras.
That was a moment. Yeah, so same tactics of that. And it's just really like he loses what support like he might gain from having a logical argument about the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, he's getting him like losing his shit on people that weren't even at the event, right? That's a big problem that that needs to be addressed. Like I wasn't even there. My crime was saying I had a relationship with the alleged victim. That was my biggest crime, and it's been a huge campaign against me just for saying that one thing in an investigation. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of those streams. It's kind of like, you know, peak me going at that whole crew. But yeah, Cat's right. Like if you say his name enough, he might show up.
Oh my.
Well, there we go. Actually, I got a question for you guys on this. So there's been a little bit of back and forth, and I don't know him, I guess, as well as you guys do. He told me
I don't know him either.
that he would want me to talk to one of his classes. Is that going to be a problem?
Why? What for? What?
I mean, I'm an economist. I'm assuming that's what we were talking about.
I mean,
Oh, can
choose your
I
own
answer
path,
that, sir? It's not going to be a problem for the students. I know you. I don't think that's going to be problematic at all. But that's just my
I don't
two
know.
cents.
It's kind of weird. Like, is he like serious about you doing it, or is it like a YouTube troll thing?
Well, I mean, like I said, there's been two backs and forths where we've mentioned it a couple times, so it's not like a hard committal, right? I mean, I haven't even said if I would do it or not.
Is it something that you've considered doing? Like, speaking in the classroom about economics, what kind of economics? Your pro-capitalism bullshit?
Well, no, being pro-capitalism isn't economics.
I won't get started on it. Or I mean, it's so like I don't know. Like again, like I just don't.
You might want to keep Pandora's box closed for now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's another couple of hours that you're going to get into if you open it.
It seems kind of weird.
Here, the short version is I got the impression he wanted me to talk to one of his classes about essentially the logistics around why ghettoization happens.
Wait, what happens?
Ghettoization.
The fuck is that?
It's when a group of people insulate themselves from another group to protect themselves on some level. Right? They'll make an insular community in an area where they will either purposely or sometimes not purposely force everyone else out, and then in turn basically force everyone to stay in. So you get like two societies right next to each other.
Yeah, it's literally the first time I ever heard that word.
All right, so I don't know the way you described it. So I know you, sir. So you're leading us down a path, right? Like I'm trying to just like mentally prepare myself for the path you're trying to lead us down.
So I've made a policy. Well, I made a policy of at least until I get done on my tenure track. Right, I got like a year and a half left.
So you're a teacher.
Yeah.
Okay, so you speak to classrooms. All right. So ghettoism. So the way you explained it, what I'm getting from just like I don't know. I try to like Google everything. I know you warned me against it. It generally refers to the creation of segregated, marginalized enclaves, ghettos, or behaviors and speech typical of those environments. The term encompasses both the historical segregation of minority populations and a complex sociological concept regarding urban division. Is that what you're speaking of, or is this going to be like some of your right wing shit?
No, just economics. not politics.
So I guess I would be fine with it, especially like if you're a teacher yourself and you speak to classrooms. I don't really see that's not weird. I didn't know that about you. I didn't know you as a teacher.
Well, that's not it. I keep my online stuff very separate from my real life stuff because there are crazy people. And I'm asking, is he a crazy enough person that it will be a problem?
As a crazy person, I agree. There are crazy people.
So like you're afraid like maybe he would do something to you in his classroom. I highly doubt that. Now like
Oh no, I'm not worried about him being like hostile. He's hostile to almost everybody.
I don't know.
I'm worried
I don't
about
know him
him
well
being
enough.
hostile to me outside of the classroom.
All right, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, so, like, my experience with the dude, like, as soon as he finds out I'm probably involved with the shit, I'm gonna get some level of harassment myself. I don't know. It depends, I guess, on the positions you take for or against him. It seems to be the kind of vibe I'm getting from him. You know, like if you're willing to say like what I think he wants you to say, I think you'd be fine.
Oh, I don't think he's going to like what I have to say about ghettoization.
I don't think so either, and that's why I'm very confused about him asking you to do that.
Well, I was too, but I was considering it because I was like, well, maybe this is a pivot point, right? Maybe
The
he's
big
saying some
mistake
crazy
is
things to his
people
students
don't.
and I could maybe help fix that, and maybe I could help him.
The big mistake with Serb is that people need to check out Serb before they ask him something. That
Yes,
might
I
help.
agree with that statement 100%.
Like I think that we probably all disagree with what
I mean,
Serb has to say about this
that's not
topic.
meant.
I mean,
That's not meant in a
being
bad way. It's just that Serb could be Dutch because he just says what he wants to say and he doesn't give a shit what anyone else thinks about that. And
Well,
that's
he's
why,
also a
that's why
master
I
troll.
appreciate. That's why
Sorry.
I appreciate Serb because at least he's honest and direct. He could be Dutch.
I don't wave my finger enough to be Dutch.
He is
Dutch
also
don't
a
wave
master
their
troll, so you
finger.
must be
That- I
wary
mean,
with him.
The whole story of the finger in the dike is an American story, sir,
No,
not a Dutch
mean,
one.
I mean the wagging your finger is maybe an American term, but vocally and or showing physically your disapproval of someone doing anything.
Yeah, I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
I'll grant you that because we would have been in wars if you've done that at some point, and we've never ended up other than being friendly. So
I want to say I think my role in the evening's events have run their course. I've been here almost 5 hours now, so
Damn,
Yeah, it's been some super long streaming today.
I'm glad you took time to give me a platform to discuss this and to basically co-host this panel with you, the spontaneous panel. we put together here.
I really appreciate it, Bree. You like when I decided to do this tonight because I was thinking about doing this tomorrow night. Like you were definitely one of the people that I was hoping would jump in because I know you would. Jay has clearly involved you in it, so I know you would give me the straight of it, and that's what you've done. So I definitely appreciate all the context that you've provided, Ember's provided. It's definitely a lot to fucking mull over. I'm gonna probably have to actually do a thing I haven't done in a long time and make time to go back and watch these long streams. This long stream, and like pretty much word for word, and redigest all the information that I've gathered.
Well, there's that document I mentioned earlier. That's basically what I just went over and what AJ just went over and Ember said, all combined together, all those testimonies and stuff, plus the testimonies of people who I don't feel comfortable giving their testimony are out there at what happened at NanoCon 2025, I think is what, or it might just be what happened at NanoCon. I can't remember the website, but all right, I'm gonna go. Anyway.
Thank you for coming on, Bree. Definitely thank you.
Take care.
Bree, have a good night.
You too.
And I'm not going to
Night,
shut
Bree.
it down yet because I do want to kind of mull over this, and anybody else that wants to come in, please feel free to because I am going to be like Um, Probably upgrading this. I think I am kind of happy with the way it's performing.
Hey,
So
Andrew.
yeah, feel free to come in. Oops, what did I do? So that's the one thing I got to get used to right there is this getting people into the streams. But all right, there you are. Sorry about that, Ember.
Buttons. All right, so I have a little more context. People keep asking, how can people look at what's happening and still support this dude? As it happens, one of his followers decided to do a stream the other day. So a little bit of background. There's two people. One is named the Rabid Atheist, and he's kind of a libertarian centered dude for the most part, but he's really hardcore on evidence and critical thinking. And then there's the mighty Filbert. And Ed and Filbert, the Rabid Atheist, Ed, he not doxing, he's clear about his name. They were friends for the most part. Like Filbert made a few things for Ed's channel and so on and so forth. Filbert's more of the my feels though and the AI says though kind of guy, which appeals him greatly to the Jay Bundy school of AI told me so. So when all this started to happen, you know, Filbert saw the Erica Kirk reading of the letter and all those things. And he was, oh, it reminds me of my mother, and therefore I cannot question it. And yes, I'm being very uncharitable because I'm very angry. So whatever. So Ed looked into things. He actually looked at the evidence. He was like the letter is internally inconsistent. It starts out with the wrong fucking date. It states things that are not true, verifiably untrue, and it contradicts itself in a couple of places, among other problems. Ed did a whole long stream about it. So Filbert decided to review Ed's stream and be all butthurt about his friend not choosing the same team as him on this issue. And so I want to call your attention to this one part that I have prepared for us here. If you would be so kind as to do the screen share thing.
Yeah, it should be. Yep, it's working now.
Okay, so I'm gonna let him go for maybe a minute, and then I have commentary. Maybe it's a little more than a minute. I didn't time it out.
A little bit more and see if, you know, because I'm one of those guys, you don't want to sick me on research into somebody's background, because I will find it. Okay, like I will find it. I will use every legal member public thing to find out your background. Okay, I will. And if I find something dirty there, I will make sure everybody knows. And I don't like to do that, but I will. And in a self-defense manner, like I will. But you've really, like the way I've been treated since that video, you've really pushed me away. Like I'm just pushed away, you know, so.
I'll interrupt briefly to say, this is a thing a lot of people have been reporting, right? Like they'll get approached by one of Bundy's flunkies, and they'll you know, it's just immediate attack, right? Like another person who's been completely uninvolved, literally lives on the other side of the planet, got an email or a DM or something from one of these people going, are you going to do something about this, or are you in on the cover up? And it's just the way it's framed, the way it's immediately emotional manipulation, or us or them. It's wild. And Ed, like many, has just, if you're not with us, you are the enemy and you have to be destroyed immediately, kind of thing. And Ed's like, that doesn't bode well for your case, which is one of the reasons he investigated as much as he did. So that's what he's talking about there, is this, to borrow their phrase, flying monkey behavior. These people who just on their own volition go spread the gospel of Bundy and attack everyone who doesn't immediately side with them.
You know, it's like, well, you know, it's like Jay Bundy fascinates me because he makes a lot of claims about himself. And I'm wondering how many of those are true. Maybe I can find out. And there's like general public information that I can use to do that. Like all of you, just so all of you get over a myth, you're not as private as you think you are. I don't think the right to privacy is dead, but I just think privacy is dead. So, yeah.
So was he talking about Jay there? Who was that dude?
Yeah, the fellow in the tiny screen that's Ed the Rabid Atheist. The fellow who's about to respond is Filbert. And
Okay.
I wanted you to see what Ed said and so that I don't mischaracterize it. But my read from it was Jane Bundy makes a lot of claims. I'm really good at finding out public information. We'll see if some of those claims hold up. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that's my take.
That's
And so
exactly how I read it.
Yeah. So here's Filbert's response to that.
So because one person sends you an email calling you an asshole, you're now willing to go through and expose, dox people like Jay and anyone who follows him. That would include me, Ed. Anyone who agrees with him. That would include me, Ed. And so you're willing now to go through and put people's personal information out there. For what reason, Ed? So we can get hurt? So someone might come and find us and hurt us or hurt our families? Is that what your intention is there? Is that what you mean when you say you're not as private as you think you are? Have you ever heard of someone named Rebecca Schaefer?
And from here, he goes into a couple of celebrities who were killed by stalkers to show the importance of what he just made up. Like he should get an Olympic medal for the mental gymnastics he just exercised here. You know, Ed said one thing, and then Phil goes, "Oh, so you're going to just expose all the public information of everyone who ever followed Bundy." The victim complex.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, because he did such a backflip that I thought I had a stroke for a moment. Like I thought I missed something.
Right. And the reason this happens is because it's incredible projection. He's worried about it because that's what they're doing to everyone else. And they're terrified of getting even a fraction of the same.
Well, yeah, and that's why, like you know, like just be honest about your shit. Like, check into me. You're gonna find out everything I've ever told you about myself. Yeah, I did go to prison. I am in the National Gang Files. You're gonna find all that shit if you check hard enough. If you're out there making a lot of claims and running people through the ringer, yeah, fair is play. It's like it's the argument I use against like CJ Cox and all these MAGA fucking cucks. That you know, like you guys are like planning this like fascist takeover of the fucking country, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and what's going to stop us from utilizing that as some kind of like fucking excuse to round up all you fascists and throw you in some kind of like re-education camps ourselves. They never get that part, like what's good for the goose is good for the gander part.
Yeah, it never occurs to them the leopards might eat their faces. And it's
You know-
it's not just the projection, it's not just the backflipping and all that nonsense. It's the fact he gets so worked up over, are you going to threaten and harass me? Are you going to put my family in danger? While these motherfuckers are threatening my baby. And they have no problem with it. None. Don't even break a sweat over it. It's unfucking real.
I mean, I literally.
So there's like this, like I guess I've seen it in the side chat, and you know, have you seen this account of Patty reading the statement later. I don't need to watch Patty read it. I am gonna watch like streams that Jay does on Patty, so I can get my own read on this Patty person. I don't know this person, but I don't need to see her read the statement. I read it myself. I read it myself before I ever started streaming about this. I did try to do some kind of due diligence and research when it came to this matter.
So that was to me, and I don't.
I got
as
a
I said,
personal
I'm
DM,
just
Peter.
I'm just catching up on the
Sorry.
whole thing, but there's a difference between reading that statement and watching it read. If I'm correct, tell me if I'm wrong, Ember.
No,
that's why people are saying go watch
Oh yeah,
it
like there's like this
read
performative
instead of
element of it. Yeah, but I don't want to do that like on stream because that's why I intentionally didn't cover like what I read in the statement myself.
I don't think you should do that on stream, but I think
that element of it, I'm gonna watch it. Yeah.
You might wanna watch that. So that yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely watch it. But like I did read the statement, and like I don't know, like I came to my certain conclusions. And again, like I'll reiterate my stance is like I usually am, I generally like support all victims, and just because I find inconsistencies in the statement myself doesn't mean that the statement isn't true. So like that's kind of my statement. Like I wasn't there, I didn't see this fucking thing. I wish there was some like video cameras in the hallway.
Right. And I do want to be clear because it's true that when people suffer a trauma, it scrambles the memory. Some memories get blocked, some memories get fragmented. What a survivor truly believes can be different from the facts of what actually happened. A person can remember things differently and not be lying. So even if the story did change, even if this version of things that says things that Nancy knew better and Patty, and leave out things that Patty didn't know, whatever the case may be, it could theoretically be from Nancy, and her memories have changed over time. That does not mean she's lying, but that does not mean some of the things she said are true either. It's really important. That's why we pay attention to the evidence. Believe victims means we don't challenge them. We don't make them prove that they were attacked in order to help them. We just fucking help them. But when it comes to matters of dealing with reality, like, abusing a dozen different people and trying to shut down every conference, maybe the evidence fucking matters.
Is he a Christian?
Yeah, exactly.
This guy?
What was that, Marty?
Is he a Christian? This guy?
Jay, as far as I understand, he's like an atheist.
Really?
Yeah, but Bundy's an atheist.
He's been kind of trying to sit on the fence recently, as I understand it. He was on S.J. Thomason.
Oh my God, S.J.?
And, well, it's not just he was on S.J. Thomason. His name tag on S.J. Thomason, it like had either his name or his channel or something, but underneath it said Christians Against NanoCon. He's representing an organization he just made up. It's not 501c3, obviously, but he's representing Christians Against NanoCon. Are you a Christian? His last few streams have been called Finding the Heart of Worship. Like,
yeah, he was listening to like Christian rap at some point.
Oh no, he's gonna do a Brett Keane.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried. You brought the name, you resurrected the name for me, Cerberus.
There's a name I haven't heard in like 1,000 years. Same thing with SJ. I thought she kind of fell off the planet.
See, I was actually kind of worried about something like this because, you know how, I don't know how much you watch Bundy, but he said it around me a couple times where he said he had a double doctorate or 2 doctorates.
Like Ken Hogan.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't. Academia doesn't do a good job if you're studying in like an interdisciplinary thing. So lots of universities will give you 2 certificates, like if you're in between something. But it's no one in academia considers that 2 doctorates.
Right.
He's using it to manipulate people. Like I have one for philosophy for axiology, and I have one in economics for my economics. But it's one thesis, one paper, right? It's all one study. I'm not a double doctor.
Yeah, that's a lot like what Bundy describes he has. Is he'd been saying 2 PhDs for years and years, and then Kip Davis came out and was like, "You only wrote 1 dissertation, buddy. What's going on?" And so suddenly he's like, "Well, I just, like, for brevity say PhD times 2, but it is 1 PhD. It's just in 2 disciplines."
Yeah, he might
Or
literally
something
have
like
2
that.
certificates. Right? 'Cause
Yeah.
some places do that. But yeah.
So yeah, it's as I understand it, and I could be mistaken, and I cannot stress how much I do not give a single fuck about the totally irrelevant minutia of this asshole's life. But as I understand it, it is 1 double PhD.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of douchebags that have a PhD. It's kind of my thing. Like I've hung around quite a few PhDs at this point. I consider a couple of them my close friends, and I give them respect because they deserve respect. They have proven they deserve respect, and it's not because they have a piece of paper or they spent a certain amount of time in school. It's because they have proven their expertise to me, and they have proven to me that they're pretty decent human beings. A doctorate a decent human does not make. And especially if you're gonna like use that doctorate to like browbeat people that you deem beneath you. So like that was kind of like the impression that I got of him when he first initially started trolling me. Is I immediately understood that he was a doctorate, and I better watch my fucking tone. And I'm like, go ask any of the doctors that actually know me. That's not gonna fly around here, bro. You know, it's just not. I'm a high school dropout. It's nice to fucking meet you. Now suck my dick.
Yeah, people often ask me who know something of my IRL background. They say, why don't you ever use your credentials online? I'm like, well, that's why, right? Like somebody like Dr. Kip or Dr. Josh, they're using their education for what they do online. It's relevant to what they do. Now, I do a lot of stuff that has to do with my education, but there's assholes like Bundy running around that what the things he's talking about have nothing to do with the things his PhDs are in, you know? And he's just using it as a club to bully people with.
Yeah,
and
it's
I
like
don't want to be
And
confused with
Hovind,
that kind of bullshit.
and Hovind does the same thing.
It's the fucking tactics
Yeah,
that
I
like
was just
ancient
going to say
astronaut
that's
theory
what
used.
Hovind does.
Well, you know, ancient astronaut theory on the fucking History
going
Channel. They go and get fucking experts from fields that have nothing at all to do with the fucking subjects they're talking about, and then they present this like fucking narrative that like simpletons are gonna go and follow. Yeah, it was a fucking alien. It's like, just shut the fuck up. But it's just like this classic manipulation to kind of make you believe a theory.
Yeah,
I want you to
I'm going to trigger someone in the side chat, but I'm going to say it. We did have a guy who also didn't want to say he was an atheist, but he went to nuke school. Now someone's getting traumatized in chat.
Traumatized me. Let it die.
Went to what?
I don't get that. I don't know.
Good. It's a good thing that you don't get
You?
that.
Yeah, if you don't get that, you are a blessed person, Knock.
Okay, good. Because I didn't get it either.
No, not my OCD is like I will now know this.
I want you to remember that because you found out he was a doctorate as soon as you talked to him, and it took you, what, 3 years to find out that I'm a doctorate?
Yeah, I never knew that about you. I never knew that about you. I knew that I didn't like your like economic bullshit, and now to find out like you have some kind of like doctorate behind me, I really despise you.
How dare you come in this house?
In all fairness, sir, I've never heard you use the fact that you have a doctorate in any discussion.
Never.
Yeah.
I've never
No.
heard that in all the years.
I think it's pointless. I think everyone on the internet has a doctorate. That was good. Almost no one's gonna believe you when you say you have a doctorate.
True that. Like unless you like got that fucker on the back wall and it can be like verified, you know.
Even then, I'm pretty sure Mr. Dino Land has shown his on stream, and people are like, it's still from a trailer that runs a mill in Kansas or Oklahoma or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I could probably become a doctor.
And if you want to find out, highlight Titan's latest
don't do it.
message in chat. Because that's actually pretty accurate.
McCrae, Steve McCrae?
So Peter is referring to McCrae, but McCrae doesn't trigger me. I trigger McCrae. So, like, is McRae still a
Yeah.
thing? Like, is that still a thing?
I'm not going to say anything, but I'm one of the few people that he won't say my name. I'm his Voldemort or something.
So, like, he's
He
still
won't
out doing
refer
his
to me.
thing. That's
He's
fucking
online.
insane.
He's still online making videos.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone full MAGA.
Really?
Yeah, Steve McRae, right? That's what we're talking about.
Wow. Yeah,
I'm
Steve
against
McRae.
MAGA because America was always great.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, how dare they say America wasn't great? I mean, sure, we did the slavery thing for hundreds of years, and then we did Jim Crow over there. And also, the Irish and the Italians, they need not apply, and the Chinese people, well, they don't need wages. But it was always great.
Always great.
How dare you?
Well, look,
And
racism
also
bad,
women
but we were the
property.
best at it.
Yeah.
That's a true statement.
Hold on.
Disservice,
Now I have to take umbrage because the Americans used to threaten their slaves that if they wouldn't listen, they would send them to the Dutch.
Yeah,
So
it's 'cause the
I don't
Dutch
think
beat
you were the
babies.
best at it.
Really? Was that a thing?
Well, the Dutch
Yes.
had a habit of taking slaves and forcing them to man ships so they could punch above their weight class. And as they died from disease, they would just toss them overboard.
Oh my God.
Like, a lot of people were horrible with slaves.
When it comes to slavery, I don't think we have the best history on the planet. But
yeah,
unlike the U.S., I think we've made up for it better.
I've always
I don't know.
likened America to like the movie Gladiator, because like the movie itself isn't really based on any like true reality. And in that, like, Marcus Aurelius gets quoted with like the dream that was Rome, and I've always kind of equated it. And that might actually be a real quote by Marcus Aurelius. I can't remember if it is or not. But I've always equated that quote from the movie to America, like the dream that was America, right? Like, we've never really achieved that dream, and every time like we kind of get closer to the dream, like the original bigots that like, you know, kind of put this dream out there to kind of appease the labor at the time, because that's all this basic fucking experiment is. It was like the fucking landowners of the time trying to throw bones to the people that they basically wanted to be their new slaves, and try to figure out the problem of slavery at the same time. Don't get me started on all that bullshit. And I don't even know how I got on this rant, and yeah, just don't let me get started. Sorry.
Tangents and things. I bring that out of people everywhere I go. Like you go almost 6 hours and stay laser focused on topic. I walk into the room and we're off on the history of European mistreatment of minorities.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, fucking make America great again. Please, let's make America great again. But you're talking like totally like about like 1940s America, where women didn't have rights, and pretty much the only people that could say anything is like fucking white people. So like, please spare me like whatever fucking dog whistles you're trying to do with it. You know, let's like talk about really making America great, and by doing that, it's not like enriching the billionaire class. You know?
No, we're at the point of let them eat cake, because it's just I'm going to get started on my economics. And we have an actual doctor about that in the room, and I'm not qualified.
Well, I think that might be Cerberus's whole fucking intention, is like he's just sitting here waiting, knowing like just his very presence is like doing something to me.
No, I'm just going to say a lot of people mix them together, right? A lot of people mix them together because they're right next to each other. But economics is the study of how things work. Politics is the study of solutions, right? So, when I give an opinion of this is what we should do, I'm not giving an economic opinion. I'm giving a political opinion, and on that, I am as ignorant as anyone else that doesn't study poli-sci.
I don't know if the people who do study poli-sci know what the hell is going on at this point, because no one who has any competence at all is in charge. But
yeah, very true.
That's another subject for another time. All right, I'm gonna scoot.
Yeah, thank you, Ember. Thanks everybody for the clarity. And again, like, the invitation is open for anybody on the other side of this. Like, Jay is more than welcome to come and confront me in a conversation. Because I'd be interested to hear like what the fuck he's got to say in defense of some of his actions. It's like I don't know. It's methods that I've never utilized in any of my YouTube beefs, and I've went against some like really shitty fucking human beings, and I don't utilize methods like this. So it's really hard for me to understand.
I remember.
Yeah, like what is the actual goal? How does any of this help Nancy?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Nancy most of the time. I don't know. Anyway,
It doesn't have to make sense.
Leaders, folks.
It was good seeing you again,
Yeah,
Amber.
thank you, Amber.
And
Oh, there she goes.
too late.
I like
And
it.
I
gonna hop
really
off
should
too,
shut
because
this
it's-
down soon because I do have to like wake up and like work in the morning. I'm just so like I said in my first stream, like I think it was very apparent like within the first hour, I'm invested in this. Like I experienced this harassment from Jay myself, and unfortunately for me, you know, he wasn't no Cerberus Hex for one. You know, like I lived through Cerberus Hex. Like, you ain't gonna live like fuck Jay. Like who the fuck is Jay Bundy? For two, you know, like I was ready to quit for a while. Like just my mental health had got to a point like I was literally having fucking nervous breakdowns and seeing demons and some bullshit, right? So like he just was hitting me at the wrong time to trigger anything. but so now I'm back, and like one of the first things I'm hearing is like this dude is now doing it, but on such a bigger level than he was trying to do it to me at the time. So yeah, I'm all in on this. So I'm gonna be like following up, and yeah, the invitation's open. I don't run away from any conversation. If Jay wants to come and tell me where the fuck I have it wrong in regards to him, he's more than free to come and do so. And anybody here that has known me long enough will tell you that I am more than willing to have that conversation.
Yeah, Knock doesn't shy away from shit like that.
Well, I'm gonna hop off too. It's past 5 a.m. here, so I'm already too late to go to bed in order to wake up. For
Yes, thank you, Peter, for hopping on, man. It's been a long time.
It was worth it.
Bye, Peter.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
And if you want to know what it was about, Knock, I think Skyworks just said it in chat. So
Yeah,
I think
the goal was to
might
massage
be the
Jay's
goal.
ego. Yeah. That is a good point there, Peter. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me, and you guys have a great night.
You too.
Yep, you too, man. Yeah, and gosh, I definitely like this program, so I'm gonna like upgrade and see what I can do. There's also ways to figure out to try to use OBS and all of that, but I definitely like this better than StreamYard. So yeah, impressed. Now I got to see kind of on the playback, and there's a long playback to watch now to give me a full measure of how it's going to work. But yeah, pretty impressed with that. Like the conversation. I know there was some insanity in the side chat. As soon as the side chat's up, I'll go through and try to look as much at it as I can. John, I promise you, I will look at it as much as I can. God, I really don't want to have like chat wars as soon as I'm coming back to this thing. Right, like it was such a focus of like the bullshit part era of my channel. I don't want to go immediately back there. So yeah, thank you, Marty. It's really good to have you on stream again. Even you, Cerberus, you fucking son of a bitch.
I'm a head out, Knock.
All right, you too. And what was that, Cerberus? Yeah. Oh yeah. Have a good night, Marty. Yeah. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Sure. Bye, guys.
I was just joking that all I bring is wisdom and giggles.
Yeah, we have had definitely our heyday, and like what the fuck I'm talking about. Like if I can survive your trolling, like, Jay and his crew, they ain't gonna really phase me too much. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming on. You kind of surprised me with your position here. Maybe you have grown. I would suggest that, maybe looking at a little Dao De Chen and maybe Cerberus X can find some zen in his life.
Oh, I'm pretty zen.
Stop hating people, my brother. You fucking
I don't hate.
bastard.
I don't hate anyone but the French.
All right, yeah. Thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for watching.